Hello, hello. Good morning. Welcome to the Conscious Business Showcase for January of 2021. I can't believe we're
2022.
Oh, 2022. Yep. Let me just take a moment and ground. Oh my goodness, so much is happening in our world and in Canada and all of the stuff. So I can't believe we've been doing these over a year now, which is so crazy. We've got a little bit of a switch up. We used to do 2 days. Now we're doing one because it's a lot of work behind the scenes. And so we shortened the sessions a little bit to still bring you a lot of really amazing people that are doing things to help people out there in the world. That's the whole point of the Conscious Business Showcase, is to introduce you to people who are just doing beautiful things out there to help others. And we are highlighting them. It's also an opportunity for them to practice sending in their bio, their photo, who they are, getting really clear on that. I love watching that part happen, and just sharing in our community. My name is Christine Cardoza, if you're new to me, and I am an intuitive business coach and energy healer. I really want to help people end their emotional suffering. That's my big one. I've been in business for over 20 years, but my heart really is to help those who are in a difficult situation, and let's figure out why. What is the pattern? How can we heal and release you from that so that you have more room for joy? We are not meant to struggle. We are meant to thrive in this world. And so we are just honored to be here to hold this. We have more info on our Healing Soul School website. We have free programs for meditation, and we also have a YouTube channel that is full of free content. If you are a business owner, if you're looking for meditation, if you're just looking to calm your nervous system, everything is going on right now in the world, and you're just like, then let our community be a safe place for you to land. We have many healers, coaches that we've we've interviewed over this last year. And so we're a connection point. If you have a need or there's something that you're looking for, then reach out to us and let us know, because there's a good chance if we can't help you, we know who can, because we have interviewed some really powerful healers and coaches and mystics and anyone in the energy healing field this past year. The last 2 hours of all of our Conscious Business Showcases are for the energy healing community, to show you what energy healing is, that it's not taboo or weird or evil like I was taught growing up in really strict religions, and just that it's a really beautiful practice, and we all have that within us. We are all intuitive, we are all psychic, we are all our own best healer. And so we're just so grateful to have you in this space and to share this time with you. If you're watching on YouTube, please feel free to subscribe. A little bit of a joke. My niece, who is 9, has, I think, over 4,000 subscribers, and she's always given me the digs that we don't have very many. And so this is a plug. If you have enjoyed our content and you could follow us on our YouTube channel, it'd be awesome, so that I can tell her that our numbers are growing. It's a little thing we have going on here at home, a little joke. So that's enough for me in the moment. I would love to introduce you to my co-founder and best friend, healer friend. She's the one that walks me off of ledges. We all need that one person in our court. And Virginia has done that for me for the last 1.5 years that we've been working together. So thank you so much, Virginia. I love you. And if you'd like to go ahead, introduce yourself and share what is coming to your heart as well.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Virginia Maskell Fantasia. I am a meditation and mindset coach, energy healer, and spiritual mentor. And I'm with Christine. I mean, when we started the Healing Soul School, and when we initially, because the Healing Soul School kind of grew out of the Conscious Business Showcase. Because the Conscious Business Showcase was about, we need to get in front of the camera. We need to get out there in people. We need to shine the light on these amazing humans who are doing so many wonderful things to help the collective move through the ick and the stick, right? And so for us, that was what launched us into the Conscious Business Showcase, but then has also been really the fire behind the Healing Soul School, because Christine and I align 100% on wanting to end emotional suffering. my personal experience is moving back from another country back to Canada, and being here in the last, I don't know, 10 months. I have seen so much hurt and so much suffering, watching people, you know, move through things in different ways, but there's that pain, there's that anxiety, there's so much that and you know, and we see the numbers of the health problems, the mental health problems that these last couple of years have done to our society. And so really, you know, we're being asked as a collective to let go of all that yuck, right? Let go of all that icky stuff that's making us feel that. And so for us, that's been that driver of how can we help more people? We're both individuals as and energy healers in our own way, but and are with our own modalities, but there's, you know, you as an individual, you know, obviously you do good things around in the circle that you're in, but when you, that's the cat's meow, is when we can help the others, that healers and light workers and mystics and mediums and psychics, and coming together under one roof and in one community and helping them move through their ick and their stick and to get all of that up and out. That's only going to help them to move out there into the world in a bigger way, to be able to do what they do. So really it's just been about making an impact, and because we see what's going on in the world, and, you know, like everyone, we're just doing our best to do our best, right?
Yep.
So welcome. So thank you for joining us here at the Healing Soul School. Like Christine said, check out our website, healingsoulschool.com, for lots of good stuff. Subscribe if you're liking our content here on YouTube. We're back every month. Last Saturday of every month, we're hosting the Conscious Business Showcase. And yeah, just get ready for an action-packed day with some pretty awesome people showing us different ways to heal and to go within and to connect with ourselves. So yeah, it's a big day here in Canada too. We've got our truckers, our convoy moving across Canada, entering the capital of Canada in Ottawa, Ontario. That's right. Cheers, supporting our truckers.
We're from outside of Toronto, Virginia and I, and so it's very close to home. And we are here. We're here for the freedoms of all Canadians, which is really beautiful. Yeah. All right.
So welcome.
Let's share who we have on today, just to give a little bit of a teaser. We have our first speaker in 10 minutes, so we're going to whip through them today. They're going to be a little bit quicker. Just give me a sec here. Me and tech. I had the photo up, but it's not in the space I can grab it. So 1 second here. I just need to get it. Today, I love how the showcase comes together. Like, it's so amazing. I find speakers, or Virginia-fied speakers, just from different places. And today's showcase, there's a lot of health workers that are going to be sharing with us today, which I think is really beautiful, just for the time of year, everything that's going on, how to be really strong, you know, in your immune system. And so I was looking at the list and all of their titles, and I'm like, wow, this is like the health show.
And isn't it funny, because I mean, it's not often that we have a theme. We have had a couple of months where we've had a theme, and we've been pretty, you know, intentional about who we're bringing on. But yeah, 99, or should I say 95%, the rest of the time, we don't have a theme. Like you said, we're just going out and finding speakers. So you're right. It is so cool how it comes together, and look at the lineup that we have. And this was not planned, but it is perfect for what we need.
Right. Absolutely. So today we have Jen Houston's going to come at 9:20. She's talking about Take Your Health Back. Kathleen Johnson is going to talk about nutritional psychiatry. She went back to school. Their story, oh my goodness, is super powerful with their son. So can't wait to hear about that. that everything is all tied together. Your thoughts, what you're feeding your body, your, soul or spirit self as well, higher self, all of it is connected. So really excited about that conversation. At 10 o'clock this morning, Eastern Standard Time, we're going to have a healing meditation. Virginia is our in-house expert. And so she's going to do a healing meditation, but geared towards the truckers, really how to come in, calm the nervous system. There's so much energy going on across Canada right now. Oh, my guy just showed up. Just on like how to be here and to be supported. We joined a Telegram group yesterday for energy healers. So if you are an energy healer and you want to join, DM me for the link. And we are just sending Reiki, energy healing, love, support to the whole convoy this weekend. There was over 100 that joined that chat yesterday, which was so beautiful. So if you're looking to support in that way, then definitely reach out to us. We're going to do some things this week as well for them. So looking for more healers, we join, more info coming. And then Yulia is going to talk about managing your health. She is a nurse, and what she has been seeing in the hospitals and different things from her experience of working with people and how to manage your health, take your health back as well. Mama's Bear Project. This is two ladies that I met at we had a rally here in Waterloo, and they are helping parents with any children's around the stuff around the vaccine and the mandates. And if you're needing help, or you just want to wait, or you want more information, or you don't know, doesn't matter what side you're on, this is help for parents to really get a handle of what is happening, what to do with your child, the school, who to talk to, all of those things. So that's going to be a really important conversation as well. Katy is coming, more medicine, how to use food as medicine. That's really great. Karina is coming on 11:20 this morning. She's our in-house witch we've adopted. Karina is part of the Witches Inn. She's the owner. And today she's talking about, I put the Year of Pagan Festivals in the title, but the Visioning 2022 is what the title of the program is this year. And we've already started last night. If you still want to join and this sounds fascinating to you, it's all about how to take your signs and your ascending and the moon cycles and the earth and the 8 cycles of the wheel of the year. If any of that interests you and you want to join in, it was super cool. We charted last night. I'll show you later for her interview, but we charted like what energies to be in each month. Oh my gosh, it's like so brilliant on planning your vision for 2022. So good. And then Angela Saini, she is a musician and she was in the studio yesterday. So I'm super excited to hear how that went. And she's going to sing a couple songs for us as well and talk about finding your authentic voice. We met her in a spiritual group that we were in for a year, Thrive 365, and just really excited to see, have her share with us. We've interviewed her a couple of times and we just really love her. She's from Toronto. And then I'm going to speak about naked alchemy, secure relationships. I'm also going to cover fight, flight, freeze, and fawn today as well. I'm just being called to that to help bring down like any of those high emotions that you have, how to take care of your bodies. This is a little bit around health as well, like how to calm the nervous system. We teach meditation here. So if you want to learn how to meditate and get into that deep and delicious kind of meditation, then healingsoulschool.com/programs. It's a free course that Virginia put in to our portal for you. You're welcome to have so that you can get into that place. We're teaching you how to come home, how to come back to yourself. When you do that and you are calmer, your intuition drops in, your clarity, you're not so much like in reaction mode, right? When our thoughts come in and then they create a feeling and we either react or from the heart we respond. So meditation is really powerful at calming that nervous system down. And so that's a free gift for you just for being part of our community. And then our Ask a Healer session. So again, I mentioned earlier that this is to show you what energy healing is. Mystics, healers, energy healers. Maybe you've started to hear these terms and you're like, I don't even know what that is. All of our showcases on our Healing Soul School YouTube channel, the last 2 hours are all energy healers. So there's been meditations, there's been womb healings, there's been chakra clearings, there's been heart activations, like all of those things. And again, it's just teaching you how to come home to yourself. If you're having a spiritual awakening or you're starting to feel like you want to connect more to yourself or to God, source, creator, spirit, Pachamama, whatever your comfort word is. It's all energy. It's all the same. And unhooking from any of those old patterns that we grew up with, just society and all of those things, is how to unhook from all of that so that you feel good. You have that joy that's circulating through you. This is stuff that happened, was taught before religions, right? And so it's just how to come back home to earth, Mother Nature, ourselves, connecting, on that inner level. Finding the magic within is one of our hashtags, or the journey inward on how to come home to yourself. So at 1:00 today, we have Keturrah Ellis, and I met her on Clubhouse. Super powerful. She's going to talk to us today about the science behind the tarot deck. And what I love about her medicine is that she's also an ex-Jehovah's Witness. So she is like against anything that is kind of even cultish, including spirituality. Spirituality out there can be a little bit like, ooh, I don't know about that. And so you just really got to tap into your own intuition to what feels good. So she is very open and very honest in what she's talking about, of how to really come home to yourself around astronomy and astrology, and looking at what is happening in the sky to determine how to feel and how to move with the moon cycles in the earth. Very, very powerful medicine. And then at 1:40 p.m. today, we have Rebecca Llewellyn, and she is from Your Divine Roots. You can find her on her website or her Instagram, where she posts a lot. And she's a shamanic healer. She has over 15 years of healing experience, and I'm in a 1-year journey with her. Thank you, Virginia, for finding it, called the Soul Pilgrimage. And there's a group of us that are journeying together in this year, and we're learning different modalities, but how to connect in with ourselves. And so we're going to talk about that today, but also she's going to do a breathwork ceremony, a mini one. She's going to play her drum, which is really cool. So definitely come back for that. If you're not able to stay, it's a long day, we know. Come in when it feels good to you to come in, or catch the replay. And then I was going to say one more thing about that. That's all. Those are our speakers for today. So we're really excited about our showcase and honored that you are here. So thank you so much. So if you're new to us, how the day usually goes is that Virginia and I take turns and we interview people. Virginia starts in the morning, and then I'll be back at 11, and we just trade off. And so we're here today. We just want to extend so much love, gratitude, healing out to you. If you're having a heavy or a hard time, this is really a time to still go within. What is some introspection? A lot's going on with the energies of the moon and the retrograde and all of those things. And so if you are feeling some heavier energies, journal it out. If it's stuff that's really hard, burn it. Sit with your emotions. Why is this being presented to you? It's to teach you that there's something that's asking to be released. There's an old pattern or an old way of believing that is asking to be done and to go, because it doesn't serve you anymore. And so we're just here and thankful for you. That's enough for me. I'll be back later.
Right. Thank you. That was beautiful. We have a fantastic lineup, and we have our first guest backstage. So Christine will, tag off. I forget how that goes. There we go. Oh my gosh. I think I got it right the first time.
Nope.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks, we'll see you back at 11. All right. We've got our first guest backstage. This is Jen Hewson. Let's bring her up. There she is. Hi, Jen. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you so much.
Yes. Oh, it's beautiful to have you here. Thank you. Christine and I don't know if you caught the beginning. Christine and I were kind of joking a little bit about when we plan our Conscious Business Showcase. We don't usually look for a theme. It's really just about who we find or who we feel fits, or really it's who we think is cool and is doing some awesome stuff. And so it was really interesting as it's coming together, and we're coming up to this day. We noticed that so many of our speakers today are all talking about health, and so it's just amazing. So that to me means that that's what the collective needs to hear right now. The collective needs to understand exactly what you're speaking about, taking back your health. So welcome. Thank you. Where do we start? Tell us a little bit about yourself and your story.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here. My business, I see my name up there, but my business is actually called Take Back Your Health, not Take Your Health Back.
Okay.
So we'll start there. That's okay. So a little bit about me. Well, my name's Jen Hewson. I live in a small little hamlet in Ontario, Canada, called Springfield. Just over 6 years ago, I was given a diagnosis of cancer, breast cancer. I had 4 large tumors growing in my body that were the result of a lifetime of emotional and mental unbalance, and the imbalance in my body just happened to manifest in the form of a disease. And I often tell people when I share my story that those 4 tumors were one of the best gifts I ever had. And people just sort of jaw dropped. What do you mean, the best gift? Well, it set me on a course and a journey. I left my over 21-year career in public education, and I was immersed in our traditional Western medicine system for about 6 months of my cancer journey, and I was never sicker. And I just seemed to be failing on all levels. It was a serious diagnosis in the eyes of Western medicine. They told me all sorts of stories about my cancer, how long I'd live, what I could do, what I shouldn't take, what I better take if I want to live. And about 6 months in, Virginia, I was really failing. I was emotionally empty, mentally unwell, physically drained and dying. And I was on a lot of pharmaceuticals. And so I quit it all. I quit to the aghast of my oncologist and the team of doctors that were taking care of me in the LHSC system. And I literally got on my knees and asked God, Creator, Gaia, whoever you might call it, for help. And I really went on a spiritual journey to begin with. And my prayers were answered. I ended up meeting just some incredible people working in medicine, outside of traditional medicine, and all of these healers, these incredible people. One of them speaking on your show today, or showcase today as well, really helped me to get all these pieces back together in my life. And it really started with doing some exploration into Chinese medicine, and did some testing on what's called an electrodermal acupressure device. It's energy medicine. And discovered that really cancer is exactly that. It's the physical expression of these imbalances in the emotional, mental, spiritual, and physical bodies. And what's great about Chinese medicine is it really looks at all of those pieces holistically. And through the testing, I was able to find, what the viruses were in the body, the foods that were connected to the cancer itself. And I started, of course, eating very differently, a whole new lifestyle, getting away from sugar. And did
sugar is huge, right?
Oh,
sugar
it's
huge. Yeah.
Sugar is the basis of all cancer, all heart disease, and all diabetes. And our food system, how industrialized it is, and we have about 7 giant food companies in the world that happen to also have their hands in the pharmaceutical industry, and the foods are literally killing us. So I always tell my clients and people I work with in my clinic now that you truly are. We heard it from our grandma when we were little, that you are what you eat, right?
Oh my gosh. I said that, and I'll, I don't want to step on your story, but I had a similar experience of, you have a health issue. I finally caved and went to the Western medicine, and it's like, I can't take it anymore. It was pain and all of that. And, when, like you said, I did probably 6 months to a year and just kept getting sicker. And it was like, okay, enough. And when I finally took hold, because again, it's a journey, It doesn't always, you know, you got to get there. But when I finally got to the part about understanding what I was eating and changing, and like you said, it's not a diet, it is a lifestyle change. We should not have been eating like that, like you say, right? There's you know, there's those things that should not have been in our diet. But you know, once I made that switch and I started to see my health, like, I mean, I repaired my gallbladder, my liver, I mean, you know, I avoided having to go to the hospital and have a gallbladder removed, you know, because I refused to believe that that was what the answer was, that the answer was just my gallbladder's talking to me. It's telling me there's a problem, not remove me. It's helping me fix the problem. And that was, when you said that, that just brought all that back to me, because that's exactly what I would say to people. And because they would go, oh my gosh, you can't have that and you can't have that. It's like, it's not about can't have, it's not good for you. And, you know, really stop and think, because exactly what you said, we truly are what we eat. We truly are.
We sure are. Yeah. Oh, what a great share. Thank you for sharing your story. You know, it's all too familiar. By the time someone comes to my clinic, and I'm solidly booked, fairly, you know, kind of long, you know, time to get into me. I wish it wasn't that way, but by the time people come to me, they've been everywhere. They've exhausted all those options. And unfortunately for many people, they've already been cut, burned, or poisoned, which is what, you know, it's not any fault of our doctors that are trained in the system that exists. But the system that exists, as we know, a lot of our systems are broken, and our healthcare is certainly not an exception to that. And, you know, our doctors that are trained now, your general, you know, GP that most people have about 4 months of nutrition in their, you know, their whole time of training, which is just an abomination of the fact of even thinking about health, right? The fact that the fuel that we feed ourselves should be number one.
Right. And the interesting part is that even that nutrition that they get, I believe, is based on the Canada Food Guide.
Right, which is a whole other place, not to start. Is 100% upside down, right? We've got all the sugars and grains being the things we should have the most at the bottom of this really silly pyramid that doesn't work. But yeah, I mean, the food is just part of, I mean, food is the base of what brings, how I help people on the journey. But the testing, we look at how infection works in the body and toxicity. So looking at bacteria, viruses in particular with cancer, but the bacterial components, mold illness is so much more common than we would like to believe. And most people just think of things like, Candida, right? But again, result of a sugar fed diet, a lot of the mold illness, but it's very critical in the body and how that works. And then I also look at, you know, deficiencies, and of course, working on the emotional, psychological level. You know, I started telling you that the work I do is a lot around Chinese medicine, because I use a lot, mostly plants, herbs, some homeopathic medicine in the clinic here. But it really has to be done in a way that you're not just treating the physical, because like you with your gallbladder, any gallbladder issue really, there's some sadness there. There's some grief in the body. And I don't even know you, but I know when organs talk to us, or like what you said, my gallbladder was just talking to me. It's if we can quiet ourselves and our mind, similar to what Christine sort of said at the top of the show, and get rid of that extra debris, we have the capacity to now listen and to be aware of what our body's asking for, right? You know, outside of the
nail on the head, I just want to say you hit the nail on the head, because at the time that started happening, my mother had passed away a couple of months before, but my sister had passed away a year before that. And
so much grief.
And I had never, you know, I had to pack that away, right? And
Right.
I never really addressed my sister's death. So when my mom passed a year later, it just all came crashing in, right? Like it was all at one time. And yes, that sadness, that deep, deep grief. And then all of a sudden I started with these gallbladder attacks and things like that. And not that I wasn't trying to focus on my diet before, I just didn't understand what was right for me, what was right. You know what I mean? And that led me to the person whom I still work with today that helps me with exactly that, the diet, the supplements and so on to support your body and what you're moving through. And it changes, right?
Well, you know, I never looked at these connections, of course, 6 years ago when I started my own journey of taking back my own health. But I see the connection, you know, with my own disease, with breast cancer, and how, you know, that's really a wounded heart. And and if you think about all the women in the world and men that, you know, breast cancer is quite common, unfortunately, today. So that's a lot of wounded hearts walking around, right? If we get down to the essence of how disease, you know, manifests itself in the body through that emotional field or the weakening of the emotional field. It's incredible, right? I just, like I said, I am thankful every day for the lessons that those 4 tumors have taught me and continue to teach me. I work with many people that are have had that story. And try to undo the stories of disease and the, you know, sort of being given the labels that people that have disease or illness live with. And those stories have to be undone, and that they can rewrite those stories. Because had I listened to the team of oncologists, my rheumatologist, even my general practitioner doctor, about how long I'd live and what to do and what I should do, and if I don't do it, that I won't be here. By all accounts, I should be dead, and I don't look very dead, right? I say that to my clients all the time. I'm like, I'm alive and well. And I mean, I have a whole team of wonderful medicine people to thank, and of course, my body to thank, right? That it is capable. We all have that inside of us. We can all heal ourselves. Now, of course, it doesn't just happen through thoughtfulness. We don't just manifest it. There's work, there's real work that must be done. But when I truly believe when you're ready and you ask the universe and you're in that alignment, the teachers will come, and they definitely did for me. Another modality that I used that was really key, Virginia, was something called Rife therapy. Another form of energy medicine, and it uses sound therapy. So it's a vibration. I don't know, are you familiar with Rife at all?
No, not with Rife, but interesting that this is coming up, because I personally am just moving into sound therapy, and that to offer that for my everything's for healing, but for clients and stuff.
Oh, too. Lovely. Well, a lot of people are familiar with, have heard the bowls, and I mean, everything in the world has a frequency and a vibration, right? So what Royal Raymond Rife discovered around the 1920s, he was working with Nicholas Tesla. And of course, Nicholas Tesla, you know, invented some of the most powerful microscopes and was just an incredible pioneer of his time. And they were manipulating cancer cells using his technology with sound. And what they found is the frequencies that would actually split and destroy the cancer cells. So they rounded up, this was in California, 75 terminally ill people, and fully resolved. And all 75 people lived long, beautiful, vibrant lives, and their cancer was fully resolved. Around the same time in our history, just sort of sets the stage of why our system is broken the way it is. A gentleman named James Fishbein was appointed to the American Medical Association by the Rockefeller Foundation, and they changed the way medicine was taught from more empirical ways to the allopathic type of medicine that we have now, where it's symptom you know,
Yeah.
symptom-based and pharmaceutical-based, and told, and in the scientific circles said that this Royal Raymond Rife was a quack, that what he was doing was all garbage, and they actually made it illegal for what he was doing. So they rounded up all of his Rife machines that he had created, luckily, and they killed him. So they hunted him down, and he was killed.
Wow.
Luckily, some of his greatest supporters saved some of his machines, and they sort of made a resurfacing about the 1940s, 50s, and now I can't get Rife machines into people's hands quickly enough. Using these frequencies, there's sort of two different things they can do, Virginia. They can do, they can give and they can take away. So it's called oscillatory or morulatory. So there's things like we can shrink and remove tumors from the body, or we can run a wellness program or relaxation, and you literally it's just a little vibration that you feel on your hands, feet, and some tubes that kind of glow, make you look like Iron Man when you're doing it. So
well, that's cool right there.
It is really cool. But and it's when you put the tubes up to your ears, you can hear the vibration, like you can hear the sound.
Yeah.
But most people don't really sense much of anything going on. But that was really a key part of keeping my cancer, shrinking those tumors and being as healthy as I am. So, I'm very thankful for the work that Royal Raymond Rife did, and I highly recommend people to sort of look into that, and as they explore the journey of taking back their health, especially around physical illness or disease. So,
I agree, and often, like you say, it doesn't have to be just cancer. In my case, it was my gallbladder that was speaking. In other cases, it's diabetes. It's arthritis. It's different things. And really, like you said, you have a choice. You can go to that doctor and you can own that label that they're giving you and take that route. And maybe that's what's meant for your journey. I don't know. That's not up to me or you or anybody else, right? It's your own journey. Or you decide in that moment that I am in control of my health, and don't take that label. Don't own that. You don't have that. Your body is moving through that.
Exactly.
And exactly like you said, ask for help. We often forget that our angelic realm is all around us. And when we're in those moments of, fear or anxiety or whatever, just take a few minutes, close your eyes, take a few breaths, and ask for help.
Amen.
What do I do? Right?
Right.
And just trust and listen for the answers. And it will come, because
That's
your
right.
body, your angels, your guides, everybody, they will talk to you. You just have to choose it and make that decision that it's your health and your body. And once you do that.
And you're exactly right. It has to be a conscious choice that you emotionally, mentally, and then physically make, right? To go there and, healing up my gut. I mean, thinking about the sort of brass tacks of what I'm looking for in the body is really about gut health and healing the gut. That's 80-90% of the disease we see in the world is autoimmune and begins in the gut. So keeping a gut, healthy and, getting away from leaky gut. Thankfully, we're having the Stanfords, Oxfords, and Harvards of the world finally agree with, say, Dr. Axe, who's been talking about gut health for 25, 35, maybe even longer years. That, wow, like everything. And it's incredible when I help people through food and diet and nutrition and removing these toxicities, infection, the body does it on its own, right? Just through healing the gut, you now have an immune system that's fully working for you. Imagine natural immunity, right? Through getting away from the refined foods, the refined sugars, the processed garbage that is in all the aisles of every grocery store. When I walk into the grocery store, I'm like, poison, 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 poison.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I see food in such a different way now. And the beautiful thing is that many more people, as a former educator, and education, of course, is still my role. With the work I do with clients in my clinic, but many more people are awake and seeing that the importance of securing food security and making sure that the choices for their families and their kids, that they're not living out of boxes and processed foods. And I know we'll just continue to evolve in that way. And
I agree.
Yeah.
I personally, even myself, a few months ago, I bought a tower garden. Of course, I'm in Southern Ontario also, so it's winter, so you can't grow outside. So I brought a tower garden because I thought, this is something that I want to teach my granddaughters. And so we've started some plants. So every time they come over, we run to go to look at the little mini greenhouse I have to start the plants. And so this weekend, we're actually going to be planting them in the tower garden and getting that going. And
how special.
It's a special, but worthy share with these children, right? And teaching them. And I'll finish with one comment that I got from my homeopathic doctor years ago when I first started down that road to help with pain and whatever. And this homeopathic doctor said to me then, and I never understood it then like I do today, when you go into the grocery store, don't go up and down any aisles. Stick to the outside walls of the store. Only purchase from the outside walls of the store. Don't purchase anything to eat in the inside aisles.
Yep.
And then you're buying fresh, you're buying wholesome, you're buying, obviously organic, in my opinion, is better if you can do it. But buying fresh goods and stay away from all the stuff and the packaged stuff and that kind of stuff. So is just,
and looking to our communities, right? Like I look in the community for the food, my food security now for my meat, that I know that it's raised ethically, morally, for looking at, growing of the food and doing preserves. And I see that, that's really making a comeback, right? Like people are getting back to the things we did in the 60s, 70s with our grandmothers, right? Doing preserves and getting the store, the pantry ready for the winter. And it's a beautiful, it's slowing down, and it's it's a beautiful thing. So
it is. I said that to my son because he was like, oh, well, the girls don't always eat all of this. And, and then I end up throwing it out, vegetables, fresh vegetables or whatever. And I said, freeze it.
Yes.
And he was just like,
make a soup.
Of course, right? Like that makes so much sense. You don't have to throw it out. If they aren't going to have it now, put half away, freeze it, and so, we're coming back to that. And I love it. It's a beautiful direction I think we need to go.
Sure is.
Thank you so much for being with us today. It has been an absolute pleasure to share your story and to hear. And it's not a story that I haven't heard before. Of course, once you've gone through something like that yourself, you do align with people like yourself and hear those same kind of stories. So it's beautiful. And thank you for the difference you're making in the world. It's awesome.
Thank you for sharing your story too.
Yes, thank you. So if anybody would like more information, reach out to Jen. You can go to her website, takebackyourhealth.ca. Again, getting in to see Jen might not be so easy, but, I'm sure she's got some awesome information on her site and can at least, maybe punch you in a direction of someone else that could get you started right away until getting in with her if it's kind of an emergency or something like that. So thank you. Thank you, Jen, for being with us.
Thanks, Virginia.
Today. You're very welcome. Take care.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye now. All right. That's so awesome. What a great story. Like I said, it's not a story that I haven't heard before, personally gone through, and I suppose still moving through, health challenges. And that's what it's all about. It's part of the journey. So quick, I'm sorry, I'm used to 30 minutes and we got 20 minutes now. So I got to stop talking so much. Our next guest is Kathleen Johnson, talking about nutritional psychiatry. Let's bring her up here. Hi, Kathleen.
Hi, how are you? Thank you.
Very good.
I'm so excited to be here.
Yes, thank you. I love how this whole lineup has got that health and everybody taking back their health. I love Jen being the first guest to have that as kind of the topic of conversation. So nutritional psychiatry. This is really kind of cool. I'm interested to hear more about this. So tell us about you and a little bit about your story.
Well, my name's Kathleen, and I'm the mother of 3 sons and been married for 31 years. And years ago, my husband and I were introduced to the concept of nutrition healing the body when our 5-year-old son at the time was suffering Barrett's esophagus. So basically had very bad GERD, and his stomach lining was growing over his vocal cords. And so we were in Hawaii for a conference, and someone brought it to our attention. This is the first time we'd ever heard it, that if we got rid of all of the chemicals, meat, dairy out of his diet, that in 6 months' time, he will not need a surgery. So we as parents thought we had nothing to lose. And we did that. And sure enough, 6 months later, he did not need a surgery. Long story short.
Wow.
And so that was powerful for us. And so
Yeah.
we maintained that for quite a while. And then, life kind of creeps back in, and, the kids want a hot dog, or they want something that, that other kids are eating. And so it kind of crept in. But about 8 years later, all the while, so all 3 of the boys have ADHD, and some of them have anxiety, and we were suffering some mental health stuff. And so our middle son, again, 13 years old, he was on a host of medications, psychotropic medications, heavy duty stuff.
Yeah.
He was collecting diagnoses as he was getting older, and he was getting more and more sick, more and more complex. They just didn't understand. And we just wanted to help him. We were seeking professional guidance and following what they were telling us to do. We were conflicted because we were down that road of more holistic energy work and metaphysics, but we didn't know what else to do. Our child was suffering. And so, but we noticed that he was just getting more and more sick. He wasn't getting better, and he was getting medications for side effects, and so, and so one day, school, basically, he was in a 40-kid special needs school by this age. We were looking at having to institutionalize him. That's how not well he was.
Oh my
God. I started seeking other ways. I said, this Western psychiatry is not the answer. And so we started seeing a nutritional psychiatrist who was putting him on some amino acids. I didn't ask too many questions. Back then, I think I was drowning as a mother with 3 sons, and this was the middle one that was the most acute. And so I think back, and I'm not science-minded. I wasn't back then. And so I just, I'm going to come to you, and you just tell me what to do, and I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
And he was—
You're in survival mode.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
And so he was put on some amino acids, and he was still on his traditional psychiatry regimen, and we were seeing both. Mm-hmm. And so I was disclosing to both, this is what we're doing, so that everyone was on the same page. And school was saying, he really needs to get these symptoms of ADHD under control. Like he's really suffering. He has no executive functioning. He's very impulsive. So went to the psychiatrist, and we had already been dealing with mood and anxiety and all of that. Mm-hmm. And so she said, okay, well, we'll give him a little bit of a stimulant to help with that. And they gave him a little stimulant, and we're driving in the car one day, and he is in a psychosis like I've never seen. He is psychotic. He is just delusional and hallucinating. And I started recording him as I'm driving down the street, because I said, this psychiatrist, what is going on? So I take it to the psychiatrist, and she says, I've never seen anything like that. So now I'm thinking my kid is even more complex. It's reinforcing that. And she says, that was just a baby dose. That should not have happened. Let me go ahead and give him a blood pressure medication, which is another way that we treat ADHD. So I said, okay, we'll try that. And next thing you know, his blood pressure is bottomed out. We're in the emergency room. It's 50/30. And as a mother, I'm just dumbfounded.
Right.
So I started to look on the internet at the things he was on from the nutritional perspective, all the amino acids and stuff. Yeah. And I found one that had blood pressure lowering properties and stimulant properties, same amino acid. And I said, and the light went off, and I said, oh my gosh, well, if this is doing this naturally, then why don't I increase the dose of this to get the desired result and forget about the synthetic?
Right.
And that's what I did. And it gave birth to a completely, a spark
Yes.
And I was off and running. I knew I was not science minded. I mean, I was a business major. I was very good at sales. I was very good at business, but science. So I literally had to teach myself. But a mama bear can teach herself anything.
That's right.
When you're trying to help your child,
That's right.
You can learn at lightning speeds.
Yes, ma'am, you can.
And so that's what I did is I started looking at the mechanisms of action on all of these meds he was on, and every route brought me back to amino acids.
Yes.
And I thought, okay. So then, I started researching big pharma, and of course, there's that big bad concept out there. And what I realized is that they were looking at the biological orthomolecular level and figuring out how they could synthetically create that. I'm sure there's a money component. If you can't patent it, you can't patent an amino acid, but you can patent a synthetic version of it.
Yeah.
And so over the course of a couple years and a lot of research, I probably have conservatively 20,000 hours of research before I even went to school. Okay. And I decided, okay, I need to go to school. I need to legitimize my knowledge and understanding so that I can help others. Because what I recognized is that there weren't places that did both. You have the holistic route, you have the traditional route, but the traditional route doesn't know anything about the holistic route. The holistic route doesn't know anything about the traditional route. And so there was no one to blend it. And that's what I needed. I needed someone to help me get my son off this crap.
Yes.
So that I could heal him.
Yes.
But no one had that knowledge. So for me, I went back, I decided, I was going to go naturopathic doctor, but the scope of practice, once I got done, wasn't going to be enough. I needed to be able to prescribe medications because I needed to be able to get people off of them.
Yes.
So I went back and I became a nurse practitioner in psychiatry. So I started back from, algebra in my 30s. I hadn't done algebra in years, and sociology and psychology. I was at the community college with 18-year-olds, but I didn't care because I was on a mission, and got my associate's in science, and then I got my bachelor, transferred to university, got my bachelor in science in nursing, and then went on to get my master's in science of nursing. And it was an 8.5 year journey. And now I'm finally practicing, and I am I love it. I love it because I'm able to help people.
Yes.
Now, there's a place for medication. That's what I did learn through my program.
Yes.
I was very anti-meds when I went into the program, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
But through that journey, I realized there's a place for medication.
Yeah.
But I think that we start medication too soon. I think that
I was just going to say that. I said it doesn't have to be the first response. It should be the last, in my opinion.
100%. And the body knows how to heal. And I learned that when my son was 5.
Yes.
And so if the body knows how to heal and the brain is part of the body, then certainly the brain knows how to heal. But why doesn't it heal? And what even happens to get it off kilter? And so there's a lot of studies and there's a lot of information. And my belief is that trauma knocks that nervous system off. And once that nervous system is knocked off, kind of like offline, it's struggling to get back. And it's that there's trauma sets this, and it doesn't have to be major trauma. It can be just your experience of, the neighborhood kid doesn't like me. It's you felt that deeply because you're an empath. There's a lot of reasons why we get this way. That's right.
Trauma is such a big word, and it can feel pretty heavy that someone listening right now could say, well, I've never had any trauma. But like you said, it's a big word, but it can be a little thing that just in that moment was a big deal for you,
know, and it changed the way you interacted with the world or seen the world or what have you. But so when the nervous system is jolted, it then the brain tries to make sense of it all. And sometimes at developmental ages, you can't make sense of it. It doesn't make sense, right? Yeah. And so the nervous system settles in, and it settles in tangled up. And so so then, your brain is trying to balance out. And our food supply, you just had a guest on, we're talking about food supply. Our food supply is so awful that, so a lot of people will say, well, I'm getting amino acids because it's basically just protein, right? I'm getting that from my food. Why isn't my brain balancing? And I say, well, it's the difference between breast milk and formula. Both babies get fed. One gets fed and uses that formula very easily and effortlessly, and the other one has to process through, and there's all sorts of things that has to happen before it's usable.
Yeah.
And so now you have an adult with this leaky gut, bringing back the gut-brain connection, and they're not absorbing their nutrients. They're not able to digest. They're constipated. Toxins are building up in the system. So all of this stuff that we're eating, even if it was great, sometimes doesn't make it to be usable by the brain.
Right. Right.
And so,
because you're with your nervous system out of whack, it's just like you said, it's part of the chaos. It's part of the, and I don't know where or who did this scientific study, but I recall after I had kind of gone through that with myself and understanding how food was really affecting my health and taking control of that. And there was a study done that tracked the signals between the brain and the rest of the body. And what they used to think was everything, the direction was coming from the brain to everywhere in the body. They actually said it's from the gut. There is more communication with any parts of our body from the gut than there is from any other point. And I was just like, wow.
Right.
So much sense.
Yes.
Like, unbelievable.
Yeah. My husband and I are actually getting ready to start an organic food forest in our yard. I'm so excited.
That's awesome.
Because, we want to have a better quality of food, because I have all of those, that fibromyalgia that no one could understand, which was just inflammation.
Yeah.
Go figure, just change your diet and so many things change. So that's what I love to do, is I love to bring that to my patients. First, I meet them where they're at, and there's no judgment in where they're at. If you've been on meds and you want to continue to be on meds, I'll help you. And if you're on meds and you want to get off meds, I'll do that. And if you come to me and you say, I'm having these struggles and I don't know what to do, I'll give you some options, because it doesn't necessarily need to be one way or the other, because it has to be right where you're at and what resonates with you.
Yeah.
But I'm always talking about how nutrition and sleep is our number one control alt delete for the brain. And so many people don't sleep, and people don't realize that sleep is your first predictor that something is really not settling right with the brain. Yes. If you're having trouble going to sleep, there's some anxiety. If you're waking up in the middle of the night, if you're not waking up to use the bathroom, or you're not uncomfortable with the temperature, that's depression. And so people don't realize it, they don't recognize it. And especially with COVID right now, it's incredible how many people are new to psychiatry that I'm seeing, and they're saying, I've never had depression before in my life. Well, we have all had a major jolt to our system with COVID, and we're all traumatized.
Yes.
But just like when you cut yourself, your brain knows how to heal that, or your body knows how to heal that. Your brain knows how to balance out. It's just, we got to put the right conditions. We got to give it the right basis of support.
Yes.
And then let it go ahead and do what it knows how to do.
That's right. And that sounds like that's very much what you do. You are meeting them where they are, helping them set that foundation of, and then, discovering what's the next step for them. Because you're right. It's not a one pill solves all. Mm-hmm. It's really about everyone being on that journey and understanding that our bodies didn't get to where we're at, whatever thing is happening or you're experiencing in that moment, it didn't get there overnight. And, and I had to remind myself that often when I was, lifestyle change for me and changing my diet, I committed to that, to cleanse and to get that out of my system. And I journaled every day for 9 months, everything I ate and drank, so that I listened to my body. So if I got a headache, if I had an upset stomach, whatever, inflammation.
Your body's talking to you.
That's right. Yes. That is the body. So I would go back to my journal and I would go, what did I eat over the last 3 days? Mm-hmm. Did I eat it every day? Did I eat it Was it something new that I haven't had for a couple of weeks? And I would go, okay. And it's an awareness.
Yes.
The awareness of knowing what you're putting in your body and truly listening to your body to understand how that food is affecting you.
Yes.
And once you have that awareness, it's a beautiful thing. You pay attention to what you're eating. And because, and like I had said, when I was speaking to Jen earlier, like our mothers used to say, you are what you eat. You truly, like, I would like to shake people sometimes to really make them understand that's no shit. Like, that's the truth.
Yeah.
But
somewhere about 40, 50, maybe even 60 years ago, we got it twisted. We no longer took accountability and responsibility for what we were doing to ourselves because there was a pill to fix it.
That's right.
And I think there's a shift now, and we're starting to take responsibility, but there's still that. My parents were born in the 30s. And so when their bodies were starting to, get those things going on, as the accumulation of drinking and smoking and, overeating or what have you, there's a pill for that.
Yes.
And that's, I think, the biggest thing that I'm up against is that I have a lot of people who come to me and they get it. But then there's some that just say, well, just give me something so I don't have to make any changes to what I'm doing.
Yes.
And I'm like, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Because I'm basically putting a Band-Aid on a wound that needs stitches.
Yeah. But there's sadly a lot of people that's where they're at in their journey, as just put a Band-Aid on it. I'm not ready to do the work. I'm not ready to look at it because this is a story that I've been told. And it's the story they're buying into, really, right?
It's a need. That story is meeting a need at that point for them.
And it's interesting because I recently had an experience with one of my sons. It's so funny how we align again on the health journey. I also have 3 boys. And that was part of the thing for me too. My middle son started having headaches and stuff. And so there, for me at that time, again, that understanding, and I got to get rid of sugar, and I got to, and so those challenges and those things that you go through and whatever. But my youngest son came to me, and this was a couple of months ago, because there was a family member that he was working with, and he was suggesting homeopathic treatment for cancer and to assist with that, and not to say, don't do the chemo, don't do the radiation, but use this to support your body through that process if that's the direction that you choose. And he came back to me after having that conversation with this person and just said, they looked at me like deer in headlights. Mm-hmm. Like that was just not even real. Mm-hmm. And he's like, why don't they know this? Mm-hmm. And I was just like, people only know what they know. Mm-hmm. And you have to understand that this because I, as your mom, bumped up against that block wall and chose a different path.
Right.
But not everybody does that.
Yeah.
And, and that's what our medicine and our whole system has shown us. Right. So it can be challenging. And that was kind of his first taste of somebody not getting it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and my kids have had similar experiences. So absolutely.
Yeah. That's beautiful. So where are you located, Kathleen?
So I have I'm in South Carolina.
Okay.
My practice is in Oregon.
Wow. Cool.
I'm a psych to Oregon, and I'm pending licensure in Colorado and Washington State.
Wow.
So, I get that you're in Canada, and I'm not sure how it works there, but in terms of here, I only have to be licensed in the state my patient is in.
I see.
So,
okay.
Yeah. So I don't see patients. In some states have full practice authority where nurse practitioners operate at the level of, at the same level as doctor. I can write a prescription. I don't have to be under a doctor, an MD, or anything like that. And so I really only work in the states that I can do that.
Yes.
Because as you can imagine, this is a different way to practice. It's not standard.
Yeah.
I have gotten my certifications to legitimize both sides. Yeah. And so, I choose to do it that way, but it is limited. Unfortunately, I know your audience is more broad, but I mean, And I don't know of many people who are doing it the way I'm doing it.
Well, and you know what? Kudos, because I think you are breaking ground here. You are where you are at this point in our time in our world because we do need to do things differently. We're seeing all that's happening in the world with our health systems, our education systems, our supply chain systems, everything like that. This is happening because it's breaking down. These are systems that have not been working for many, 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 many years. And we're done. It's time to rebuild. It's time to do it better because we are better. And so, you are a leader in this. And I'm sure that there are people out there that will watch this that will go, hey, that's something I could do to help the collective. That's something that, or I could, in some way add that to my my tools to help people. Because this is really about breaking new ground, setting new examples of how to help us move through illness and just be better
and what I call dis-ease. It's not disease, it's just dis-ease
within your body. That's right. Exactly. And we all have the power to heal. So wow, thank you so much that you are such a leader in this. I truly see you breaking ground and more people taking your lead. So we've got your website up here on the banner for people to reach out to you because I'm sure you're busy, but you are a wealth of information and I'm sure you have resources that maybe some of us don't have. So,
if someone is trying to reach me though, so that's the practice that I'm with. The easiest way to reach me would be at Kathleen at insightnorthwest.com. That's my email.
Okay, perfect. That's excellent.
So I just don't want the office to get a bunch of calls on this, and then they're looking at me going,
and they'll be like, what is going on?
Enough, as you can imagine with COVID. But Kathleen, Kathleen at insightnorthwest.com, and I'd be happy to help any way I can.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. Keep up the great work. It's awesome. Awesome to see.
Take care. Bye.
All right, you too. Bye now. Okay, so it's time for meditation. I went over again. Look at me, still stuck on the 30-minute slot. So today, I'm going to be real quick. We actually had a last minute cancellation. So, there's everything is perfect. And I decided to step in to offer a meditation just to help us to kind of ground and reconnect within ourselves. As we mentioned at the top of the show this morning, today is a big day in Canada. Our truckers are reuniting our country. It is a beautiful thing to see. There's so many supporters landing in the capital of Canada in Ottawa today. But with that, there's a lot of stress. There's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of fear. There's a lot of energies that are moving around, a lot of joy, a lot of love, a lot of support. Don't get me wrong. It's not all negative, but there's just a lot of energies going on today. And so I just wanted to take this moment to just maybe share this, and wherever you are in the world, let's just come together. Let's just connect and show our love, show our connection together. I don't know if Christine is joining me back up here for this or not, but I was mentioning earlier that I'm stepping into sound healing, and it's really kind of a super fun journey. A new bowl that I just purchased, a singing bowl, is this beautiful. I love it so much. So it's really been a fun journey. So I'm going to use the bowl a little bit today just to help us kind of focus. So when you hear this, it's really just about bringing your focus, connecting with the vibration, aligning your center, aligning your core, and sending out so much support to everyone who is just going through stuff right now. Supporting our truckers, supporting our people, our humanity, our world, and just coming together in a beautiful place of connection and love and happiness and joy. So, Christine, did you have anything to say, or shall we just jump into it?
No, I'm just really glad to be here. Go Truckers. We are holding space and energy for you. I really love that yesterday you and I joined that group on Telegram, and we are all Reiki energy healers, and we are just holding space for not only the next couple of days, but really for the weeks that are coming, because everybody's also, whatever happens in the government and such, but also that journey home too. So just know that you are really supported, and thank you.
Right. Okay. All right. So I'll just get myself set up here. If everybody can just close their eyes. And let's just take a couple of deep breaths. On the inhale, you're expanding. And with every exhale, you're relaxing, releasing, and letting go. And again, on the inhale, expanding, taking in that beautiful breath. And on the exhale, relaxing, melting, coming into yourself. On the inhale, starting to follow the breath as it comes into your body. And on the exhale, releasing all that no longer serves. And as you're relaxing into your breath, just following the air, following the passage through your body. Following the air and the breath all the way into your heart. With every inhale, feeling that expansion of love, happiness, joy. Just continue to feel that filling your heart with every inhale. Expanding your heart. Expanding that beautiful energy outside of your physical heart. Expanding that beautiful energy outside of your physical body. And just feel yourself continuing to breathe in love into your heart. Breathe in happiness, community. And with every exhale, feeling that beautiful vibration of love and happiness expanding further outside of our body. Breathing in love and expanding further outside of our heart, outside of our bodies, outside of our homes. Feel that vibration expanding outside of our towns, our cities. Just allowing that vibration, breathing in love, and breathing out through your heart, expanding so much love to our provinces, to our states, to our countries, expanding even further to our world, to our universe. And just sit and breathe in that and allow that energy to vibrate, carrying with the sounds of our beautiful singing bowl. Breathing in love and allowing that love to move from our heart all the way out. Carrying that beautiful vibration of peace, connectedness, community, within our homes, within our towns, within our world. relax into this vibration. Let it carry this love. Let it fill your heart. And now bringing your focus back to your breath, following your breath coming into your body. Noticing the sounds around you, feeling relaxed. You can come back to this moment and to this feeling at any time in your day. Wiggling your fingers, wiggling your toes. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes.
That was so beautiful.
That felt so good.
Something that came through earlier is a mantra for anyone that's feeling, the energies are high, or there will be dips in your emotions that are going to come. It's just, this moment matters. And
Yes.
I choose to respond, right? There's a lot that's going on. And so by being in this really calm, beautiful state, we talk about delicious meditations. Then what happens is the thinking part of your brain opens back up. Yeah. And you see more that's going on. Your intuition is really going to be able to drop in. You're clear. When we're in that fight or flight, the thinking part of our brain can shut down very easily because there's so much cortisol going through. So if you're feeling that or that overwhelm, you can listen back to the meditation. Just come back to your breath, to coming within, calm that breath down, and a lot will open up for you in that moment.
And I speak about consistency with meditation, and from a healing standpoint in your body. If you've watched a couple of the previous speakers, I've talked about my healing journey and food and the lifestyle change that I had to make in order to kind of help me along the way. And I must say that meditation has absolutely been a huge part of that healing journey. And it's really kind of the first step that helped me to open me up to hear my body, to hear my guides, to hear when I needed help and when I asked for it. So it is a beautiful thing. I recommend consistency being, meditation. The goal would be meditating for 15 minutes, 2 times a day. That's the goal. And creating the practice, you're not doing it wrong. It's everybody knows how to meditate. It's okay if you've got a busy brain some days. It's really about finding and creating the practice that feels good to you, because you are the one that's benefiting from what you're doing, not anyone else. And I shouldn't say not anyone else, because how we show up in the world, because meditation will absolutely change how you show up in the world. It helps to release the ick and the stick, the emotion, the part of the things that we have stuffed down in our bodies that have caused dis-ease, just needs to be released. So with a consistent meditation practice, you're allowing that energy to come up and out, and to move out, and to balance your chakras, to balance your nervous system. So it's very important to get into that consistent meditation practice that's going to help you do that. And it will assist and be such a huge addition to whatever other things, your modalities, whatever else you're moving with along your healing journey. Meditation is the number one thing that I could recommend. Your sleep. We talk about sleep. You will have better sleep. You will release stress. You will reduce anxiety. You will, again, those are all things of stuffed down energy. We need to release that. We need to have a way of getting that up and out. And for me, meditation has been that. It is not an instant, here's a pill. it'll fix it all that we talked about, but it is absolutely a spectacular tool to have along the journey, and consistency is the key. I mentioned earlier that I'm stepping into sound healing, and I'm super excited for where I'm being guided on this, because exactly that reason, that energy gets stuck, and the idea of the sound and the vibration helping to move that stuck energy without someone necessarily having to relive whatever that energy was about to begin with, right? So I'm just really excited to step into that. But for meditation, we mentioned it earlier. If you would like some support in starting your own meditation practice, please go to our website, www.healingsoulschool.com/programs. And on that screen, scroll down a little bit and you'll see free membership. Go on there, sign up for a free membership, and then you log in from our home screen, which is just healingsoulschool.com. There's a member login right there. Log in, and you will automatically, with your free membership, be assigned the course to 7 days to meditate, as well as guided meditations. So the 7 days to meditate is really a series of videos that just kind of supports you doing meditations, over a 7-day period to kind of help you get to that 15-minute mark, but also giving you different ways and suggestions on how to meditate or what can be factored into your meditation. Again, it's not necessarily how I do it. It's about you finding how you want to do it that helps you feel good in that moment. So it's really about that. So please, if meditation is on your list of things to do, then, that would be my recommendation. Create the membership and start with that. If I can support you in any way further than that, please don't hesitate to let me know. Christine and I have some beautiful courses that we're going to be launching over these next few months. And one of them will include, like a spiritual chat and meditation, and doing that together, and just evolving and growing and transforming. So I'll leave you with that. One last.
Also put up there for support this week on Clubhouse. So we are on Clubhouse, yes, and there will be some support there. If you're watching this and you need some support, send us a message either by our email, info@healingsoulschool, or on Clubhouse. We are running rooms this week. There's one 9:30 and Mondays and Fridays is all about healing. I'm in there live. You can ask questions. And there's also a group of us of over 100 energy healers that are helping to hold space for this convoy, this however long it's going to take. And so we can bring your name and whatever it is that you're feeling to this group. We don't even have to give them your name. We can just ask them to hold space for you, send Reiki, energy healing and such, and you're going to feel it. When Virginia was banging on the sound bowl, my whole body lit up in goosebumps. Yeah. I was feeling that energetic connection from it. I have goosebumps right now. This is how energy works. It's so beautiful. We don't even need to know your name. Obviously, we'll see it when you send us the message, but we can send an anonymous message for you of like, I need help in this area. Whatever it is, it doesn't even have to be about the convoy. You have access to us this week where you can get some added help. I would, take advantage of it. We are here for you.
Exactly. And one last thing I wanted to share. This morning, I came into my space here, and I loved how Sage, I saw her do a live one day, and she talked about going into her office space, and it's in her basement. And she said, I'm in the womb of the mother. I'm in, and I was just like, oh my gosh, I just so love that. And so that's how I see my office is downstairs in the basement. But, you can see I have, my stuff. I kind of create my little space. So when I came down here this morning, I lit my incense. I cleared my room. I checked in with my guides and with Source and asked them to help me show up in the best way that I am needed today. And that I wanted to pull a card. And so I went to my decks, because I have several oracle decks, and I said, which one of you has a message for today? And the deck that came to me was my Daily Guidance from Your Angels Oracle deck by Doreen Virtue. So I grabbed the deck and I really just closed my eyes and felt into the energy of everything around our world, the convoy, and just said, what is the message for the collective today? What can we do? What kind of support? What needs to be heard? And I pulled this card, and honestly, I was brought to tears. The card is called See Only Love. Now, how powerful is that at this moment in time? And the card reads, look past the seeming errors, mistakes, and misunderstandings, and see only the love within each person, including yourself. Your resolute focus upon the love that underlies every situation brings about healing in undreamed of ways. So I just thought I had to share that because it was exactly the perfect card for today. And I believe that was the intention with the meditation and with the vibration of the bowl, was to really send that message of love, not only here within Canada, but to everyone in our world. So yeah, thank you.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for that. We're going to continue on. We have another speaker and nurse that's coming up next to talk about our health. So I'm just going to change around some banners here for her. Yulia was not able to be with us today. She is supporting the convoy. And so her and I did an interview this week, and I had a chance to interview her. And so I'm just going to play back that interview. Before I do that, I just want to share her information here so that if you want to reach out to her, then you can scroll back and you can find her contact information and where to find her. So it's Yulia. Just make sure that I spelled that right. It looks, the dot over the I looks very big to me all of a sudden. So just making sure. Really lovely, lovely lady. And so let me share the screen here and play her interview. All right.
All right. Hello. And thank you so much, Yulia, for being with us. We met on Facebook in a group together. And I know that you are a nurse here in Ontario. And I really liked that you want to help people with their health. And so we know that you're a nurse now. Please share a little bit more about who you are and what you do.
So I am a registered nurse here in Ontario, and I am very passionate about educating people on how to better manage their health, whether it be a chronic illness or preventative measures to kind of keep them healthy and happy. My past experiences, I have experience in the hospital, in the community, in clinics, and more so in the hospital. Even when I was in school, I know there's a lot of people are there, just they don't know how to better manage their health. They were always, I'm sure, probably told to take a pill and it'll get better, but they don't know the fundamentals of how to better themselves and better themselves for their future. And it really is an investment to kind of take care of yourself while you're young so that you can live a much higher quality life as you get older. So that's kind of where I'm coming from and what I would like to do with anybody that wishes to approach me for my services.
Very cool. Good. And can you expand a little bit more about, being a nurse and being in the different places that you worked, including the hospital? What were some of the things that you were seeing where you were like, wow, I really want to help people in that area?
So I saw a lot of people with chronic illnesses like diabetes, heart disease, respiratory issues such as COPD, and it broke my heart because a lot of them were frustrated, they were in pain, they were uncomfortable, and there were a lot more that I wanted to do for them, even as a student when I knew that I couldn't. And I would just see a lot of the doctors coming in, telling them what's going on, leaving, and then going on to the next person. And I didn't and I would constantly see them coming back into the hospital for the same reasons or an exacerbated reason of their chronic illness. And seeing them coming in all the time, it made me kind of think, like, are we actually teaching them how to not come back into the hospital and get readmitted? Like, are we properly teaching them on discharge how to avoid coming back? Because who wants to constantly be a frequent flyer coming in and out of the hospital? So I think that, and then seeing a lot of their states, and you can visibly see when somebody is unhealthy. A lot of them were on the overweight side, and a lot of them, I mean, I'm sure if they exercise more or if they eat a little bit healthier and maybe had some support. I feel like that's the biggest thing too, is when you have support and you're given that motivation to kind of maybe make somebody happy. Like even in school, whenever I had a good professor and I wanted to really impress them and kind of not suck up to them a little bit, but just kind of make it be known that I'm a good student, I wanted to do better for them. So I feel like if maybe patients had nurses or, excuse me, any type of staff that they admired, maybe they wanted to kind of do a little bit more to kind of make them proud of them. So I tried, even when I was working in the hospitals, I tried motivating people like, hey, like, let's get up in that chair right now. Like, let's get your blood pumping. And I was a PSW before I was a nurse, and there were some exercises that I would do with clients. And, you know, who wouldn't want to exercise with someone that's, you know, up and bubbly and happy and whatnot. So I think the education I really wanted to help people with, I wanted to motivate them, and just seeing when they want to do it with me and when they want to, I guess, put a smile on my face, it made it so worth it. And it made me want to do it that much more. So I want people to be comfortable around me, to be vulnerable, to want my help. And I want nothing more than to help them to get them healthier, not have them step foot in a hospital ever again if that's possible. And just knowledge is power. So I think the more that I would teach them and the more that I would help them avoid those ailments, just the happier that they'd be all around, I think.
I love your passion. I love that you're doing it for the sake of helping people and not for a career to earn a paycheck or something like that. Like, it really, you and I have had a longer private conversation. It just, it really comes out how you really do care about people, and you want to see them to get for them to get ahead and not be those repeat frequent flyers, you know, to a doctor or hospital or something like that. Because you're right, we can take ownership. Definitely, you know, a hospital and doctors and that, they have their place for sure, but really it starts at home. You know, what can we do at home to help improve our health and the movement?
Right.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, super. So as far as like tips or in managing your health, where would someone start? You know, maybe some tips we could have.
I think doing some research on, if you have a chronic illness to begin with, say you have diabetes, I think really understanding and maybe it's a bit much, understanding the physiology of it. So kind of really breaking it down, even high blood pressure, like what does that mean? And because more often than not, people are kind of given not a wishy-washy description, but I forget what my profs called it, but pretty much a dumbed down version of what it is, which makes sense because not everybody understands those medical terms. But I think really knowing the nitty-gritty of your illness would really benefit you, because then you can look at alternative measures of how to better manage it. I think in terms of preventative measures, looking into maybe seeing what you need more help with. So say, for an example, if you struggle with sleep, I'm one of those people who don't sleep very well. So I try looking for different things to help me sleep better. Or maybe you have issues with your gut, you're running in and out of the bathroom, or you're having trouble in the bathroom, stuff like that. I think doing the research and looking at maybe what causes it, and then looking at more natural things that can maybe help it. So for an example, maybe you have issues with, for an example, type 2 diabetes. So that's a very manageable, modifiable, modifiable chronic illness that can be better treated with diet and exercise. So I think looking more into what causes it, what's happening in your body, looking at it and thinking, okay, so it's not something that can't be controlled, because you don't really want to be on medication or even on insulin for the rest of your life to manage this illness. So looking at what foods you can eat, what foods you can't eat, and then how to exercise for your body and for your type and for your level of fitness at that moment would really be helpful. And then maybe, for an example, for sleep, looking at, I know it's one of those things that
I don't know if everybody can hear me. Hi, everybody. I think the video froze, so I'm not sure what's going on there. But you know what? We'll just leave that where it is for now and come back to that. So thank you to Yulia for sharing all that information. And really, you know, that's been a beautiful contribution to our morning of really taking back your health and really learning and understanding that there isn't just one answer. You know, that everybody has a journey, and it's about you finding what feels right to you and just taking that step, right? That's the biggest thing, is deciding that you're taking back control, and then deciding on what the first step is and doing it and following through. So thank you, Yulia, for that. That was beautiful. We have our next guest backstage. So Tennille, just bear with me a second while I pull up the banner here. There we go. And we'll bring her up stage. Hi. Now, am I saying your name right, Tennille?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm backstage, probably totally dating myself, going, why does that name sound familiar? And I remember as a kid, the Captain and Tennille. And I was like,
yes, I heard that a lot growing up as a child. And it's so interesting now that I'm older and I say it to people, they look at me like, who's that? So it's interesting as you get older. Obviously, the younger crowd do not know Captain and Tennille.
Don't get it. Yeah, running into that a lot lately. So. Yeah. Well, welcome. Thank you for being with us today. And it's a beautiful name. I don't hear it very often. So yeah, that brought me back to my childhood.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you guys for inviting Mama Bears here today. We're just going to talk a little bit about what Mama Bears Project is and sort of what are some of the things that we do. And then we can kind of go from there, if that works for everybody.
That works. Let's do it.
Perfect. All right. So the Mama Bears Project was created to provide credible resources for parents who have legitimate concerns about the lack of long-term safety data for the COVID-19 vaccine for children. The organization initially started as a grassroots movement of concerned moms. And recently we partnered with an organization called Police on Guard. Terry Hayter, who is a member of Police on Guard. She's also our national coordinator for Mama Bears. Today she's in Ottawa with the Truckers for Freedom Convoy, so she's unable to be here. So I came to share a little bit about what we're doing. We're also partnered with several other organizations with leading healthcare professionals, scientists, doctors. When we partnered with Mama Bears or with Police on Guard nationally, it helped us to grow quickly. So initially it was just sort of a regional thing, a few Mama Bears handing out flyers, putting up stickers at bus stops. And now we're across the entire country. And we have a few hundred volunteers with the organization. And so our main message at Mama Bears is it's okay to wait. We know that healthy children are not an at-risk group for negative outcomes of the virus, and that it can be extremely difficult for parents to make an informed decision. As you know, there is a ton of information online. There's a lot of misinformation online as well. And so what we want to do is give parents the ability to do their own homework. Censorship is a really big issue that we're facing right now. Asking questions sometimes results in some inappropriate labels. It also creates a lot of fear for people to ask questions. And when it comes to your children, you want to be able to talk to professionals and go online and find valuable information. But unfortunately, we are at sort of a pivotal moment in the information age where it is kind of challenging to sift through what data exists, what studies have been done. And so what we have done is we have partnered with these other organizations that, again, it's doctors, it's nurses, it's scientists who are very credible, who've had a long history in immunology, vaccinology. And so we get our information from them. So we don't actually create any studies. We don't create the content. We pull together resources. And then what we do is we have a few hundred volunteers across the country that have boots on the ground. We hand out things like this, which is a basic business card style. It says it's okay to wait. On the back has a QR code, and then obviously our website as well for those that aren't not familiar with QR codes. And it essentially takes them to the site where they're able to watch videos, articles, and then we do have some action items on there as well, which gives parents letters they can copy and paste, send to school, sports organization, and things like that. So essentially, we're like a hub of information. Like I said, we don't actually create any of the content, but we work with organizations that do. And so that's kind of where we're at there. One of the things that we've noticed over the last few months, again, we've got a lot of feet on the ground, and we talk to a lot of parents, a lot of kids. And so one of the biggest things that we've noticed talking to people is that parents and children are obviously physically and mentally exhausted from the pandemic. And so what happens as a result of the fatigue from this, because we're now approaching 2 years, is sometimes you just want to get it over with, right? And so the messaging that has been relayed and promoted is return to normal, do your part, help the community, protect everyone. And so sometimes it's easier to just say, okay, I want to do this just to get back to normal. I want my kids out of the house. I don't want to homeschool. They need to play sports again. And so what happens is they don't weigh the risks. And the problem with that long-term could mean 10, 20 years from now, we may look back and say, we didn't have enough information. And some of the side effects may be life-altering. And so, you know, one of the things that we believe as an organization of volunteers is that where there is risk, there must be choice.
Yes. Bingo. Exactly. And congratulations. Good for you for stepping forward and creating this platform for parents to come to, because I don't know if you caught any of the previous guests. I mean, a lot of our guests already today have been talking about health and how to take your own health back. And a couple of stories that we heard. I mean, for me, that journey to finding health within me, you know, because I bumped up against the medical system and it wasn't working for me. I was getting sicker. So it was a motivation, but I got to tell you, it took several years for me to really grab on hold of it, because I was so stuck in with that society dictating, you know, we have to survive. I got to go to work. I got to pay the bills. I got to, you know, you kind of get caught in that survival mode. But when it's your children, it's and I love the title Mama Bears, because that is it, man. When your children are moving through something, Mama Bear like steps up, and it's a whole new ball game. And so this is fantastic, because you're right. There's so much information out there right now, and we've been led to believe one thing, and I really believe that, you know, there are other options. There are better ways, that this is really just, again, I mentioned it before, this is just a sign of our systems breaking down. They haven't worked for years. They have to come down in order for us to rebuild them better and in a way that suits us and helps us grow and heal. So having this is fantastic, because for those mama bears out there that are now, like you said, like, what? My kids got to have this to do this. And it's got to, you know, what a great resource. I absolutely love that.
Well, I think the biggest challenge too is how do you trust the narrative around health and safety when, if we look at some of these mandates that have occurred in the last couple of years, some of the measures that have been taken, you know, we're closing schools and we're opening schools, we're closing schools, kids can't go to sports. Now you have to have a passport to go to sports if you're over 12. Parents can't watch their kids at sports. So there's all these measures that don't really vindicate that we should be healthy at all. You know, when you look at when we initially locked down 2 years ago, they closed, you know, mental health resources and addiction services. AA was closed, yet liquor stores continued to be open. So I have a hard time trusting that the government wants to keep me safe and healthy when they've initiated a passport as recent as September that says you have to have this injection in order to go to the gym. You know, but feel free to go to McDonald's anytime you like.
Yes.
Have it delivered to your door. Feed your kids as much junk food as possible. We're not looking at solutions, like real solutions that are long-term and that are going to enable families to actually take care of themselves. We're not empowering children to look out for themselves and give, you know, and give them an opportunity to make healthy choices. A friend of mine is playing hockey in Georgia right now. And he went and spoke at a school. So it's professional hockey. So he went and spoke at a school recently, and a bunch of little kids. And he was so excited. He was sending me pictures. And then he sent me a picture of the lunch table. So these are packed lunches that parents assemble for their kids to, you know, survive through the day. And there was not one thing in there that was actually food. It was everything packaged, processed. Like I didn't even see a sandwich, you know, and it was really heartbreaking because it made me think to myself, you know, my children are older. They're young adults now. So we've already gone through the whole school age thing. And I get it. Kids like treats, they like snacks, but we're feeding them that stuff continuously. And, you know, we're not giving them enough nutrition. So again, there are no programs that are really promoting health and advocating for children to say, you know what, I'd rather eat this because I know what this does for me long-term versus what this does, which is an immediate quick fix of something in a bag or a package that one can consume and hope for the best, right? And so again, you know, the narrative is all about health and safety, but I have yet to see anything to date that
supports that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I agree. 100%.
So this event that you guys put on here is excellent because it's valuable resources and information. We need to start thinking for ourselves.
Yes.
We need to start doing our own research. We need to start questioning things. And it's okay to say, I need a second opinion. And sometimes that's a holistic approach. And I think that that's extremely important. Again, we have to look at what we eat on a regular basis. We have to look at what we, you know, the stress levels and how much we work, how much downtime do we get, and what does that downtime look like? You know, Netflix for 4-hour binges is no solution to great mental health either, right? So
exactly, and not that 4-hour binges aren't acceptable, but you know, not every day.
Exactly.
You know, like it's also kind of finding that sweet spot, right? But you are so right. This is really, you know, like you said, they talk about, you know, they have our health and our wellness at hand, but I agree 100%. I have not seen anything that any governments in the world are doing to support you in that, right? And for us at the Healing Soul School and creating this Conscious Business Showcase, it's really, and this is where we are as a collective, we have to come back to ourselves. The answers aren't out there.
That's right.
The answers are in here. You just have to tap in. You just got to reconnect, right? We've got to stop going to external places for the answers for everything. Not that, and that's what we're here for. That's what you're there for. You are resources that people can come to learn next steps and to pick up new tools and tricks that they can use to do that and to make those decisions in the best way, because we have to understand that we only know what we know. We only know what we know. And if we look at what's been happening in the narrative that's been playing for the last 2 years, it has not been about our health. So what is our entire life up till now? Have we been being taught about our health? Have we been being taught how to connect and to understand how to heal ourselves and how to ask those questions and how to eat properly? You know, now it's like, what? Now it's starting to blow the roof off, because you know what? I'm asking a whole lot of questions here. Yeah. This doesn't make sense. This just isn't the last 2 years. This is hundreds of years of, you know, I don't like the word programming. That's certainly what it feels like, you know, that this is right. This is fair. This is good. This is, you know, and we've accepted that because we've all been so pushed to live in survival mode that we have not had the chance to really just stop and sit down and look at it without fear, without anxiety, and go, is this right? Is this right for me? Not anybody else. Is this right for me and my family and my children, right? So thank you. This is just beautiful. I love that you guys are doing this, and that you're also out there in Ottawa today. I would have loved to have gone. You know, of course, this kind of transpired pretty quickly, and you know, our showcase and everything like that. So I wasn't able to attend, but yeah, I'm totally there in spirit.
Yes, we have mama bears across the country, you know, rallying behind the truckers who are obviously supporting removing the mandates, which is essentially what it's about, right?
Yeah.
And so we're pretty fortunate that we do have quite a few in Ottawa as well, and everyone's donating and contributing and trying to help, you know, with the initiative, which is important. But I wanted to get back quickly to something that we're working on with Mama Bears. Again, it started grassroots just a few months ago. We were in a bit of an urgent state because we were trying to get ahead of the Health Canada approval for 5 to 11-year-olds. And fortunately, we did by about a few weeks. And so once that approval came in, that was our main focus, was essentially getting as much content and information and partnering with organizations to create valuable resources so that parents could do their own research and hopefully wait. And so since that has started a few months ago, we're now in a different place after talking to parents and kids, volunteers. I mean, we've met some of the most remarkable people that are just loving and so committed to helping educate others. And one of the biggest things we've discovered, and I'm sure most people are aware of it, which is we're in a mental health crisis. Our children, our teens, our young adults, and it's devastating to know what these impacts are having. I mean, these mandates from masking to lockdowns, they're having a significant impact. Again, it's a yo-yo effect. The kids are going to school one week, they're online the next. Parents are juggling work. I mean, there's so many problems that have come from this, and we're not addressing the problem or providing adequate resources. And I can say this from a personal standpoint. Again, I'm a mom of 2 kids, and my youngest son just turned 19 this past summer and has struggled with mental health. And we have had to, you know, go to the hospital a few times, and unfortunately, there's not a lot of help. It's here's a prescription. This is the solution. And when you question a psychiatrist with regards to, okay, well, here's a prescription, what's the diagnosis? You can find yourself in a little bit of hot water really quickly, unfortunately. And so one of the things that, like from our own personal experience, we've learned is there just isn't an adequate amount of resources. I think everyone's just in survival mode, like you said. And so what happens is we're just trying to get by day, but we're missing some important maybe cues from our kids, or we're not even able to see what's really going on with them. And so we've assembled a team of healthcare professionals, teachers, and we're working on creating mental health resources for kids and for parents, because again, we forget about the kids sometimes, and sometimes we forget about the parents, and the needs are very different. And so we want to create coping strategies, interactive and engaging programs that kids can feel good about themselves, feel empowered to say how they feel, what's bothering them. We really want to put ourselves in their shoes. How do they feel about wearing masks? Has anybody even asked them? Are we just putting it on them and making them go to school for 6 hours wearing it? How do they feel about not being able to go to sports or play with their friends or miss a birthday party? I mean, these things are going to have, a long-term effect. And there's only studies coming out just recently and doctors speaking out about this is a crisis and we're overlooking it. And so this is something that I'm really passionate about because, again, it's affected our lives personally. The mandates have really been the hardest thing for my kids because they're supposed to be socializing, having a good time, being young and having fun. But then I think, what about an 8-year-old or a 6-year-old? And what is it like for them? So we're interviewing children because we want to know from them. We don't want to ask their parents. We want to ask them, how do you feel? What are some of the things you struggle with? How do you cope with some of these things? What do you miss about the way things used to be? Is it seeing someone smile, or is it, giving a hug to grandma? What are some of those things? And so we're sort of in the research and development phase right now. But if there is anybody that's speaking here today that would love to contribute, we're open to ideas. We're open to building a bigger team for the mental health aspect. Because again, it's really important. It's critical. And you can visit our website, mamabearsproject.com, if you want to get involved. We'd love to have you. We want to obviously provide resources around holistic health, meditation, a lot of things that are a little bit outside the norm, because what is the norm anyway? And I think that's what's really important too, is that we provide not just your scientific medical direction, but what are some other things you could be doing that can help you cope with the day-to-day or with a lot of the uncertainty and changes.
And Tennille, I just want to say, I know I missed my good old internet decided to reboot right at that moment. So I missed the little bit about the new project that you were launching. But when I hear you speak and offering resources, I just want to come out right here and say, I coach meditation. I help people to get a meditation practice going that helps with anxiety, helps release stress, and helps with that reconnection back into themselves to answer those questions that we have along the way. And I would absolutely support doing this for children. If that's a resource that's needed in your world, I'm happy to set up Zoom calls and whatever, please reach out to me if that's an area that I can help.
Absolutely. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. Because I do believe that these are tools that children need to be taught, right? These are simple tools of, again, all of the answers are in here. We have to stop looking out to the external for the answers. That's right. And the external is there to support and to guide and to offer tools, but the answers are all within us. So teaching our children how, meditation is just one way for reconnection, but it's a huge way. And sometimes for children can be an easy way just to kind of allow them that time and space to drop in and reconnect with themselves if they're just shown how. And so, yeah, I'm happy to offer that if that's a resource that will help you guys. I'm 100% behind that. 100%.
Absolutely. Thank you.
That's so great. Beautiful. Sorry, Christine and I both had our internets go wobbly all at the same time. It's like, man, sheepers. So, because I kind of missed the whole project. What was the name of the new project that you're launching?
It's still under Mama Bear's Project.
Okay.
It's focused specifically on mental health, coping strategies, and interactive tools. We also have a social program we're working on with an organization called Canada Rise, and it's specifically focused on teenagers and young adults and socializing online, and then building a social network in person, because getting together is really, really critical. I belong to a group here in Waterloo Region, and we have a lot of social events. And I think that that's really helped us sort of stay strong throughout all of this. And then again, build new friendships and be able to lean on someone when you need an ear, a hug, a shoulder to cry on. I mean, everyone's going through something. And so community is important. And so we're working on a program with Canada Rise. It's going to be called Teen Rise. And they've already begun the process of setting that up. And it's a verified program, or a verified platform, I should say, where you'll log in. Every user is verified, invite only. We want to build a safe online community, and then hopefully get to the social aspect and getting kids playing again and interacting again in person and safely, of course. But that's kind of where we're at with that program as well.
That's beautiful. Yeah, I love it. And as I say, the mental health part of it, I believe meditation can be a huge support for people through that avenue. And again, even for teenagers, helping them deal with the anxieties and the fear and the things that kind of come up around this sometimes. So, wow, that's so beautiful. I absolutely love it. And it really is about community. And I love that you're taking this initiative to create this safe place for them, because it's hard to do to physically get together, right? Yes. And because everybody has their different feelings, fears, happiness, whatever. But it really is about community. And I know for Christine and I, that's why that's the Conscious Business Showcase. That's the Healing Soul School, because that's exactly what we feel, is that we have to have a space where we can come together with people like-minded and just be ourselves and just be, happy and communicative, and and we feel the same, that this year we are also moving into physical. We need to come into the physical. We need to have physical events where our tribe can come together, because although this is beautiful, and I love that Zoom and StreamYard and all these fancy systems came online to support us so that we could communicate with our families and with loved ones. I personally went for 15 months without seeing any of my family. I was in another country. So I am grateful for Zoom and Messenger and all those things out there that allowed me to connect with them still, visibly. But yeah, you're right. We need that physical connection now. We need to, enough is enough. We need to come back to gathering and connecting together. So that's fantastic. I love your initiative, and you have our email, so anything that I can do to help, or if you want to ask if I can support somewhere, please don't hesitate to reach out. It's such an important thing.
I want to say thank you as well for what you're doing. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, just we're behind you. We're here as supporters. If you need a message shared, we are connected. We have community, and so we stand with you as well. And thank you for all you and Terry are doing, plus all of the others. I know it definitely takes a big village to run a program like that. And just thank you as someone who raises a 9-year-old in the system right now, and the whole masks and not being able to go to sporting events and stuff like that. And Virginia also having 2 little ones, her grandchildren, we're there with you, and thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate the support and the invite today. And like I said, if anybody wants to get involved, there's lots of help that's needed at all times, and just come to the website and we have a volunteer form there.
Awesome. Love it.
Wonderful. Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right. That was beautiful. And we have, sorry, I'm a little discombobulated at the moment because of our weird internet wobble. So I think Christine is coming back on, but I don't know. We're just going to kind of hang out. I'm not sure. I think we have, well, you know what? We had Katy that was supposed to be coming up next, but I don't see her with us. However, the beautiful Karina is in the background. So Karina, if you're okay, I'm going to bring you upstage. Okay, there she is.
I hope I didn't join too early. I thought I would just journal while I was waiting.
Well,
so
it's funny. No, it's funny that you did, because the other person that was supposed to be on at 11 is not here. So
okay.
So we're going with you.
I'll jump in. I'm the queen of chaos. Let's do this.
And you're showing up at the perfect time. So I'm saying we just roll with this, sister.
I mean, this witch, right? No.
That's right. This is your spot. You got it.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so fun. So welcome to Karina Osborne. She is our, as Christine calls it, our adoptive witch. We have adopted Karina into the Healing Soul School. We just love your magic. Christine and I are a part of your Visioning Through 2022 program that started last night. And we're so very interested in learning and understanding and the earth cycles, the celebrations, all of this stuff, because I think for both Christine and I, we would like to host that kind of a stuff. We would like to bring people together for these festivals. And when we're talking, when I was talking earlier to Tennille about bringing it into the physical in 2022, we want to have events in that, we're coming together, community, and this is a perfect example of how to honor the earth and honor life here. And and I, and that's just my vision of it. But when you explain it, it's just like, it's just so much more. So tell us about what is it? And I know Christine, and we had put it on our flyer initially, the Year of Pagan Earth Festivals. And it's just like, that is super cool. How does that work? So, let's get into that. Oh, Katy is backstage now.
Oh yeah. Okay. Goodness. I'll jump out.
You sure? All right.
I'll jump out and we'll get
we'll
to
swap it out.
Okay. I'll see you in a bit.
Okay. Oh my gosh. We're having far too much fun up here. All right, Katy, you made it. Let's bring you up stage.
Oh goodness, having some technical issues myself today.
Hey, you know what? We've just been doing the same thing. I'm just trying to find your banner here. Bear with me a second.
Like I couldn't do it on my laptop, but I got it on my phone. So I'm like, what?
I know, right?
Join.
Yeah. I know, it's crazy. And Christine and I have had, technical issues already this morning too. We've both been booted off and back on. And so if all of a sudden I disappear, just keep on talking.
Okay, I will.
So thank you, Katy, for being here. I appreciate you showing up today. And what a perfect time. Christine and I were joking a little bit earlier about how we really don't plan the Conscious Business Showcase. People just show up in our feeds, in our world, and we're like, hey, cool, you do something awesome. What is that? Let's share that with the world. Let's, do you want to come on our show? So as we're getting close to, the week leading up to this, and we're starting to see the speakers are lining up, and we're like, wow, like everybody is talking about nutrition. Everybody's talking about health. Everybody, like, we don't plan this stuff half the time. So it's super cool how, we just trust the universe brings together the people that we need and what the collective needs to hear. And here you are today, showing up. So, and I am behind you 100%. Food is medicine.
Yes.
Oh my God. Yes. So tell us, I'm sure you've got a fantastic story that launched you onto this. So please tell us a little bit about you.
Well, thank you first for having me here and letting me share my story. And I was noticing that in the lineup, I'm like, oh, there's a lot of people talking about nutrition. I'm like, okay. And then I listened to a couple of speakers this morning. I'm like, yeah, we're all talking about nutrition and health. So that's synchronicity, right? I'm trying to embrace that. So I now am an integrated nutritionist, and I'll tell you how I got there. I grew up being an athlete, real active, no significant problems. After I had my first child, they said, oh, you have some hormonal imbalances. Take this antidepressant. I went, okay, because that's what I did. The doctor tells you to take, let me do.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it helped a little bit, but That started a very long, about 15 years of having one health issue after another, going to the doctor and getting a pill and not feeling better. And not, I was an athlete, so I thought I knew how to take care of my body. But what I did know was how to eat to lose weight.
Yes.
That's what I knew, and how to
Mm.
eat to perform.
Right.
And, that's all I really knew. It wasn't really taking care of myself. And I didn't understand that at that time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So finally, I keep getting, I have these injuries that won't heal. I keep getting all these diagnoses. Finally, I get a diagnosis of, fibromyalgia and then Hashimoto's. And that was the big one. And I'm like, okay, what's going on? I have an autoimmune disease. My body is attacking itself. What is going on? And
because that's the common mistake, right? And you said it at the beginning. They told me to take this pill. So I did, because that's what we were taught.
Yeah.
Was that they're helping us.
Right.
And, and then we have to ask ourselves, this isn't helping me. But because as you take it, and over time, you're taking more. Here, try this. Here, try this. Here, oh, I've got this side effect. Take this for that side effect. Well, like what? The heck, right? So sorry.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. I mean, that's part of my story and my passion. Like, we're not truly taught how to take care of our bodies or our minds. And then we start to get sick. We're treating symptoms instead of addressing the issue. Yep. And that's really my message now, is to address the issue. Like, there's so many things we can do at home before you have to go to the doctor. Doctor and pharmaceuticals are great for life-saving. People need surgeries, blah, blah, blah. Yep. But you don't need it because you have a headache, or because, you have indigestion, or, there are things we can do at home. And that's really my message. And so what I found first as a healing for me was the nutrition, because I knew, I said, think back to a time when you felt good. Okay. I felt good when I was exercising every day, eating whole foods, organic. So I went back to that. And even that didn't make me feel better. And that was really alarming to me. That was like bells, like, oh my gosh, what's going on? I couldn't sleep but a couple hours a night. I had to quit my job. I was really sick. And I'm like, what happened to this girl? What happened?
Yes.
And so I started doing an elimination diet. I had food sensitivities. I now help coach women through that type of thing, because a lot of times if you're eating something every day that irritates you, that's problematic.
Yes.
And
sometimes if you're eating it every day, you don't realize that it is the problem.
Right. You start to assume that what you feel in your body is normal because you felt it all the time. And I had to come to some realizations like, hey, that's not normal. Just because you feel that way. And I have to tell people that just because you felt this all your life doesn't mean that's the way you should feel, or that it's correct or healthy or good.
Because we only know what we know.
We only know what we know, right? And we can only do better. So once I started, I found nutrition. I found a functional doctor who could help me with my hormones, because I had some stuff going on inside of me that needed correcting, right? While the antidepressant does, help slight hormonal imbalances, it didn't fix the problem, right? We fixed the problem. That's helped so much. I've gotten off so many medications. My quality of life has just changed so much. Yeah. And so, like I said, I started with the nutrition. I made sure that everything medically was where it needed to be, right? With a doctor who was looking at the issues, not just another prescription.
Right.
And then I started looking at, emotional healing and mental health, and realizing some of my habits and the things that got me to where I was because I didn't have healthy coping strategies. I've heard us talk a lot about kids today. They are under more stress than any kids throughout history.
Yeah.
And we're going to we already do have a mental health crisis. So people need to learn how to pause for 5 minutes, take a breath, lower your cortisol. People think, I just want you to tell me what to eat. And I'm like, well, you can't just eat good food. You have to rest your body. You have to lower your cortisol and your stress hormones in your body. It's not just about eating an apple versus a hamburger, right?
Right. Yes, exactly.
You have to have a spiritual practice. You have to get in nature. You have to have a well-balanced, life.
Yes.
You have to have some joy. You know, we're all struggling with relationships, social life, those things, but all those things are important. You know, it's not just one thing. I just use nutrition as my in.
Yeah.
And so I explain that to people when I, you know, go to work with them. Like, I'm not just going to tell you to eat fruit rather than McDonald's. You know, we look at all these things because they all matter, right? For your health.
It's not just
mental
one
health,
prescription. It's
right. Mental health,
a,
physical health, it
yeah.
all works together. So that's kind of my story and kind of what I do.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you brought up a good point about nutrition for yourself and on your journey. You thought that you were eating healthy. And I can relate to that because I had been on a long journey myself, kind of bumping up against the medical system and trying to get them to not keep giving me a pill and to help me understand what was going on. And again, you know, at that time when those challenges were happening in my life, I lived in a household of 7 people, 4 kids, my husband, myself, and my mom. And so I was, you know, the cook, cleaner, and bottle washer. So, you know, and I was dealing with, my daughter had a peanut allergy. She had soy allergy. My son, one of my sons was, and my husband were intolerant to dairy. Wow. Sugar was just not good for any of us. So I, you know, as mom, you know, and then my mom was aging. So I was watching her, she had heart disease. So I'm watching her salt intake. I'm watching her, you know, and, you know, I was so busy taking care of everybody else that, you know, they would say you need to eliminate grains from your diet or you need to eliminate dairy from your diet. It's like, man, I already cook like 3 meals every time, 3 different meals every time I cook, just so that somebody has got something to eat, you know, like so that there was a variety. And I thought I was doing good. I mean, I followed that. I mentioned this earlier. When you go into a grocery store, do not go up and down the aisles for food. The only food that you buy is on the 4 outside walls of that store. That's it. Fresh meat, fresh vegetables, fresh food. That's the only thing that you buy is from those 4 outside walls. So I've always remembered that. And, you know, and I cooked more from scratch. I didn't buy, you know, not that I'm not guilty. I'm guilty of, yeah, sometimes the kids wanted those, you know, pizza pops or whatever. And they would eat those when they got home from school because that tied them over until I got home and made a big dinner.
Well,
you know?
I mean, you can't totally deprive yourself of everything.
Exactly. And but you know, it's about, I was doing all of this and I was eating it myself and I was trying to stick with whole grains and I was trying to find that balance because of what we were taught here in Canada. The Canada Food Guide tells you that you should have this and whatever. And through that journey, when I, you know, fast forward a little bit, my husband and I were living in Panama. The kids were all moved out, you know, and everything was good. And being in Panama, that was one of the things for me was we are going to be forced to eat healthy. No cheating, no stopping at those fast food joints because we're out in the country and they're not on every corner.
Right.
And, you know, and they, you know, in Panama, it's not the same kind of fast food as like it is here. You know, yes, they have McDonald's and Kentucky Fried Chicken and, you know, don't get me wrong, but it's everywhere here,
right.
You know, whereas there it's different in the sense that it is homemade food. It's just a little vendor, you know, it's just a little vendor and whatever. But and then I started to have my health issues and gallbladder attacks. And here I had been there, you know, for almost 2 years. And I'm like, what? Like I'm eating what I know to be healthy. And now I'm having these issues that I know are coming from my gut and from what I'm eating. So what am I doing wrong? And I think that's what is such a big problem that I noticed for myself and for so many people that I've talked to is that they don't understand what is good eating, what is nutritional, you know,
right. And so much of it is individual too. Yeah. You know, like you mentioned the gut, so much of it's individual. And so I have to really, when people say, oh, my friend tried such and such and it worked for them and I tried, it didn't work for me. Well, you're not the same person.
Exactly. Yes.
And that's why doctors prescribe pharmaceuticals because they've tested them on people and they act the same on everyone and they know the outcomes. Right. It's a predicted outcome. for me, maybe I need to eat 3 fruits a day and you need to eat no fruits a day. And to
Right.
figure that out, we have to go through a coaching program. We have to go through eliminations. You have to diary. You have to figure it out. And
Yes.
that's what I help people do, because
Yes.
what's healthy for you is not healthy for me. What's healthy for my husband is not healthy for my daughters. Like, we all eat differently.
Yes.
We all have different nutritional needs at different times in your life.
Yes.
And just all kinds of things. So that's what's really hard, is getting people to understand is all these things are good, but maybe this particular thing's not good for you. And you have to figure out what's good for you. Just like I heard you talking about learning to meditate and what works for you. And, movement, if you go do exercise every day and you hate it, that's not helping you. Find something you
Exactly.
like.
Yeah.
If you like to walk your dog, walk your dog.
That's right. Exactly. It's finding that thing that works for you. And
Right.
you're exactly right, because what I eat is not necessarily what my husband eats. Don't get me wrong, I'm not cooking 2 different meals every single time, but there are some variants in his meal compared to mine,
Right.
because of what our systems do better with. And I think that's the biggest problem. Where are you located again, Katy?
I'm in Houston, Texas.
Okay, I thought it was Texas, but I thought I better check.
Yeah.
So here in Canada, we have the Canada Food Guide, where the government tells us what is a healthy diet. It is so backwards.
Ours is too in the US. It's not any better.
Yeah, so look at what we're being taught and what we're being told is acceptable and healthy, as if it's acceptable and healthy for every person on this planet.
Right.
Or maybe it's just acceptable for every person in Canada.
Right.
I don't even get it. But the point is, it's not.
Right.
It's not. It's backwards. And you are so right. When I went on my lifestyle change and I understood that my bladder was talking to me. My gallbladder said there is an issue. And I did not go to the hospital to get it out. I went to the nutritional expert that could help me find out what is going on with my body. So beautiful work that you're doing, and that was my first step. Yes, I was taking supplements to support my gallbladder and healing and everything like that. Meditation was another one that started me, because I needed to connect so that I could hear what my body was saying to me and I could understand what felt
that's so
right.
huge.
Yes, right? That connection to self. And most importantly, exactly what you suggested, diary. I journaled every single day for 9 months on everything I ate and drank throughout the day. Everything. Because
that's impressive.
Yeah, because you're right. It was an elimination diet for 9 months. I mean, I went, okay, no alcohol, no dairy, no red meat, no grains, no caffeine. And I love my coffee. I mean, so what did I do? Right. So I would allow myself to have a cup of coffee on the weekend. So, and when I did have that cup of coffee, oh my goodness.
You enjoyed the hell out of it, didn't you?
Oh yes. And you make time and space for that bad boy.
Yes.
Right? Like,
and it becomes an event and it becomes a celebration. And that's what I try to tell people, like, if whatever your thing is, just that you just gave a perfect example, right? You love coffee, you don't want to give it up. Have it once a week. Make time in your day. You go to the coffee shop, they present you with this coffee with the design on the top, and you sip it and you enjoy it. Like, that's being mindful, right? Yes.
Savor the flavor. I can't tell you how many times I've said that to people, stop, slow down. We're so used to being so fast and I got to go, I got to move, I got to go to here, I got to drop the kids, I got to pick up this one, I got to go to work, I got to, and it's like, shovel this in, that fast food, that quick thing, and it's about slowing down, preparing healthy foods for us to take with us in those moments, not that we don't have them, but something that can be quick for us to take with us. That's a healthy option. Or, and those little snacks where, I was just chatting with someone and changing their diet. And I said, I had to have snacks. I had to have those things that if I didn't feel like cooking, but I was hungry and I was busy doing something else, that I could go to the fridge and I could grab something and I could go, but it was a healthy snack. Right. So I keep lots of nuts and seeds in my house. And I make nut muffins. I have a recipe for nut muffins that it's grain-free, sugar-free. It can be egg-free if you're not egg-friendly. And I would pack it with nuts and seeds, and that was a protein-packed muffin that I could eat, and it was awesome. A salty snack, popcorn. I bought myself an air popcorn machine, and I buy organic popcorn kernels, and I pop myself a bowl of popcorn, and I put avocado oil and salt.
Ooh, yum.
Oh my gosh. Better than butter. I mean, it's just, so is it the perfect, ideal, healthy solution? No, but it's a treat. Am I eating that every day? No.
Right.
But you know what I mean? But again,
Right.
I had to get there. I had to learn. And it was through that journaling and diary. And I mentioned this earlier. I don't know if you saw it. When I started to listen to my body, all of a sudden I would wake up and I would feel really foggy and it's like, what? Like I'm not waking up, like, why is it taking me so long to wake up today? What's going on? And anything like that, a headache, some inflammation in my body, I would go right back to my food diary, and I would go, what have I eaten in the last 3 days?
That's so important. That is so important because, we start to feel bad and we just accept it and we excuse it. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not awake this morning because I need more coffee. We don't stop and think, like, what is my body trying to tell me? Like,
That's right.
I did my elimination diet. There's foods that I must stay away from. There's foods that I can have like once a week or whatever, but I had to learn to listen to my body. I can remember the first time trying, like nightshades or dairy. You want so bad to have that food, So
Please
bad.
don't react. Please don't react.
But like, I made a beef stew last week, and it was so good, and it had tomato paste and beef in it, which can give me a problem. And I knew better than to have it 2 nights in a row, but it was so good. And I haven't had anything like this in so long, and it was cold, and I'm like, I'm going to have it 2 nights in a row. Well, you know what? The next 2 days, I felt terrible. My body hurt. I couldn't think. And I'm like, you knew you shouldn't have done that.
That's right. And
so you know what? I won't do it again.
That's right. And that's what you learn, right? Is when you start to eliminate these foods from your diet and then slowly start to bring them back in, and you understand what your diet can and your body can and can't handle. You going in when you're eating that this is potentially going to, make it a rough next couple of days,
Right.
And it's really, and it's not that you can't do that. It's like with anything, it's your choice.
It is.
So, and that's what it came down for me. You just have to choose. I chose not to be sick anymore. I chose not to feel that way. And eating these different foods and these things was not a struggle. It wasn't hard, because for me, the alternative was so much worse. I felt so much better.
Right. And that's my exact message. You just said it. People don't realize that little things can make a difference, right? They don't know how bad they really feel because they slowly got bad and now they feel horrible. Right. But, once you don't want to feel that way again, and you want to make those changes. People look at me and go, I can't believe that you do such and such. Well, it wasn't my choice. I didn't want to give up, anything that I ate. I didn't want to change the way I ate at all. But when I got so sick that, I couldn't almost get out of bed, it made me rethink my life.
That's right. That's right. You
what
get
can
sick
I
of
do
being
to make
sick?
me feel better? I don't want to live in bed. I don't want to be disabled. I don't want to not, I have teenagers. I don't want to not see my grandkids. I want to grow old and be able to play with them. I want to retire with my husband and go do things when the kids get out of the house. Like, I want those things. I'm not done yet.
That's right.
And I was looking at a life of being in bed or making small changes and giving up foods that I like, but maybe I can have them once every now and then. And,
Yeah. And you can, right. And because you're right. And that's what I've learned over the years is eliminating some things now. Okay. I can have that as a treat now and again. But it's understanding that and just really listening and tuning in. So, Beautiful. I love what you're doing. I think it's fantastic.
Thank you.
Now I'm looking on the banner here at Whole New Leaf. Is that an Instagram handle?
That is my Instagram handle.
Okay. So for people to reach out to you, is that the best way for them to connect?
Yes.
And do you work with people online as well as in person, or how does your business work?
I do virtual and in person.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the whole world is your oyster.
The whole world is my oyster. If you want to change your habits, if you want to get healthier, looking at your food, your sleep, your lifestyle habits, meditation, mindfulness, I can help you. I can help you start.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes that's all people need is a starting point, right?
Right.
Yeah. That's beautiful. Well, thank you so much for being with us, Katy. It was awesome to share your message. Thank you for all you do, because you're doing magical things in the world, and people need this resource and they need this direction. And thank you for being who you are and doing what you do.
Well, thank you for bringing us all together, because the more people that get the message out there and use their voice to say, hey, maybe we should take a look at this. Don't be a sheep, don't just follow the herd. Look and see what you need for your body and what your family needs, and, take care of it. So thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
And we'll talk to you again soon.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Take care. Bye now. All right. There's Miss Christine. She's back. We had a few little internet stuff, but you good now?
It's like pokeroo. Yep. On another laptop. Let's see. This one holds out.
I know, right? Loving this technology. We're just rolling with it, and I so love that Karina has been just hanging out in the background, so patient, and jumped on when I needed her. That was so awesome.
Bring her up. Let's bring her up. I love that she said that she's the queen of chaos.
Yeah. I literally was like, I'm just going to hang out backstage. I haven't really completed my journaling, so I'll just, do the thing so that I don't get lost in thought and not know, because I'm chaos. Yeah, no, it's great. I got a lot done, actually, while I was waiting backstage. So it's all good. Yeah.
That's perfect. That's perfect. All right. Well, I will let you guys dive into it, and I will take a step backstage. Thank you, everybody. I'll talk, and I'll be here if anybody needs any help with anything.
Yeah, I might. So far, so good. This is a brand new device I've never used live. So far we have a camera and sound. We're doing tickety-boo.
I like it.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. We absolutely love you and your magic, as you know. And so just really what it is that you do. And so I'll let you introduce yourself and share what it is that you do in your business, and then we'll jump into our topic for today. So tell us, who is Karina from The Witch's Inn?
So I am the head innkeeper and magical practitioner here at the inn. And what I do is I help transform your life from the mundane into like the magical witch that you want to embody, right? Like I take you from like, I'm afraid to shine and step into this life to like, I'm going to own this life. I'm going to live this life and be unapologetic about who I am, knowing that I have an amazing heart and I have an amazing intuition that tells me that I'm allowed to change course whenever I want. And so that's really what I do. That's the magic that I bring into the world. And I just like, yeah, I see you with no judgment. And I'm just like, okay, if that's what you want to do, let's do it. Like, yeah. So I transform lives. That's what I do. That's what I'm really owning this year in 2022. Yeah.
I love it. I love it so much because, you know, we have these special gifts within us and whatever it is, and you know, a lot of our community has some kind of healing modality or something that, you know, they want to bring out, some heart-led or some mission that they want to bring out to the world. And so, yeah, it's, you know, just so good. What I really do appreciate about you and like what you've learned and stuff is that you understand the earth, you understand, you know, the spiritual realm, you understand how to bring the two. It's like you're such a great bridge from the spiritual world to the physical reality. And you are like straight up, you know, you're like, I'm real here, you know, here I am. We both have body mouth. So it's like, we're just real people saying, here, I'm here. I'm here to help you.
Yeah. There's no use hiding ourselves. Like, And there's no use hiding our flaws, because I really think that like the more that we live life just like, okay, here I am. Like last night, my computer, right? I was like, I can't see chat. Sorry, guys. Like, and I could have panicked and been like, okay, let's exit and I'll start back. And I was just like, nope, we're just going to roll with this, right? So it's like we embrace the chaos and find grounding in that chaos. And when we are able to and feel safe, I think this is the big thing. When we feel safe that like we're going to make mistakes, especially going between that spirit realm and that earth realm, and like really figuring out what that means to us and how we want to live that life unapologetically, it makes a big difference. And so that's why when I teach, I say like, take what resonates and leave the rest. I'm also a practitioner who, it's funny because like I'll have clients that, oh, my squirrel friend showed up. So I have, sorry. I have clients that will come to me and be like, I cheated on you last month. I went and seen another tarot reader. And I'm like, good. I'm glad you got another perspective, because the way that I do tarot is completely different than how someone else does tarot. The way that I teach about the earth and its modalities in the spirit world is going to be completely different from someone else. Could you imagine if you had a math teacher that like switched up its learning styles and teaching styles constantly so that everyone in the classroom was like, oh, I get it now. Oh, I get that. Like, so it's that it doesn't, I'm like, no, cheat on me, please. Be polyamorous with your practitioners.
Well, it's good to learn like from different viewpoints and different perspectives and backgrounds, right? We've all come into learning the earth medicine in different ways. Ooh, I have goosebumps right now, and I so appreciate you and just like your calm demeanor. You're so down to earth and very easy to talk to, because me and my background, right? Being raised super strict religions, it was like we weren't even allowed to even say the word witch or magic even. We couldn't even say the word magic. We had to say a different word, or even the word lucky. We had to say fortunate, and so I've come out of this big, huge fear bubble or, hole really, and what is available out there. And I see how the earth talks to us and the stars and the cards that, align to different things. And it's making so much more sense to me to actually, follow what the earth is doing, our seasons and all of the things. And so that really, I'd love to chat about visioning 2022 and the, what you have planned for the year, and that excitement. We started it last night. So if anyone's watching this or catching on the replay, you can still join. You're going to get a replay of what we did last night and for tonight, if you catch it after, and even throughout the year. Maybe there is a celebration or something that has to do with the earth that you're really interested in. Join us at that time. The information's on my Instagram page, all over your website and your Instagram page as well. So maybe just give us a rundown. What is Visioning 22?
So Visioning 2022 started so long ago when I created Lunar Vision Board workshops. We would meet and I would teach about the lunar cycle and creating a vision based on the lunar cycle and the earth and how their cycles correspond with each other, and create just basically your big picture thinking for each quarter. And last year, as I started to really dive into the depths of my shadows, I would say I dove right into a big, huge spiritual awakening. I started to realize that like we have all experienced so much trauma in our lives in multitudes of ways. So when I was thinking about this visioning for 2022, I realized that like a one-off workshop that just kind of was like, here you go, do your thing, have fun, was not really any different than a regular marketing kind of, fad that was like kind of like get rich quick or lose the weight fast type of visioning board. And so when I sat with it, I realized, what do people really need? They need support throughout the different phases and cycles that they're going through in order to build that vision. So it starts off with something quite small, like, you know, maybe I want to feel healthier with Katy, you know, that was just on. I want to feel healthier. I want to really feel what my body is talking to me about. Or maybe it is, I want to grow my business. I want to reach that tangible money goal by the end of the year, right? Whatever that looks like to you. Within bulk, we're starting with, well, what's that very first step? And that very first step also corresponds with our amazing own cycle, and how I'm relating that this year is through our rising sign. So as I explained last night, our rising sign is where the earth and the sun are like meeting and kind of telling us, well, this is who you really are. This is your light. This is your shadow, all combined in one, in a way that you can really shine throughout the year. So I found the rising sign for myself to be this really good support mechanism to help me build my own vision. And I started this in August for myself. I started kind of visioning with my rising sign because I don't like to try anything, do anything that I can't like actually be like, no, I've done this. It's working. Like, please, you know. So adding that in and allowing that to go forward. So we'll meet every, like, I think it's between 6 and 8 weeks, depending on the calendar, but we meet every Sabbath of the wheel of the year. And I don't want Sabbath to deter you in thinking that this is a religion or this is something that like you have to like be indoctrinated to or anything. Basically, when I teach the wheel of the year, I teach it as Sabbath because when we hear that word, we hear that this is a very important day within the cycle of the year. And that's what I want people to know. So however that relates to you, perfect. You don't have to take it on as your own religion. I mean, I would definitely say that for myself, it is something that I am religious to, but it's because of how it speaks through me. So we'll meet every Sabbath or every turning of the wheel of the year, and really kind of coordinate, okay, this is what the earth is asking us to do. Here are the moons that are supporting this season of the earth. And this is how your rising sign allows you to access both this earth and moon cycle and allows you to grow and step into a bigger vision for yourself. So tomorrow or tonight, sorry, I keep thinking that today is Friday for some reason. I've traveled back in time. So tonight we're actually going to be doing that visioning work. So we're calling in Bridget, who is the goddess that supports Imbolc within the Wheel of the Year, within the Pagan Festival. And Imbolc represents the belly, right? So if you know the chakra systems, this is the root and the sacral chakra. And so what's growing there? What's asking to be paid attention to? What needs a little bit of a fire or a flame to kind of come behind it? And let's take that and create our big vision, but also that very first step that needs to be taken in order to get there. Knowing, and this is what I always say, release expectations from that big vision, right? Kind of put it out there, see it, but you know, something much, much better might actually be created when we're like not so much into like, this is the tangible thing I need. So we're really going to focus on what does it feel like when you get that and step into that portion of the vision so that you can carry on and grow. So I'll tell you right now that if you buy the replays either now or later, you will be completely supported. This is something that will completely support you throughout the entire year. If you would like a community in which you can come together every 6 or 7 weeks, I'll be offering, and I think I am going to use last night's replay for people that want to kind of buy the replay for the Friday. And then on Saturday, I'll be live with people where we actually do that visioning work and we really sink into that Sabbath and go forward. Where that kind of changed for me last night. I really, again, it's that understanding, and this is what we're creating here. Work smart, not hard. So that's the whole thing, right? So every Sabbath, it'll be a contribution of $22 to $111. You'll get the replay as well as the visioning the next day. And yeah, we'll really take this forward. We'll really create some magic, and we'll really sink in to what we're wanting to do. I actually have the way that I'm teaching it this year is a book of self, or a grimoire. And this is kind of, one of my pages that I have. This has all my rising signs and how it corresponds with the moon. And because I'm known for my tarot reading, so I have some playing cards behind it, as well as some wildflowers. And, it's a real chance to just get creative. Yesterday, someone messaged me and said, I'm not doing a grimoire. I'm actually doing a mug. I'm creating a mug for each time we meet. And I was like, that's amazing, because every day you get to sip from it and brew in that, like, what you're cultivating. Where for me, I love to journal. That's something that really works for me. So I love, like, just already what people are doing with this and being like, this is how I'm taking what you're teaching and making my own magic out of it. And I'm like, snap, 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 snap. Yes, I'm here for it.
Good, because I want to show mine. I'm glad you showed yours. I feel like, I created something last night that's just like so powerful. So this is like, I wrote down all the things that Karina was teaching us of, where is your rising, and then start in the first house, and it's learning. So then wherever the new moon or the full moon falls, I understand now more of the energies around, not just what the moon is. And I've never been one of like super all in astrology and horoscopes and all of that, just because of, again, their religious background. But I always saw the pattern. I always saw how, Scorpio people were a certain way, Aquarians, which is who I am, were a certain way, and through all of them. And I was like, this makes so much sense. When I meet another Virgo, my sister's a Virgo, I'm like, I really understand Virgos. My mom's a Cancer, right? So like, I started to see all these patterns and the similarities. And so it makes sense. And however, whatever day you were born in the time, it's kind of like a snapshot. But then also what you explained to us last night was, now my visioning, or the way that I plan my year forevermore, I can look at this and say, okay, what are some of the months that would be harder times or harder energy for me? I'm going to have more vacation days or easier time set up, maybe a retreat that weekend or a spa day or like something, so that I can just be in the energy of things that are going on. And then the months that I'm to shine, that's when you're going to be launching your business. That's when you're going to be, out there and networking or creating a big event or something like that, because it's just going to align. Things are going to fall into place so much easier than going against, the energies or the moon or the things that are around you. And so last night was like a huge eye opener just on all of the things you talked about, but it makes sense. It's us coming back to the earth, coming back to understanding how our cycles, because just as the earth and the moon cycle, so do we. We know that through their menstruation, but also our circadian and, our meridians in our body, our blood, all of it. It's so beautiful the way, like, nature is perfect. And even when you were sharing last night, like half of the year, so the first houses is all about I. And then the second half, so 7 to 12, is all about we. Even in that, I was like, there's another pattern of, I need to take care of myself and what my needs are. And then I'm also going to take care of others and be nurturing or out in the public or whatever it is that you're here to do or to create. I was like, dang, there's another really beautiful, perfect example of a pattern that nature has given us. And I was just so stoked. I was like, wow, this is really cool information. And even to have the support of someone for the year, like, I'll tell you, if you're on your own, it is hard as, to be able to manage everything, manage what's going on in the world, especially the last 2 years, managing the home, your job, like all of the things. Or maybe you don't love your job and you're like, I really want to do my passion project. But how and where do I start? That we've got this supportive community, and we've adopted Karina. So she's in our community as well. And such a brilliant mind that you have just on like what you've been learning and how to put it together into real life. I love it. My guy just showed up, that's some love for you. Like, keep on, because you're just here, to help the world, and you have such a big heart. And you and I have had, really good conversations about helping people in the lower 3 chakras, and to really get in there. And you and I are shadow workers in the sense that we can sit and hold that heavy space with you. We don't hold it for you. We help you and teach you how to transmute that, so that you can move out of those things. Because when your mind isn't thinking about all the heavy stuff that's happened, or that's, the chaos that's happening in your world, then you have room for joy. You have room for pleasure and play. Those things are very important in the cycles of, the masculine, feminine, having your structure and the things that you're doing, but also having your play and pleasure. And we love talking about play and pleasure. In our circles, or, on our conversations. And so, I just think that this year is going to be so incredible to meet every 6 to 8 weeks. You're teaching us about the solstice and, the wheel of the year and all of those things that are included, which for me is really, is a little bit of a special thing. Is, we have Scottish in our background. So the Celtic, I believe that's what the wheel is. See, I'm super new and learning.
Yeah, it comes like derived from that kind of lineage. Yeah, the Celt lineage, or even Viking type of lineage, right? Like, this is, I think, heathenism and paganism as like the outside of when religion started to say, well, this is actually what you should be following. What you've been following before is not true. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I was a Viking one year for Halloween. Like, I've always been just really intrigued with it. And this year, and this is for anyone listening, like, tap in. Who are your ancestors? What was their medicine? And really connect to your heritage. Yes, we have past lives and we've been all things, absolutely. But you're here in this uniform, this meat suit uniform, and this expression of it. So who are your ancestors? What is the medicine that they've passed down to you through your DNA and through your genes? And they're there with you, as your spirit team to help and to connect you. Oh my God, it's just so active this weekend. It's awesome. Like, really just tap in and connect. And if you, are of European descent, or you have that in your background or your family, or the Celt, and you want to learn about this, I highly recommend, joining us this year for Visioning 2022, so that you can really just tap into who you are, the energies of the next 6 to 8 weeks of what's coming. And Karina, in that sense, is our guide, right? Saying, hey, guys, this is what the energy is. This is what the moon's doing, and all of that, so that you can be better equipped. We've got a support system, a community, people that, we can come together and really just feel what is happening in around us, not just a wing it kind of, let me, these are my goals or my ideas for the year. This is way deeper than that, instead of that winging it kind of energy. And I love it. I love what you've created, and just super excited for it.
Thank you. I think too, it's a good time to because chaos is going to happen in our lives, right? So like, as you were kind of talking, it was like, this is a really great opportunity when you are able to tune in to be like, this is the shadow work that I might anticipate this month going forward. Like, so right now, like, I'm in Aquarius with regards to, this moon is in my 9th house. So it's asking me, travel, create that travel throughout time. That's something that like I've always had difficulty with regards to self-sabotage. So I'm going to sink into that shadow work of like self-sabotage, of being able to see, I do have what it takes to create longevity in my dreams. I've been doing it, see myself in that. And when it comes up, I get to make an affirmation, or I get to interrupt that thought and be like, okay, I see that as a shadow aspect of self. I see this now through a compassionate lens, instead of trying to like push it away and be like, no, that's not me. No, that is a part of me. That is something that I've been experiencing throughout my life. So now how do I welcome it and ease it and create love and abundance with it, instead of trying to like stuff it away and be like, no, I'm just going to keep working. I'm just going to keep going. Nope, I'm going to take time, right? I'm going to plan time for that. so that it can now be a light aspect of self if we're talking shadow and light and stuff. And yeah, I like what you're also saying about, and I like, it's interesting. I've been having this thought about like past life regression. And when I think about past life regression, I think about actually the chapters of our lives, like my life specifically. I mean, I'm 34 and I feel like I've lived lifetimes because of the experiences that I've had in my life. So when I think about past life regression, I actually think about mining, right, or sourcing these experiences that I've had, these, positive and negative experiences. How do I bring those forward in my life instead of past life regression? And I'm not knocking anyone who does past life regression, because I actually think it's an amazing tool as well. But like past life regression with regards to how do I bring that into the now and be like, okay, when this happened, this is how I reacted or responded, or this was the light or the shadow aspect of self. How do I bring that into it so that I actually get to integrate it? I get to create innovation with it, and I get to clear it. I get to be like, yes, this is what happened. And now I know I have the tools that when this chaos is going to come back up in my life, it might not. I mean, depending on, what it is. But if and when this comes back up in my life, I'm no longer going to do a spiral, right? Instead, I'm going to be able to keep that evenness and be like, I'm going to give my energy where my energy is needed instead of, losing power, right? Looking outside of myself. I'm looking inside myself. So yeah.
I love it. My nerd brain is just so excited right now. I pulled out my little trusty notes from last night on the houses, and you and I are both in the we, right? So even you gave us a mantra. So for you, as we journey, and there's so many things we can do, even if it's you and your meditation is like, you can go in and journey, and just to like, I love it. I love that it's all connected in this way. And for mine, my Aquarius is in 10th house. So we support. And that's exactly what we're doing this month, which is so exciting. We're launching a few new things that are to support community, and the timing is just right for all of it. And that's just, a good confirmation. But, think about the confidence that people can have in living their lives, in creating something new, and just being happy in your life. Of you have this secure feeling. It almost feels like base chakra there, where we feel supported by the earth. We understand how she works a little bit more, and connecting. When you were talking about spiral, I even feel just this next year, what you're teaching us is actually, this deeper layer of us going into the womb of the earth, right? And really being able to connect with her and feel that. I thought that was really exciting. I have goosebumps. I really love, when we have conversations and chatting with you, and all of the things that we're going to be creating. A couple other things that are coming up. So April 30th, this is something, anyone that's in Ontario, we're going to do, there's our Burning of the Witches ceremony or festival. And it's all about honoring the medicine. A lot of people have this negative view about witches, or it could be evil or spells or things like that. Yes, there is that in everything, right? We've got both sides, definitely. But how about those that are connecting to, the earth and to the plants and to energy healing and the medicine to help people in their lives? Like, I had a session with you that was so beautiful. Like, you came here, you were reading my energy. Like, you said things that there's no way that you could have known, even around one thing I said, okay, let's, I want to work on my money story some more. I've been working on that this last year. And you pulled out the word anger, and I was like, man, she didn't even know, there is that anger that I have within. And it was so cool, because you were just like, you're tapping into your intuition. You are that open vessel, and you don't know, fully my story or all of the things, but you said some things that was like, yes, that was exactly what I needed. That was really divine timing. And you pulled out your cards and did a reading. Like, it was just so beautiful. And so anyone that's interested even in having a conversation with a witch, if you've never done that before, this is new for me too this year. I recommend, go to her website, book a session, get some of her medicine, right? And just whatever it is that you're moving through, or you need a little bit of extra help, and feel, she's very connected to the earth and that medicine. And what comes through is going to be something that for sure will lift your heart, and you'll feel like you can move forward. There'll be some direction for you, which I think is really special. And yeah, glad that you're in our community, and we live close enough that we can even meet in person. I think that's awesome.
Thank you so much for that. Like, this is like, I have felt so welcome by both you and Virginia, and I am so supportive of what you all are bringing and the help that you've even created for me, right? And just like these really beautiful nudges of like, hey, do this, because it'll be like, honestly though, like, this is where, like, 2 years ago, I wouldn't have been in a grounded place to accept that and hear that. So I want to thank you for being in this divine time, this innovation of self, where like we are creating this like really trusting atmosphere where you're not seeing me less than, you're seeing me as like your whole, even as, you know, as we're all growing together. So I just like, I'm going to pump you up a little bit. Like if you're looking to go into that like naked alchemy, right, of who you truly are. I haven't personally experienced that magic, but I've experienced your magic. And I know that I feel so safe with you that anyone experiencing your magic and Virginia's magic are going to create really transformative change in their lives. And I can't wait. Like 2022, let's go. Like fireworks for all. I cannot wait. It's going to be amazing. Yeah. So thank you.
Yeah,
thank you
for sharing that. In about 40 minutes, I'm going to talk about naked alchemy. And for me, it's, what is the, you know, like not easy, because life is not easy, but like, what's a way that we can wrap our head around of how I'm living? I love the feminine and masculine energy. That's really a lot of what naked alchemy is taking off that inner mask. But it's like you're getting a hug from Virginia, myself, from you, you know, being in our community, is that we're here, we're saying, you know, hey, I've been there, or I've been through this, you know, scenario, or I have some insights, or my intuition is telling me to tell you this. And it's like, for me, what it feels like is, you know, when we reach back and we grab someone's hand and we lift them up. And that's all we're doing. You know, when you and I are sharing with others, like even on the call last night, and all the medicine we learned from you about the earth, now you just empowered us to feel a little bit more secure of who we are. And now when we're having conversations, we will see things differently and be like, oh, here, let me give you a hand up. This is how, you know, from what I've experienced as I see things, that may help you as well. And it's just how the, you know, how the Rose Bowl or the Singing Bowl continues.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I highly recommend follow Karina on Instagram. I'm just checking the comments. Yes, an inner standing and an inner knowing. This is for my mom. So true. Instead of understanding, she says, like, change that word. We're going in. We are inner standing who we are. We're
Exactly.
Not. Yeah.
I like that. Oh, Mama June, you have some amazing knowledge. Yes.
And
like that.
I want to just give a shout out, you know, as we're doing the shout out moment here, to my mom, because my computer died twice. And she got hers for me, and she was on the ground. She's like, can I walk by? I'm like, no. She's on the ground going to plug in everything. So we've got a really high-tech support team here. And I think that you're getting some love here from Christine, who is one of our great supporters as well. So yes. Looking forward to that in May. And I lost my train of thought.
That's okay. Brain fart all the way.
I love your stories, because you're straight up. Here I am, unapologetically. Just being in your world is really fun. So if there's anyone that wants to just learn a little bit more, definitely follow The Witches Inn on Instagram.
Yeah. Thank you so much. It was such a pleasure.
You're welcome. Thank you. And we'll be in touch. You'll see her again, everybody, for sure. All right. Have a good day. Okay, next we have, we both were pushing buttons together. Okay, so next up, I'm going to bring her up. We have Angela Saini. Hello. How are you?
I'm great. You can hear me okay?
I can.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, amazing. Yeah, what a great morning so far. I guess it's the afternoon now. Thanks for having me. Nice to see you.
You're welcome. So good. Angela and I also met in the spiritual master house, mastermind that we were in for the year, Thrive 365. Big shout out to Tara and King Gabriel, who are doing amazing things there. And yeah, and I just absolutely love your music. Whenever I am, needing a pickup, or I'm just overwhelmed and I just need to like come back into myself and my body and my brain, my phone, I love it. My devices know you're one of my options. When I click on new tab, you're just an automatic like an option on the devices, which is so awesome. So you and I spend lots of time together.
Amazing. Thank you.
Pick up. So I put her website there. I highly recommend having a listen on, like, after, not right this second, but your interview, and just share. So tell us first, tell us a little bit more about who you are, and then we'll get into the topic of finding your authentic voice.
Yeah, no, that's great. I will make a note. It's angelasaini.com. All of my other handles are Angela Saini Music. So I'm on Spotify and YouTube and all that under Angela Saini, which is my name. But just wanted to make a quick.
You're not the only website we didn't have in here correctly, so thank you for doing that.
Just making a note while you made a point of it. So I'm like, oh yeah, let's make a point.
Yeah. Thank you.
So thanks for having me here again. So I'm for everybody who maybe doesn't know me, I am a singer-songwriter. I do folk pop Americana. I've been playing for a very long time. I started out playing in a rock band and toured around Canada a whole bunch. And I went solo in 2012. So we're looking at the 10-year anniversary of my solo career as Angela Saini, which is my actual name. And I'm really all about empowering others. And I write a lot of songs about courage and finding joy in surprising places. I love writing songs. I'm a, songwriting teacher and mentor to others. And I'm really embracing creativity. I have my own journey and story and how, I kind of got to where I am living my own authentic truth. And I write a lot of songs about it, especially now. So, my whole purpose that I've come to in my career, it's been a long road. I started really young when I was 15. So it's been a long, nice, beautiful, meandering journey for me. And where I am now is really stepping into really, a lot of the themes that we've had today, of helping others find their truth, and stepping into who they really are and finding their authentic self. And so my real passion, other than making music to make, to uplift and empower and sing songs about courage and all of those positive aspects, is also to help other people find their truth and their authentic voice and bring that out into the world. Because we're all here with some, gift and purpose. And sometimes, and the journey we had together, and Thrive as an example, was a really big turning point for me in finding out who I truly, truly am, and the true essence of my very being, which I know sounds very grandiose, but it's such a important thing to go inwards. I loved what your mom said, inner standing. I wrote that down because I actually am like, there's a song in there for sure. So I love that. So thanks, Mama June. Yeah.
Mama June.
Yeah. So that's just a little snippet about me. I've had such a long meandering path in music, and like you said, and thanks for, like you said one time, I'm there in your morning routines, kind of pepping you for your day. I have, a song called Living on the Bright Side, which is definitely a mantra that I live by. And I'm just really stepping into the things and the tools and techniques I've really got in the last 2 years, really working on myself. And that's something I wasn't really passionate about until, I was really exposed to learning about myself and going inwards, that inner standing. So
yeah, awesome. Good. Sound therapy is what Jen's saying. Yeah, thank you. Oh, I love that. I can show the comments here.
Yes,
really.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And someone said earlier, sound is the quickest way to healing. And I think that's absolutely true. And I think creation through sound is an even more powerful way to really express yourself and to heal. And I've healed so much by writing songs about how I feel. And of course, I'm a songwriter, so that's a natural craft for me. But I feel like we can all find that creativity in ourselves. You just need a little nudge sometimes to, find that way to express yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just putting in the chat on our YouTube just how people can reach you and the links and stuff there. Follow her on Instagram as well, on YouTube, support her, subscribe. It really helps to move the music more. Angela's writing music that is, for consciousness and connecting and going within. And I love your song Living on the Bright Side, because even when, stuff still happens, life still happens, and you say that in the song, different examples, but I can choose how I'm going to look at this. And I absolutely love your song Black Sheep, because many people, many in our community have just felt like, we don't fit into, regular society or in our families, or we just didn't feel seen or heard, or, whatever the reason was. And so when you listen to her music, listen to the words as well, because I really feel that, she wrote from the heart of the expression or the experience that many people had as well. And so it's just a way to connect that you're not alone, that there are other people who, have down days too. And what do they do to lift up, right? It's just some really neat ways of doing that in your lyrics, which are really beautiful. I've been wanting to hear, how did it go yesterday? Because you were in the studio.
Oh, it went great. Thank you so much for asking. I have 2 new singles that I just recorded that'll be coming out later this spring. And back to, this whole topic of really digging deep. One of them is a song that's totally about healing. I'll just give you a little preview. It's a song called It's Okay. And I wrote it a few winters ago after a friend of mine passed away really suddenly. He was a big collaborator of mine. If you go on my YouTube, I have 3 music videos that he produced and created, and he was a longtime collaborator. And I went into this sort of downward spiral and depression. It was in the middle of winter. I'm very affected by the lack of sun. I'm sure many of us watching right now are, when I don't see the sun. I'm a prairie girl. I'm originally from Calgary, so I'm used to seeing the sun every day. And here in Ontario, I live in Toronto. Not seeing the sun for a while, I find I write a lot of happy songs in the winter time. Living on the Bright Side is another one, actually, which I wrote after an ice storm. And after my tour van had died. There's a lot of funny things that happened in that song too. So one of the songs we recorded this week is a song that's really about healing. And in the whole premise of the song is the heaviest line, and the catchphrase I would say is, it's okay not to be okay. And I think for me, when I've done all my inner work that I've done in the last 2 years, the old Angela probably wouldn't have written that song, or I might have written that song, but I would never be like, I'd be like, oh, that's a song I'm going to hide away and I don't want to share that, because that shows me being vulnerable. That shows my weakness. And a lot of my career, I've really felt, and this is just
awareness.
Yeah, so I was really not willing to share myself. And a song I might play a little bit later is a song that was the most vulnerable song I've ever written. And I even was like, I didn't want to share these parts of myself. I guess that's the best way to say it. So these new songs that I'm recording now that are going to be coming out this year are so honest and authentically me. And I've been slowly getting to that point. Obviously I have other songs, in my career, in my catalog. You can go, find them anywhere you listen to music, that are based on, my story and my authentic journey. But I just feel so much more free to share my experience and the knowledge I've come to, to this point in my life of, and like you said with Black Sheep, how many people can relate to that song? About being different, or feeling like you didn't fit in, or, I have my own stories when I was growing up of, being that unique kind of person who just stuck out. I'm half Indian, right? So my dad's from India, and growing up, like, we faced a lot of like people who were really racist in Calgary, and I was like this kid that like stuck out because I didn't fit in these two worlds. I was like and so that's something I'm like really coming to terms with now, doing this inner work of feeling like, and that's what that song's about. I mean, I didn't know that's what the song was about when, but I think inner work is it's so awesome. It's delicious. First of all, I love the word delicious. It can be hard, but it's also, when you come through the other side of it, that's the joy that I'm writing about. And that's what I'm really excited about with my new music and music I've done in the past, obviously, that you enjoy. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, even look at how you've grown, because before old Angela wouldn't have shared, some of the things that you're writing about in your music. And so that is an example of how you've been able to heal, release, come up. It's this awareness of who you are now. And I even say, start calling yourself Christine 2.0 or Angela 2.0. It's like that was the old self, right? And just like stepping out of the snakeskin in a way and just being who you really want to be and just stand in that authentic power because you feel good. Things are, going to flow a little bit easier. There's no more hiding, right? We don't need to hide anymore. We can just come out in whatever way feels good to us. And there's a group of people who are just like you. So find them, find your people, find your tribe. And then, you've got this cushion of people who are around you. And it's not that you're all alone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I know we've talked about this before. And we have so much, I just resonate so much with you. And again, we went through that process together. And I really feel that the next thing I'm stepping into, other than the music, which is, I mean, I've always been playing music since I was a kid, literally. But something I'm so excited about now is to share my music and also like some of the process. And yeah. You don't have to be, a seasoned performer or singer like me, or a songwriter, you can know nothing about music, but there are things and tools and techniques you can use to, and things that we've talked about in this event today, but things I learned in the last 2 years and prior of just peeling that onion, the onion is a good analogy for me, because when you realize all these like programs that are running in the background that you didn't even know were programs, and that's something I think, and what I love is the world is waking up. We're really starting to see and acknowledge and realize what, there was this great quote. There's another song in here that I'm marinating right now, but I saw this great talk somewhere on, I can't even remember who it was, a new thought leader, I can't remember who it was, but they were talking about, like the prison you're in, and the door's wide open and you don't even realize you're in and prison is maybe just a harsh word, but the idea of that is like, oh, you just got to walk through the door. Like the door is open. Just be curious and be open and curious enough to dig deep and see like who you truly, truly are. And meditation has been a big one for me to getting to the essence of my core true self. And I think when you get there, you become fearless. There's like a courage that I was starting to tap into earlier in my career, and now I feel just so free is the best way to say it, in an artistic way. I mean, like in a, what do I have to give the world, that and what's coming next. And I do think that is something that can be shared with people who, like non-songwriting or non-musical people who have something inside of them and they don't know how to express it, or they don't know how to find it necessarily. Once you find it, now what, And so, lyric writing and using the voice as a, as a therapeutic, cathartic release, like as a tool, can really bring out your true self. And you never have to sing a song in your life, but you could write poetry, or you could write lyrics, or journal writing, or there's so many techniques and tools that I've used as a songwriter that I'm starting to like realize, hey, like there's such a healing aspect to all of these things I've been doing so naturally for so many years, that I really am excited to kind of show people another avenue of like finding their true voice. So I'm excited about that. That's the new thing I'm sort of stepping into for 2022. And it's like really exciting for me because the music is there and I'm still doing all these, my pure joy in life, which is singing and writing music and sharing. And now I'm like excited to step into putting a new hat on. I have lots of hats, but I'm just kind of trying on a new hat. And I'm like, yeah, there's so many ways that we can help each other. And one of my, strengths I can share with others and help them, get to that next level in their own healing.
I love it because you and I have had many conversations. And so just to bring in something that we chatted about was like, we are moving through, our own spiritual evolution and awakenings and those and healings and what that all looks like. And so it's so great in your messaging and your songs because it's like you're moving through, as you've been moving through this, realization or this spiritual awakening for yourself. You've been writing music as you go along. And so like you're a great connection for people who are just waking up in their spiritual journey, or maybe they're getting visions or their intuition's dropping in more, like all of these new little nuggets of who you feel you want to be today that you weren't yesterday or 3 years ago. And it's great because you've been on that journey, and I think that your music also is for that person that is moving through that journey too. Just for that connection point.
Yeah, I remember we had a great talk about that. I do feel another part of that, stepping into, sort of a new role almost that I see that I can share, something I can offer the world other than just, not just music, but I mean, the music is there, but the tapping in, I feel like I'm a bit of a bridge. This is what we talked about, I remember, because my first fear of, carrying, another thing I've really gone through, even my whole career, but really, really powerfully the last few years, is really stopping caring what other people think. And for a group in this community, is like, that's such an important, integral part of the puzzle, because when you care so much about the external world, you're not being your authentic self, right? And so I've come to realize that. And my first kind of tiptoeing, and this just talks about my own little journey as an artist, is, talking about gratitude. And gratitude, I have this thing called Thankful Thursdays, or I have these Monday mantras. I go on, so, you can, if you check me out on social media, I do all these videos. And for me, it's like, it's not necessarily like a spiritual talk. It's more of like, let's start with gratitude. That was, for me, that was like the safest way to be that bridge to the curious people that are like, hey, like, oh, I'm starting to awaken, what is this? Because I went through that myself. I went through that exact thing. I'm very curious. I started as curious, and I was lucky to have some mentors and teachers to kind of show me the way of this other way of thinking. After being, in the prison, I think prison, maybe I should change that word, because prison is just a harsh word, but it was just someone had mentioned that. And I was like, oh yeah, like I relate to that because I see it now. But gratitude is a very easy way, and we talked about this too, where I'm kind of like, come over here. Like I have this visual, like I'm a little bit of like the bridge of like, that average person who watches, the news and doesn't really know what else is out there. That are really closed off and closed thinking and closed minded, and whatever, I'm not labeling whatever people are doing or thinking. I can maybe through music, I'm like a bit of that bridge of like, come over on this side there. If you're a little curious, you can see there's a whole nother world just waiting for you. And gratitude has been my first my dipping of the toes and like not caring what other people think. Because when I played in a rock band when I was 20s, when I was younger, and everything is like image based and what's cool, and like being great, or writing a song about gratitude even is like, well, that's not cool, you know, like, and that's the world I came from. I came from a world of not this, you know, the world that my true self, that was not it. And I think that I am a good bridge perhaps through music, where, you know, even your average person can be like, yeah, gratitude, or hey, I'm kind of different, I'm a black sheep, like I can relate to that. And then maybe that can start them down at that path of like, hey, well, come on over here, there's like a new way of doing things. And maybe if you turn off the outside world, you'll really start to hear your own inner voice. And that's been, again, part of my journey. When you turn off all the noise and go inwards, wow, what you find in there is, I mean, you can never go back, really. I mean, how do you go back when you see, you know, your true nature?
Right.
So I think I can, you know, my joy in teaching, again, being a songwriting teacher, I have a lot of experience with that. So I'm like, oh, well, I know how to teach this. I know, and what I know now is like, well, what if I could help people learn this? You know, like just like what we're all doing here, right? We're all helping people make the world a better place. That's what we're really doing.
Right.
I can stand behind that, right?
Yeah.
Who can't stand behind that, you know?
Absolutely. Tell us, what is Finding Your Authentic Voice course or program that I know?
Yeah, I'm very excited about this. It's a 12-week program. It starts on March the 7th, so it's going to be Monday nights. I've put a lot of the tools and techniques I'm very seasoned at, you know, songwriting being one of them, and any like the creative arts. I've found a way to blend the self-awareness practices that I've become really not good at. I'm still working, but you know, we're never finished, right? But using certain tools to get to your inner voice is one part. So one part is a lot of the things we've been talking about today is, you know, we finding our true nature, who we really are, taking those layers off of the onion. And when you find it, now what? And part of what I'm excited about is to help people share and find the confidence to share who they really are. Because it's one thing to find it and then you keep it to yourself, right? That's what I did for a long time was, oh wow, this is who Angela is. And then I just kind of like didn't tell anyone, or, you know, kind of hid in the closet, and was like, oh, well, this is safe, so I'll do this. And, you know, because I'm a public figure, right? In a sense, it's easy to find me in a way. So there's a lot of fear that I had about like, what will people think if I show my true self, which is hard for me to even say out loud even today, you know, like I'm like still coming to terms with that feeling of fear. And so in my own journey, I've really like, again, back to the new songs I'm recording, you know, like I'm like unapologetically Angela Saini now, you know, and there's so much power and freedom and strength in that I'm finding these new ways and techniques that I think I can help other people to share. It's about the connecting to yourself and then the communicating that. So the expression is part of it. That's really what I think I can help offer to someone who's learning about themselves and really doing that inner work, and they find out who they are. And now what do I do with that? You know, I know who I am. How can I share that? How can I be who I am unapologetically and be seen as my true self? And that's partially voice work, you know, using our words, our voice, our singing voice, or even just making strange sounds, you know, like we can be really afraid, you know, that sort of like it's stuck in my throat. I know what I want to say, but I can't say it. So that's one aspect. And also lyric writing. I mean, anyone who's never written a song, like I can teach that. I do teach that. I'm a formal songwriting instructor, you know, so I know how to do that. So I'm kind of blending these skills that I have and the joys of inner knowing and inner curiosity and putting them together. So finding your authentic voice is about that. It's about finding it, you know, tuning in, tapping in, being curious to dig deep And then what? And finding ways to express ourselves with confidence. And again, through, if you met me when I was 15 years old, I mean, I literally played in a band with my eyes closed, like, don't look at me, don't look at me.
Oh, wow.
And so over the years, of course, you know, I'm pretty confident now as a human being, but it took me a long time to get there. And it's not that you need to get there. I mean, you don't need to be, you know, like an extroverted, you know, human like I am. But I do think I've found some over the years and through study and other people that have mentored me is those tools and techniques to really be able to express who you are once you have found it. Because everyone I've found so far of like inner knowing and work on yourself, which I'm so blessed to have done that work. I'm just so happy, and it's delicious. Like, I love the word delicious because I think it's delicious.
We use it for meditation.
Yeah.
Well,
Meditation's been a big one for me. Like when we started Thrive 365, I had never been able to actually meditate. I thought it was hard. I fell asleep all the time. But then, you know, I haven't stopped. I meditate every single day now, and it's completely changed my life. And that's part of the program. Like, every class will be some form of meditation, because how do we learn who we are when we can't turn off the outside noise? And that's something that is part of the process. But what I haven't found is, well, not that I've been looking for it, but what I think I really have a unique perspective on in this space is, what do I do with it once I know who I am? Or what do I do with it once I find out my true purpose or why I'm here? What do I do with it? And so, I mean, we have mentors, and like, you've been another shout out for you, because you've been such a great mentor to me. And thank you for that, because I have all these ideas and I didn't quite know how to put it into like a tangible, like, well, how do I present this? Like, I know I can teach this. I have all the experience. So how do I, you know, format that? And you really helped me with that. So thank you. And so that's the program. It's 12 weeks to start. And I think for me, it's a great way to share my gifts, which is in the creative writing space and sharing my voice, which I do in my music, but helping other people get over maybe that fear of, what are people going to think of me? And it's a little bit of an incubator, right? It's, you know, a small group. We'll see how big it is. And it's a safe place to test out, like, expressing yourself. And when you have confidence, even if it's even if you can just say something to one person, this is something I learned in Thrive 365 as well. Things I would never be able to say to my partner because I have the fear of what he's going to say, but I can say it to a complete stranger, you know, and practicing being, and things I couldn't put into a song. Like, the song that I was thinking to play is like I said, one of the most honest song I've ever written. I wrote it in literally 15 minutes. And I've never written a song that fast, ever, since then or before that point. And sometimes when you have a different creative outlet, that's when the truth comes out. That's when you find out what you really think. I have a lot of students in my classes, because I'm a formal songwriting instructor, that will say, wow, I didn't really know I felt that way until I wrote it down. And when I hear that, that's when I'm like, that's the work. That's what I can help people get to the truth with. That's just one tool. But that's something that I'm really excited about, because this program, I think, kind of bridges those two things. I know what I want to give to the world. I know what my true nature is. I know what my voice is. Now what? And through using the voice, through using creative tools and techniques, we might be able to get there. You might be so terrified to say what you really think, but if you wrote it in a song, well, that's not really that threatening, you know? And I've come through that in my own journey. That's how I've been able to say things I couldn't say. I wrote it in a song.
That's neat. I feel like you're like a guide. It's for someone who wants to express themselves creatively in music or songwriting or poems in that way. It's like, you're that safe place for them to come on Mondays to learn. It's like again, back to the spiral, it's going inward, but not alone, and with someone who can guide them in, you know, what they're experiencing, or just different ways of how to communicate that, finding their voice. Many people feel blocked in their voice or their throat chakra. And so what a beautiful gift that is, to help someone not only open and create that gift, but then how to do it as well. Super cool.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
I could talk to you all day. I just looked at the time. I'm like, yeah, we can talk all day.
I'm after you, so don't worry. You're not cutting. It's okay. I'm just gonna roll with it. I have a few things that I want to share today, and I can be very clear and concise with them. So take as long as you need. Do you know how many or what songs you're gonna play?
Well, I did one of these with the healing school before, and I wanted to play something different. And I think the song I'm going to play, I don't know if you've even heard it because you haven't mentioned it, but it's a song that's, I think, really translates. It's the one I've been talking about. I'll pull out the guitar here if you want to. Is it time? Shall I?
Yeah, do that. Before you do that, I'm gonna pop up another couple comments that Mama June.
Oh, great!
Because maybe it'll make its way into a song. The world has been under a word spell through politics, religion, schooling for many generations, our background. And so to help with the subconscious, change the word understanding to understanding. We have been under that word spell for many generations. It brings inside of the outside of us to the inside. That inner work is definitely so miraculous, because instead of, reacting like we definitely were taught to do, just being alive and in society, is that now we can come to a place where we can respond, and it's from the heart, which is really beautiful. Or the throat, the torso here, our own energy, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, thanks for sharing those. That's awesome. Yeah, it's exactly it. So the song I'll play was the song I was talking about that I wrote in 15 minutes. And it is the most honest song that I've ever written. And it just fell out of me. And again, I've been doing this a long time, so that was easy for me. But when I play this song live, I've had people, and I shouldn't say how people react. I'll just play it, actually.
Yeah.
So here it is.
Yeah, it's that one, and then I don't want to, because you're really good at connecting and speaking through the different songs. And then, do you feel like playing Black Sheep today?
I can. Yeah. Do you want me to play that one after?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I think, for anyone who just maybe hasn't felt supported, or you have felt alone, or maybe in your journey now, listening to the words, and just know that there is a community that's just like you in whatever aspect it is, or whether it's weird things you like, or you're connected to the earth, or meditation, going in, whatever that work is, there is definitely a group for you, and finding it. But yeah, just to connect to that.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you. I will do that. I love how you connect to that song exactly how I perceive that, what that song is about. That's exactly it. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
all right, so I'll play those two tunes. So this is a song called Something Like I'm Beautiful. A very human emotion that I think we can all relate to. Sharper toast fills the room. Can't see past my own gloom. Crow's feet walking all over my face. My mirror hates me today. Blue jeans feeling too tight. Lifeless hair can't get it right. Feels like no one has called me in a year. Only thing I need to hear, if I ask you, will you tell me something like I'm beautiful? I've wanted you to tell me, and I promise I'll believe you that I'm not a dime in a dozen, that everything about me is worth loving. Tell me something like I'm beautiful. Dear like a duck when I walk away, reaching for a better place. Only frowns in this headspace. It's getting harder to believe that there might be nothing wrong with me. When you're feeling ocean blue, there's nothing else left to do but to ask you, will you tell me something like I'm beautiful? I wanted you to tell me, and I promise I'll believe you that I'm not a dime in a dozen, that everything about me is worth loving. Tell me something like I'm beautiful. I found myself on the cold hard ground, awake in a dream I can't get out. The hardest thing to grasp is a helping hand. Only I can let myself feel this bad. If I ask you, will you tell me something like I'm beautiful? I have wanted you to tell me, and I promise I'll believe you that I'm not a dime in a dozen, that everything about me is worth loving. Tell me something like I'm beautiful. Tell me something like I'm beautiful. Oh, tell me something like I'm beautiful. Tell me something like I'm beautiful. So, oh, thank you, Jen. So that was called Something Like I'm Beautiful. And pretty clear what that song's about, I think. So I'll finish us off with a very upbeat song. That's one, like I mentioned, you know, one of the, well, the most honest song I think I've ever written in a vulnerable sense. But this song is very upbeat. Most of my music is actually a little more uplifting, I suppose. But this is a song for all of us who feel like we don't fit in. And also, I always say the song's about not giving a rip what anyone else thinks and dancing to the beat of our own drum. This one's called Black Sheep. The world's asleep, you're up all night. You go left when they say turn right. That little nagging voice, it seems not loud enough to drown out your big dreams. When the box is too small, rise above it all. Black sheep jump in the fence, don't need to count somebody's 2 cents. Stand up, be yourself, better at that than anyone else. High heels, tennis shoes, moccasins or cowboy boots, long as it feels good to you. The blueprints in your mind are set, even if you think you're not ready yet. The ducks are all in a row. You don't pull the trigger, you'll never know. Rules are made to break. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to be a black sheep. Jump in the fence. Don't need to count somebody's 2 cents. Stand up, be yourself. Better at that than anyone else. High heels, tennis shoes, moccasins or cowboy boots, long as it feels good to you. Turn the TV off. Don't you know it stops you from seeing your own light? It can't be wrong if it feels right. So be a black sheep. So that was called Black Sheep. You might have heard that one on CBC Radio here in Canada, or Sirius XM. I think it's what it's called. That was fun. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. My pleasure. Lots of love for you in the comments and such. So follow her on YouTube and on Instagram and Facebook. You have a Facebook group. Do you want to share the name?
Yeah, I have a private Facebook group called Living on the Bright Side, which is the name of my new academy, the Bright Side Academy. But Angela Saini is my public page if you're interested in any music and my new recording project. And I'm on Spotify and Apple Music and anywhere you listen to music under Angela Saini.
Perfect. Oh, it's so good. I do know the beautiful song. It's on the album.
Yeah, it's on Leap. Yeah, my Leap EP. Yeah. That one's, even when I play it still, it's like we were back to the conversation really quick, was just the same thing where it's like, wow, I didn't know I felt that way until I wrote the song, really wanting to be seen. And we can all do it. That's the thing. We can all do it.
Yeah. I'm going to go back. I'm going to look at the words and I'll do a little deeper dive on that. Can you be part of a meditation or someone doing a journal prompt or something like that?
Yeah, totally. Journal prompts are really helpful. It's another way of like songwriting kind of does the same thing. But I mean, if you don't know how to songwrite, that's a perfect starting point. We all need something to jump off of, Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here today and for being in our community, and you're our adopted musician.
Amazing. No, I'm so happy to be here. I love everything that's happening here. And thank you for having me be part of this. I can't wait for yours now, so I'll stop taking up your space. I'm looking forward to hearing more about the Alchemy. So
Well, kind of
take it away.
Into that is so Naked Alchemy. I'm going to talk about that next, but we want to do live events starting in March, and I've already talked to Angela about coming with us and helping us, through. It's going to be like an experience where Naked Alchemy is all about taking off the inner mask. It's connection with ourselves first and knowing how to do that, and then connection with others. So it'll be this really beautiful experience. You'll walk out of there having been full of, of goosebumps, or, this really beautiful heart feeling of being connected to yourself, source, and to others that will be in the room. And Angela's going to help us. I'm so glad that you're in Toronto and close enough to us that we can connect in person.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm so excited.
Yeah, me too. I am like such a big partier, events person, like live shows and all of that. So we'll also in our community share whenever you're having a live event so that we can come and support you as well.
Amazing. Yeah, we're almost there. We'll be back to events really soon. So I can't wait. Yay.
Yeah, good. And one more piece of love here for you is Katy saying love the music. So
thank you so much. Thank you.
Today.
Awesome.
Yeah, cool. Well, thank you so much. And we will connect again soon.
Amazing. Take it away, Christine.
Thank you. Bye. Little does she know that I took a music class in grade 10 and am so afraid to do that kind of stuff. Maybe I need to be in your Monday night class. Come out of my shell a little bit more. People be like, what? Yeah, I also get nervous too. Thankfully that when I go live now, it doesn't take me 20 minutes to sit there and pep talk myself into going live. I've done it enough that I'm like, okay, I got it. Here's my heart message, and whoever it's meant for is going to see it today. So going on that. All right, let's talk about Naked Alchemy and the whole program. One of the most popular questions I get is, do the clothes stay on? Absolutely. The clothes stay on. And it's on a Zoom call. And I'm going to chat to you about connecting to the inner self today. Whether you're interested in Naked Alchemy or not, there's some really basic parts I feel that can help you to just get along further in your life, to feel good when you're in the abundance is an up and down. And so when you're in that lower phase of mainly meant for introspection and things are a little bit heavier, there's a message there. It's there to teach you something. And so Naked Alchemy really came kind of in the beginning, where it all started was I took a couple of years off from dating because I was dating emotionally unavailable men, and I was the denominator in all of that. And so I was also emotionally unavailable, especially being an Aquarian. And so when I came back on the dating scene, I was on a couple dating sites and I'm reading their profiles. And now I've come back and, you know, my nervous system is calmer. I'm more intuitive. I can feel the energy of other people and understand how to read it a little bit more. And I was reading, there was so much pain in these profiles. And I'm like, wow, these guys are going to be alone for a very long time, right? It just, or what feels like in the dating scene is that we have garbage bags on the front of us and we're looking for someone else that, you know, fits our own garbage bag, and this, you know, kind of whirlwind or drive through kind of dating scene. And it's like, no, let's connect. Let's find a way to connect to each other on a deeper level before the clothes even come off, so that, you know, we're feeling much better and stronger about who we are. We don't have to hide. We don't have to put on this face or this mask of this is who I am. But meanwhile, you know, you're suffering inside, or there's something that is on that deeper level. And we can be alone in healing, absolutely. But when you're connected to another person, it goes even deeper, because now, you know, you have to be honest and open, right, with the other person. And so what it does is it actually, it takes off the different layers of that onion, or on the spiral, it just brings you into a deeper connection with yourself, your own shit, having to own it, and really just being able to be that better version of yourself, but the how to do it. Because we're taught, you know, when, especially growing up in religion or in, you know, maybe a strict home, is that, you know, sex is not, you can't have sex before marriage. Definitely masturbation, you know, is another part of it if you're in a religious or grew up in a religious home. And then you get married and all of a sudden all of that is okay. Or, you know, we're to perform in ways that we have not been taught and we don't know how. And so the Naked Alchemy came in 3 parts. It was something that was a download, or messages that were coming in from God, just saying, you know, like, create a course like this. And the first part is safe vulnerability. And the whole point behind that is 3 months. And it's really just to find out, who are you? It's a huge self-discovery program, the whole thing. And it's about connecting to you more than connecting to other people, just as a little side on that too. So if you're wanting to heal yourself, this is going to be a fun way to do it. If you're wanting to know how to get in, you know, connect deeper, if you're wanting to have a deeper relation with other people, or you've been on the dating scene a really long time, or you haven't been because you're afraid of, you know, finding another person who's going to be crazy like the last exes, and you're like, here I am again. There's something in the, you know, in us and who we are. And so that first 3 months is all about that safe vulnerability, knowing your feminine and masculine energies within you, knowing the wounds and the times when we feel disempowered, and how to heal that, or how to come up from that, how to sit with those heavier feelings, and what's the message and why are they there. Right? We talk about healing the mother-father wound, right? That crunchy wound. We all have them there, and it was on purpose. We chose our parents. We wanted to come through and have some kind of an experience in this life. And so we chose our parents and our family exactly as they were meant to be, even if it's a harder or difficult situation. And other things that we talk about is, you know, what was your attachment style when you were younger? If you had parents that were emotionally unavailable, that is going to play a big role in how you connect with people in business, in your relationships, in your family. So that, you know, that's another piece of it. I'm sorry I don't have the list to show you, but you can find it. We have, I'll show you actually our, I'm just thinking here. I'll show you the website that we have for it, just to bring you the list of what we are going through, because it's a little bit of what I want to chat about today. So let me open this up. Sorry, I'm using another device that I'm not used to. I don't think I can. Nope. It doesn't have the permission, and the allow button isn't there. Sorry, I'm just going to talk to you then. Okay, so the I don't even know how to cancel it. Anyways, I'm just going to talk. So the safe vulnerability, really just like all about that connecting to who you really are. What are your patterns? What, you know, how did you grow up? I talk about fight, flight, freeze, and fawn. This is really important in calming your nervous system, because if you're so wrapped up in the fight or flight patterns that, you know, maybe you grew up in, or there was some trauma and you're just really stuck in that fight or flight, we know what that is, right? You want to fight, or maybe you create drama. unconsciously. This happens unconsciously because that's what you were used to growing up. It's going to be the same thing in your life now. Maybe you want to, run, flight, right? Something happens or someone comes to you and you feel all of a sudden you don't feel safe in your body and you immediately want to run. That was me before. Like I traveled the world and yes, it was for travel, but also because I could not stay home by myself. I couldn't stay home on a weekend. I was gone all the time. And so I was really stuck in that flight. Freeze is when you're just so immobilized. Like you are a deer caught in headlights and you don't know what to do. You're just so overwhelmed, right? I've, been in that place as well. And then the fawn is for the people pleasers, for those that, think of the peacock. The peacock puffs up their feathers. And so you'll do that when the situation is uncomfortable, because if you do that and you say, oh, right, and you appease them, or you say, okay, fine, I'll do it. Or, you're basically in a way giving in, you're giving to them, but you're betraying yourself. That is also another one that keeps you locked in that fight or flight, in that high cortisol. You can't relax, you can't listen to your body, your intuition is not able to drop in as clearly. And so being able to get out of that fight or flight, freeze or fawn is really important in your healing journey, or being able to observe when you're in that. Because now I can feel it in my body. I can be calm, right? And meditating. And then all of a sudden I raise a kid. So, we can go into that fight or flight very quickly when children are around. And so now it's like, I have an opportunity. Am I going to react based on my old programming and the old projections of what's inside of my subconscious? Or am I going to take this moment, take a breath, have an adult timeout, right? And now I have an opportunity to respond, especially to this young child. Because if I come in reaction mode and I'm like Dragon Lady, right now she's afraid. She's gonna, go in. She's not gonna want to be able to speak to me. Same goes at work or in a relationship, in that kind of energy that you're in. Or maybe you have a pattern that keeps coming up over and over where, there's fear of abandonment or rejection or criticism. Or it could be that, people start arguments with you, or something that you just notice keeps happening over and over and over. We're going to look at it. What is it? Why does that keep coming up? Right? So that you can unhook and detach. We're going to talk about how to heal triggers. Triggers are your medicine. It's your breath, or not your breath work. Breath work is important too. But like it's your breadcrumbs on figuring out, why am I this energetic connection to this thing that happened? Maybe it's car accidents, right? There was a few years I had a whole bunch and a speeding ticket. So like there was things that I needed to learn through that, seeing that pattern, I'm not above the law. I can go, the regular speed limit, or I can leave earlier, right? And not leave things to the last minute, which can be part of my old programming. And so all of these things are really important. They're parts of that breadcrumb, like I said, to figuring out who you really are. What are your patterns? How are you in conflict? Is that something that, does it totally throw you? Does it overwhelm your whole nervous system and you just shut down and you can't speak? I remember when I used to be so afraid to have that uncomfortable conversation with someone, and I used to write it out because I was afraid that I wouldn't say what I wanted to say, or I'd be really mad at myself after the fact. And I was like, dang, I should have said that one thing, and now it's too late, or it just would be awkward to come back with it, right? And so it's learning those skills. It's the emotional resiliency. It's the emotional fluency, so that you can be really strong and secure in who you are. This is really, it helps you in life, so that you can speak your truth. You can come forward and say, this is who I am unapologetically. And you start to attract the people who are meant to be in your life. And what happens is those who've been a vibrational match to chaos from before, they start to melt away. It's really beautiful, where you're not even a vibrational match to it anymore. And I've been able to witness, those who have gone through Naked Alchemy. We started in September for a portion of it, and I want to start it over with them as well, because I've learned some new things since starting, but also, in their own messages that, they've been sending to me, is that they are doing the work, but it feels better this time around. They've got us as a support system, but also they now have tools on how to speak their truth, how to look at their patterns, how to be the observer. It's like your life is going on in front of you and you are watching the live play. It's like, okay, why am I acting in that way, right? And not this way? Or, could I have responded differently? How was my nervous system? Was I really tired, or was I already in overwhelm when this other thing happened? So it's learning how to feel in your body where the things are, and just to sit and to feel that energy of who you are and in your body. Then the other part of Naked Alchemy is deeper intimacy. So first it starts with you, is this intimacy of like, how are you with your body? How are you with accepting compliments? Can you touch your body? We weren't really taught to connect. We were taught to connect to everything outside of us. And so it's this coming home to ourselves, being able to feel safe in our own body, safe to connect with ourselves before you could even, reach out to someone else or in a relationship. We're going to talk about that intimacy with others before the clothes even come off, which is really great, right? Being able to have, like, can you hold someone's eye contact, or do you look away because you're afraid? Are you, whenever you're responding or you're acting or all of your actions, is it from a place of fear or from a place of empowerment? We're going to talk about the 6 stages of a relationship. This is really important, especially if you're dating, because there's the power struggle stage. And this is often where relationships break up. And so if you've got that cycle where things, we're either always fighting if I'm in a relationship or I'm single, and it's just like this bad thing keeps happening over and over, we're going to find out where is that energetic connection for you, heal it, honor it. Let's accept the feelings and what's there, but then help you to rise above that so that you can start to attract in that soul person who you're going to feel like has your back, feel like you can be trustworthy, and vice versa, the integrity, all of that with it. That's part of that deeper intimacy, and that's 2 months. So we go deep in there, really about that self-discovery. And then sacred sexuality is the last piece of like how to connect with ourselves, connecting with the elements. I absolutely love this. When you understand the elements, and we're back to the earth and how to communicate with each other, knowing these things, when you understand like the fire element, the opposite of it is fear. So you can even feel in your own body, okay, I'm in my fear right now, or, being able to connect water, emotions, if there's lots of crying or emotions, there are certain times of the month and the year that this is going to be more prevalent for you. And it's understanding those cycles so that you can feel really safe and secure. This is a really neat one. And this came as a download. I have some help that's going to help me with the sacred sexuality piece. These are intimacy coaches and such of how to connect in a more deeper, intimate level. But also think about, we have our own masculine and feminine energies within us, right? And so you're in a relationship now, and now there's 4 energies that are showing up, right? And instead of being in balance, this is what I thought last year was, my word of the year was balance. And I was learning about the feminine and masculine energies and bringing them into balance. But really, they're not to be fully like 50-50. There's, for myself, I'm very much, driven. I'd say A-type personality, because you understand what I'm talking about, but that was all man-made. That was because of business and all the things that I learned. I'm really more introverted sometimes, than that. But it's learning when I'm more in my masculine energy and when I'm more in my feminine. So for me, it's got to be someone who is okay and comfortable with his feminine energy, because there's times when he's going to lead and times when I'm just going to lead naturally based on my own personality and the energy within. But I don't need to dim. I don't need to dim that part of myself where I think, oh, am I going to be accepted, or am I going to be too much, right? Or intimidating, as maybe I have felt in the past. It's like, no, I can just be exactly who I am, and that other person will understand energetically, even just the feeling of it. We won't even need to communicate because we're going to understand that. But now think about how fun that will be, in the bedroom, role playing, and just understanding, behind that sacred sexuality and connecting to ourselves and to connecting to others, but then also on the energetic level of when, someone's going to be in their masculine, or, receiving and giving. There's that times when you can move back and forth in that energy, and it's really beautiful to be able to do that. Okay, so I can't share the screen, but if you want more information to learn or just to see and understand, I did a YouTube video on the masculine and feminine, how to heal that. That's something that is a gift from us at Healing Soul School, of like, here is what the masculine and feminine energies are. Here's how you heal those wounds. It's a 40-minute free video on our YouTube channel. Just go to Healing Soul School YouTube channel and look for Naked Alchemy, and you'll see that 40-minute video. And in there I have, a description as well of what each of them are. You can take a screenshot so you have that. It is a game changer when you know that, you're in, this certain feeling, or an energy and how to move yourself up and out of that, then you have these turnaround times where something isn't going to pull you down for a longer time. Okay. And then you can learn more about Naked Alchemy on healingsoulschool.com/programs. Just click on the link there. If you scroll down further in the page is our free How to Meditate course that Virginia put into our portal as well. Another free gift so that you can get into that deep and delicious meditation, that connection. When we are still and in the quiet, then those messages come in of how to move forward in your life. Maybe a problem that's come up that you haven't figured out how to look after it, or, you know, it's been an overwhelm, and you're going to start to get those little nuggets that are going to help you to feel better and move forward in the stillness. We're so used to going. Now we're learning how to come home, how to really just come into that place, you know, within ourselves, that deeper connection. And yeah, just really excited. Reach out if you have any questions. We're starting Thursdays at 7 o'clock Eastern on Zoom. I'm starting February 3rd with that. It's all about community. It's all about coming together and healing and getting stronger in our emotional awareness, our emotional fluency, so that we can really stand in our power. But now we have the words. We know how to do that, especially if you weren't taught. Okay. All right. So thank you so much. I'm going to change up the banners here. Just give me a second while I fix this. Next up, we have a very, very unique guest that I absolutely love. I found this beautiful lady on Clubhouse, Keturrah. Here we go. Here's your banner. So let me bring her up right now. Hi. How are you?
Wonderful. Now that I'm here with you. Thanks.
Yay. Oh, this is going to be a delicious conversation. I love it. So I was just passing by on Clubhouse one day, and there was something around ancestral readings. So I popped into Keturrah's room and I was just listening, and she read a card that someone else in the room, you know, she's helping at the moment, but I already knew that that was for me. It was the number 2121, which has a really big significance in our family. And I had sent her a message. I'm like, thank you so much. Like, that really was very empowering. And then she started to share some more things, and I went in a few more rooms, and I'm like, wow, she's got some really cool medicine, and we love interviewing cool people. So glad you're here. Let's talk about, so if you are okay, like, share who are you and what it is that you do, and then we'll go deeper into your topic for today. But what is your medicine? What is it that you are here to help others with?
Well, first and foremost, thank you so much, Christina. You know I love to be in your presence. It's something energetic to be with you, and I'm just going to leave it like that. And
Sure.
I'm honored to be here. The speakers before me, I just want to say thank you all as well. I popped in, and it was so delicious. It was a lot of soul food. It was very soothing to just be around a group of women who are all about helping their self energetically and the world. And so I'm just very excited just to even be here in the company of you all. I'm Goddess Keturrah, and I am a holistic teacher of many arts. I mean, from the ancient scribes of tarot all the way down to our mundane teachings. There really isn't a one specific area, so I just like to say the holistic arts. Particularly, I want to stay on topic of health here today. Particularly, the science of tarot really does help us get back to learning who we are from the inside out. It's a very beautiful thing that as individuals, once we learn our own rhythm, we're really able to come out in the world and show up in our fullness. And so that's what I'm really here to do. I do so much. I cover a lot, from tarot to meditation, to the science behind the tarot. Why were the cards created in the first place? I really do help connect us back to our natural birthright. So I tell people a lot, I'm your mirror. So when you come to sit with me, you're really going within yourself. We're going to get rid of all of the cliche words, the chakras, all these, and we're going to bring things down to a level where even a baby can really get on with their life. It's been amazing too to see so many people grow towards themselves, grow towards truth, because they are learning that the fear that has been placed on a lot of us has just been things that have been placed upon us. So I'm here to help us remember who we are, what we are, and why we are what we are. And as women, I have to congratulate us. I always laugh at Christina. I say, you know, Christina, we make people. All these people around the planet, where did they come from? And me and her always laugh. I always start my rooms with that, especially when I get with the fathers. I say, where you all come from? You know, because we have all these separations, but truth, we are so beautifully made from our mothers. And so I'm here to bring in so many facets of truth that we can utilize. Instead of being used by the tools, we will have the tools to utilize to make our lives just a lot more magical. And so I'm hoping that that's what I'll be doing the rest of my life. I'm really enjoying it because it just allows us to connect naturally.
Awesome. And share with us, so the science behind tarot, I just want to kind of a little bit of a lead up of why I felt so connected to you and listening in to what you're teaching and sharing with others, is that you and I are both ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. And so, you know, around the whole religion piece, I feel my level of discernment, or the bullshit meter, I call it, just to be straight out, is really high, because I don't want to be put into another box. I don't want to be put into like another cult like thing where it's like, you got to do these things in order to be accepted or be a part of our group, because that just doesn't feel good to me. There's no expansion in that, right? You're just like living in this box. And so what I really liked about, you know, how you're explaining your own experience in the teaching is you're like, I don't want to be a part of any of that. No religion, no cult, even in the spirituality groups, right? There can be a lot of that kind of narrowing in of like, you've got to do it this way or you're wrong. It's like, I'm going to tap into my own intuition, right? And see how that feels. And so I like the way, or the angle from which you're teaching, because you've had that same kind of background where now you're just like, I'm free, I'm open, I'm connecting to source, to Mother Earth, to nature, to the rhythm, and to, you know, the stars. As we talk about that, and just, you know, being in that beautiful expression of, I'm just here as, I even feel, you know, you're a messenger of the earth, of like, this is how things work in the earth. We've been taught some things that are lies, and here's another way to look at it. And so for anyone listening, you just take today what resonates and you leave the rest, which is really beautiful. Talk about, if you want to mention, like, or speak, you know, a little bit to that of what I just shared, but then also, you know, you have told us that you really take the telescope to the sky, and maybe why, if you'd love to or could explain that, be good.
Yes, thank you so much for the introduction. Absolutely. I'll start with the latter. The telescope is so important. The telescope is so important because it's showing us the natural rhythm of what's going on. There is no manipulation. There's no trickery. We're just looking, enjoying our natural universe. The tarot is very important in the sense that everyone doesn't have binoculars and everyone doesn't have a telescope. So the tarot connects us to the rhythm of the planets. For instance, I hold a Carrot Tarot class, right? The Carrot Tarot class is geared to teach us, hey, when you pull out the sacred tarot, we're not just flipping cards and using our opinions and imaginations. We are getting into the science of why the cards were even created in the first place. So for instance, the Fool card, number 0, is the planet of Uranus. So now when I'm sitting down, or if one is sitting down and wanting to learn, what are the planets saying, right? So now they're tapping into something that cannot be made up, which is energy. And when the cards were created, they were created to give us a deeper understanding on the planets above. So now when we're utilizing the tarot, if we have the Fool card, or the Magician is Mercury, the planet of Mercury, it's allowing us to tap back into our planetary alignments, aka chakras. It's so important to know what space-time is, because we do have the earth wheel. Therefore, the as above, so below birth chart's giving us space and time. If we just deal with the time of earth, we are all off rhythm, because the earth wheel does not reflect the actual sky wheel, what's actually taking place. It's not conspiracy. I don't do conspiracy. It's just wisdom and truth to actually look up for ourselves. I kind of laugh with Christine here and there lately about the new moons or the full moons. I said, you know, if we want to be entertained, then by all means, go horoscope, go horoscope, go horoscope. But if we want to grow and come from out of outdated systems and outdated opinions and strongholds, then we definitely want to spend time with ourselves. There is no one more important on the planet than ourselves. If we learn ourselves, heal, healthy self is really heal thyself. Then what we're doing is we're able to expand our love through energy. Hurt people. So when I sit down with people with the tarot, it is showing me the rhythm of what's going on as above, so below, to help guide them. As a guider, a natural guider, I don't want to tell people what to do. And I think that we are moving out of a phase of control, the age of Pisces, manipulation, man control, even woman control, and all of these things that really don't help us. We are beginning, we're moving out of that stream. And I speak a lot about that. I say, you know, there's two fish going in two different directions for a real reason. Which direction are you all flying in? Viewers, are you moving toward the ladder of the age of Pisces, or are you moving into the presence of the age of Aquarius? We are now in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. We are not in it, but we're beginning, and you can see the shifts. And this is going again with the telescope, not the horoscope. We are shifting. We are learning thyself. We are helping thyself. We are not running to doctors who have not cured, people who really do not understand themselves, because we realize, wait a minute, we live within ourselves, and the tarot helps to pull us back to remembering we are important. And a lot of the things that we are looking for, truly, you hear people say, go within, but listen, what they're really saying is, when you go within, you're really looking up. And when you look up, you're really going within.
That's so beautiful. Thank you. And so then, you know, for someone who, I know a lot of our community are new to cards or new to tarot, how was your introduction? Like, how did you get over that, you know, programming for religion mainly, but, or that it's confusing? Like, I find with tarot, it's a structured thing. And so for me, automatically, I'm like, whoa, it's, you know, there's more rules or things to learn, which is okay. But like, how did you switch into learning them and allowing it to speak to you?
Yeah, thank you for that question, because it's very important. Background of Jehovah's Witness and Christian, which was upon me, both. But my energy always was connected to Netter, nature, Mother Nature, Gaia, Turtle Island. Who cares about the title? You always say we're on one planet floating in outer space together. What allowed me to come up out of the strongholds, they're strongholds. They're spiritual strongholds that were placed on us before we even knew our name, was realizing that there's only one me. There's only one Christina on this entire planet. And knowing that, not believing it, I must do what the seed needs. I teach everyone's not a banana tree, everyone's not a grape tree, everyone's not an apple tree, and we all need different things. But those apples, bananas, and orange trees never go to apple, banana, or orange tree school. I teach this because what they need was already within them. I started to trust myself, my own inner voice, my own rhythm, louder than everyone around me, Christina, that would not be in my casket when I left. I realized that my husband, my children, my sisters, my brothers, no one gets to go with me in my casket. And I don't get to go with them either. So I started to have a more strengthened sense of integrity for my own voice. And I remembered each and every day that if I didn't trust my own voice, then how could I really even speak it and someone even take that within? You know, it was kind of like the mirror effect began in my life. I started to look at myself, and what fears you, I want to tell all the viewers, what fears you is your calling. If you are afraid of something, remember you are not created in fear. That's not a seasoning that goes in on us. And so go and open up that door and go and explore and see, because what you're going to find is more of yourself.
Right. Oh, I like that. That's so good. And so is there a difference between your tarot readings and what you're teaching? And I know you have a course as well to teach people the tarot versus, I feel that other people have different medicine based on what they've learned and such, but can you speak a little bit more to the science behind it?
Absolutely. So my sessions are geared more astrologically, I would say, astrologically speaking, because I'm not only utilizing the tarot, but I'm actually looking in the heavens. So I need to see, if I sit down with Christina and let's say she's getting her major arcana, and the theme is the major arcana, but we also have the minor arcana. I don't want to confuse the viewers, so I'm going to put it like this. Let's use playing cards. This is why I love playing cards, because anyone who thinks tarot is divination or devil or demonic will look like they're going wherever they think you're going to. Because everyone on the planet has playing cards. Right. When we look at the clubs, Christina, check this out. We're looking at the swords. What is the swords, though? The swords are the air constellations of Libra. You see, Aquarius. And also, let's see, Libra, Aquarius, brain funk. And brain funk, but it's three.
I can't think of them either.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Well, today, and specifically, y'all, as an astronomer, Venus stations direct today, and that's just, it's beautiful. It's my personal planet. But where I'm getting to is I'm looking at the planets. I'm looking at the constellations. I want to know, universe, what are you trying to say? Where are you trying to guide the person? Because if we don't do that, we are giving our opinion. So I utilize my cards to really speak the energy, because other than that, we are putting someone else in another box. Back to what you said. We remove ourselves from a box, and we do not want to place ourselves in a bigger box. So I'm going towards the sky now, because we have been programmed, and a lot of things we've been programmed truly is outdated. Truly is not in harmony of who we're becoming. So I'm going to look into the heavens. I'm going to allow the cards to show the telescope perspective for me so that I can see in true timing. So say, for instance, I'm doing a reading and Leo, the strength comes out. Well, Leo is the constellation. The strength card is the constellation of Leo. So at that particular time, I want to see what's in Leo for this person. Universe, what are you asking of the person? What other guidance can I give them so that they can go search on their own and gain a greater clarity? Even though I'm non-religious, I use all religious books, because there's omnism is truth. There is truth and lies in all of them. And the truth is, I'm going to use the Bible. I would prefer a person to teach them to fish than to fish for them. And so when you come with me, you're basically learning to utilize the tools for yourself so that the tools aren't using you.
Mm-hmm. That's good. What are the other parts of the playing cards? So like the diamond.
So the diamonds, they would be the pentacles. The pentacles are the earth, Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn. Then we have our, our spades. We have our clubs. The clubs is so important. Those are like the more spiritual, etherical messages. Those are the fire signs of Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries. And it's amazing because now you're sitting at home and you're thinking that you're playing cards, but really you're tapping into all type of frequencies and energies. But if we can't comprehend it, right? If someone never sat down and said, hey, you know that those spades really are swords and tarot, and hey, those diamonds really are coins, and hey, the hearts, it really is your chalices, your cups. If someone isn't really explaining and they're just, you know, playing and then passing judgment on people who understand what they're doing. And so I just want to, you know, allow people to know that it's nothing wrong with exploring. It's nothing wrong with dissecting. And definitely, it's nothing wrong with learning. And is tarot for everyone? No. But you know what, Christine? I teach it. It's like having a math book or a science book in your home. It's a tool. You use it to read.
Do you have a deck with you right now?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I have a few decks. I have, you know, I knew it was going to come on. I have, this is a deck that is used a lot. This is the Tarot of the Orishas. I really love this deck because it continues to keep us towards cultural truths. Nature, no matter what 7 continents we live on, nature will always render to be true. And so what I love about the Orishas, it connects me back to a sense of time and space where divination was used and practiced, and it was a beautiful thing. It was not deemed scary. It wasn't deemed witchcraft or demonic or any of those man-made words. Anytime
are you okay to pull 2 cards today?
Absolutely.
It's like a group reading. So a reading for everyone today. Normally when I do 2 cards, the first one is feminine and the right one then would be masculine. I'm just curious if we can co-create today. You pull the cards and you speak to us on what you see or what you're feeling using all your medicines, because I love how you pull all of it in and how you help us to see how it's all connected.
Absolutely. And
I didn't know that about playing cards before.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. You know, I just, you know, yeah, if you have playing cards, definitely get acquainted to them. Once again, the pentacles would be your diamonds. The chalices would be your hearts. The spades would be your wands. And your, what did I miss? Your clubs would be your wands. So we got our, and then remember, so when we're dealing with wands, what we're talking about is our fire constellations. And I just talk about one.
So give me 1 second. So we're talking about 4 elements, and then even in tarot, so there's the 4. There's the cups, the pentacles, the swords, and the chalice.
Chalices, that's right.
I didn't know that. Okay, cool.
Absolutely. And then we have our etherical messages, which is just intuition. But if you're pulling, oh, that's so funny. Oshun, you all hear me say Heheru, it's the same as Hathor. When we're dealing with the energies, what we're talking about is, once again, say Christina's not going to go look up today into the telescope, but the universe is saying, hey, let's say the high priestess comes out for her. The moon is talking to her. You may want to go and look in the astronomy. Astronomy, that's the teroscope. The telescope and the astronomy is the tarot, because it's all connecting to your body. That's why I love coming in today, listening to a lot of the speakers talk about health. Number one thing, health, is making me look at my fire. How is my intuition? How am I purifying my life? How is things going? My earth, my chalices, how's my health? Am I planting seeds in life? Am I moving forward in life? Am I trusting nature around me? The chalices, the cups, am I feeling okay? How is my emotion today? The swords, how is my mind? How is my communication? And where are we pulling this from? The telescope. Because now I'm remembering that not only when we're pulling the high priestess, which is representative of the moon, but what is the moon, right? What is the moon? What does it mean to you, Christine? What does it mean to me? What does it mean to us as individuals? Not only the science, we know the moon is representative of all the waters on the planet, but it's also representative of the waters within us. the ones we cry, the ones we drink, the ones we give of our menstrual to even have life. This is the astronomy, which is the study of the anatomy. So in true timing, I want to say this because Christina knows I love her, my soul sister, outside of this beautiful Healing Soul School. In true timing, we have the sun as an astronomer shifting through the constellation of Capricorn for everybody. So it's going to be different horoscope because remember, horoscopes, and I don't really want to get too deep in that, but the horoscopes were created for the regions in which the 7 continents. And so a lot of people are going.
Is it okay to move your mic closer to us? So yep. Just a little bit harder to hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't really want to get too much into the horoscope. I was going to stay into the science, but they're all intermingled. Meditation is mingled in here. All of the elements, the planets, spices, seasons, numerology. The tarot is sacred. So I'm going to pull us, I'm going to pull us 2 cards, Christine, to end us. And if you had any questions, because your questions are the best.
I'm like that student. I have this big sponge. One that's coming in is like, where did it even start?
Absolutely. So, Christine, I know that a lot of people are interested in the tarot class. I would definitely send them to you because Christine, it's kind of like bicycle wheels. You don't want to just jump on the big wheels. You do want to take your time to learn what does it mean to you. And first and foremost, are you even pulled to it? Because a lot of times they'll pick this up, Christine, they're like, oh, it's a fad. It's not. It's really a healthy tool. You don't pick up a science book or a math book and, it's the same thing.
Neat. Yeah, I'll tell you, like, honestly, because of that religious background, was that I was given an oracle deck. It was all about fairies. So to me, it was like, go out in nature, hug a tree. It was very, very gentle.
It's funny you said that because the message of the waters shot out. Okay. Very.
Okay.
You see her?
Yep.
I want to talk about this. This is the feminine principle for today. Very beautiful.
And so tarot, I don't own a deck because there was fear definitely behind it from that older programming. Mm-hmm. And so it's really neat. I appreciate this conversation and just like learning a little bit about it. Virginia and I were each gifted 2 card decks each last year. And it was really funny because I received the oracle and she received 2 tarot deck. And, she's like, well, I don't know how to use them. So I guess this is just going to hold until we learn. But I think we're coming into that, of us being able to learn from teachers like yourself and others.
Yes. Listen, don't be afraid to discover more of yourself.
Yeah.
The tarot deck, earth, air, fire, water, etherical messages, all the planets, all the constellations, numerology, the seasons, even the spices we eat. All our ancestors are brilliant. And we haven't even gotten into the archetype. So, it's vast, it's ancient, it's delicious. It's a tool. I want to put emphasis on tool, Christina, because the more I put emphasis on tools, you realize you utilize the tools. See, people are getting used by the tools, and so they're afraid to use the tools.
Right.
It's just a tool. These are brilliant. I know these came out because you're here, obviously. We have, for our feminine message, we have the message from the waters. And for our masculine, we have the guardian angel, which is amazing in this deck. I know even the pictures, people wouldn't even assume them to look the way they do. It's all mixed cultural. All mixed, everything here. So the message for us for today, and I'm going to peek at the bottom of the deck just to give us an encompass message. The 5 of Waters is at the bottom of the deck. The 5 of Waters speaks about us finding ways to come up out of drowning within our own emotions. How are we drowning in our own emotions without pointing the finger at anyone? How do we begin to remember that our emotional body matters to us. How do we begin to remember that our emotional body does not need outside validation? 5 in numerology speaks about changes that are taking place within our life. It is in between 0 and 9. 5 represents fabulous changes. It represents looking at how we have self-sabotaged our own self, and now we see a clear pathway out. The thing is that we don't have anyone holding our hand with the 5 of water, which is representative of the chalices, Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. We want to look at how these constellations work with us. We look at Cancer, we're looking at the mother essence, we're looking at the anatomy of our chest and breasts. We're looking at how we are connected with our heart. And we're going to make changes that gets us out of drowning within our own essence to move towards peace. This is the collective message of why the message of water is coming out for the feminine principle today. This speaks about listening to our own intuition, strengthening our own intuition, just like we would strengthen our arm or our behind or our legs or anything else. We want to strengthen our intuition. We want to know that when it is speaking to us, it's a reliable source. We don't want to feel like it's cuckoo or we don't know if we can trust it. When it was given to us, we did not create it. So this is a message to remember. Your intuition is such a reliable source because we didn't create it. It was given to us. Listen to it and act upon whatever messages that are coming to you. You see, she is coming up out of the shell. She is allowing the white and the black aspects, the conscious and the subconscious, to move and work for her and not against her. She is not going to allow old generational outdated energies to stop her from becoming, from blooming and being. The guardian angel for the masculine perspective. This is so divine. You can see this is likened to the age of Aquarius in the picture.
Yep.
And you obviously see that this is again water. The age of Aquarius. That's what I see. It's reminding you, men and gentlemen, and also the masculine perspective within ourselves, that it is soul time. It's time for soul to arrive. Your soul can't be found in a book. It can't be found on Google. It can't be found in your husband or your wife or your children or your mother or your father. Your soul was given to you. Trust your soul. It removes us out of the sense of having to be so egotistical or pompous. We begin to remember that we came here with a purpose, and the purpose is great, and it is calling. This is the guardian angel saying that you are protected, you are secure, and you are free to move because the ancestral and the angelical realm is here with you. Do not allow your masculine energy or approach to be silent. It is the action that is needed.
Very good.
Thank you.
Goosebumps. Thank you. As you started talking about souls, and it's time for us to come together as souls. Absolutely. Release all the, the titles and all the things that have some kind of a division, and just let's come together as souls and connect. I had full of goosebumps.
Yeah. And that's what the age of Aquarius is about. I would love to end with this, that, we don't have to hype anything up. We don't have to throw salt behind us, stump a couple times, put on aunts and all this extra stuff. When you come to realize that you are so loved from the inside out, There is no outside validation that will ever be needed, because remember, there's only one you on this beautiful planet floating in outer space for a real reason.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That's so beautiful. Just before you go, how can people connect with you? And I wanna just send out a shout out for you and your birth chart. And I highly recommend everyone to have one. It's very different because she is checking the skies and the astronomy of that reading. And man, mine just blew me away. It made so much more sense, and I've been really connecting to the energies of that. And so I just want to say thank you. What is it like? Do you want to share a little bit about your birth chart readings and how you pull that information together?
Absolutely.
And the best way for people to reach out to you.
So I'm all about promoting us women. I would say if you are interested in any of the classes or anything, go to Christina. If you need a birth chart, go to Christina. She knows how to contact me. If you would like a class, which I would recommend us all to take the Comedic one-on-one class, because what it's doing is just giving us a understanding. And I use these three words a lot: understanding, inner standing, and overstanding. It gives us an understanding of what's going on now. See, the birth charts are going to show us outdated information. We are not in 65, 75, 85, 95 anymore. So the screenshot that I'm getting from the actual cosmos, not the Vedic, not the sidereal, not the tropical, those are all beautiful and brilliant to the earth perspective, but they just aren't true to the sky. So when I did your chart, which was amazing, it says as above, so below, because as above is the space time and the so below is the earth time, two different times.
Very cool.
Yeah, if you're interested, please go to Christina for any of the things, because I would love just to see the Healing Soul family just grow in the school.
Right. And then last plug for you is on February 6th, you're starting an astronomy, so Comedic astronomy class.
Yes.
12 sessions.
Yeah. So the 6th, I'm going to come in with everyone and just make sure that everyone who signed up are ready. And it's for 4 weeks. It's one day a week on Sundays. We meet for 3 to 4 hours. And I mean, we're dissecting the same way we would dissect the frog in science. We're dissecting the sky, and we're looking at now. So I do want to say this: you don't have to have a birth chart, but when you have a birth chart and then you take the class, what happens, and I don't want to start to get people too ahead, but you begin to chart. You can start to chart your life. So I was born, let's just say, I'm just going to put this out there. Say someone was born in 1982. Well, by the time they get a astronomy, not the one that you all generate on the horoscope, but by the time they get an astronomy chart, that's going to show what the sky looked like in 82. But look at this, Christine, by the time they come into the class, the Comedic one, now we're looking at the sky now. So what they're doing is they're able to put the planets and different things in their correct position now. Right. This allows one to start to chart for it, like, hey, I want to move. When's a good time to move? Oh, let's look at the 4th mansion or the 4th house, which is representative of Cancer, the mother, ancestral property, ancestral lineage, home, movement. So now one is able to start as an individual to gain momentum.
Very neat. All right. Well, just so happy to have met you. And she's on Clubhouse Mondays, 9 a.m. Eastern. Yep. For the week, for the reading for the week, which is always interesting. I have a notebook just for you when I'm in your rooms that I can just write down what it is you're sharing, because it just resonates on a really neat level for me. So thank you so much for being here and for your time today. And I know that there'll be more for sure.
I say this before I leave. Any of my viewers that came to just support, if you're in need of any help, because we're dealing with a lot of people that I see that are dealing with trauma. So by the time they come to me, they have a lot of trauma. And so that's why you all see me saying, I'm really looking to build with Christine, because she's really dealing with a lot of deep deep luggage that people carry that they can let go. So I definitely recommend if you all are dealing with any kind of like psychological triggers or luggage, please see Christine. And when you come see me for the reading, it just makes things so much more receptive.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Love so much love to you. And I'll see you Monday at 9 on Clubhouse.
Take care.
Right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Oh, I love this day because these are people that are really beautiful and special in my world. And I want to let them shine because they've got some really beautiful medicine, including Rebecca. Let's bring her up next. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm muted.
No, you're good. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I want to say thank you to Keturrah. Her medicine is wow.
So I have a huge thank you to Virginia because she was actually the one who told me about you and your soul pilgrimage class that you have that I think we're in month 4 now, which is really amazing. And just really learning again more about the earth and medicines. And because Virginia and I lived in Latin America, we really resonate with, what you're teaching as far as the Andean cosmic vision. And I had to look all that up. But, learning from your teachers in Peru and, the shamanism and such from the South, it really speaks to both of us, having been there and the Spanish and all of that and learning, like, I cannot tell you how much my world has shifted in the last, 4 months that I've been introduced to your medicine because it's a deeper understanding of the earth, but also when I'm in overwhelm or I'm in this place like, big words, I can come back to my breath work and like, rooting in that grounding, but you've given us tools on how to connect to an altar. I never thought I would ever have one. The prayer word was something that also I'm okay with, but having had such, really strict religions growing up, it was still a word where I was like, I don't know if this is a prayer for me just yet. But it makes so much sense when you connect it to the earth and to the way that you describe it. And so definitely my practice, every day and in the morning when I wake up is totally different. Thank you to you and to your beautiful container and even just following your medicine and you're teaching all about the elements and the 4 doors and how to connect back into ourselves and into that, that mother nature way of looking things. It resonates and it feels so easy because it's not like we're doing these rituals or we're doing all these kinds of things that just maybe doesn't feel like it's can be a regular part of our life that just rolls out and it's like just like a breath of fresh air. It's like, okay, it doesn't have to be so difficult to move through a shadow piece or coming through a light piece, right? It's like, right, I have new tools now where I can just sink into that and the landscape of life and the earth is just so different. So that is a huge accolade for how awesome you are and how much you enjoy the world at, your divine roots. So thank you. Do you want to share with everyone kind of as your own intro and who you are and what are you here for? What medicine do you deliver?
Oh, well, thank you, Christine. It's been an honor to witness you and to feel that in, 4 months, you've already been able to really, take the application and it's not complicated, right? And it's like Keturrah said, we don't need to do this big complicated thing. And I have one teacher who always says, like, the answers are outside, they're in nature. And we don't have to be on the land to be connected to nature. The reality is we all live in different spaces and places. But when we have that relationship, we can feel into that cosmic connection and come back into our source. Thank you for inviting me, both you and Virginia. And it's just wonderful to see the Healing School grow, or Healing Soul School, pardon me, grow. And this is what we need more of in this now time of history. So I am a shamanic practitioner, a breathwork practitioner, a channel, a seer, an intuitive mentor and guide. And so really my medicine is multidimensional. But what I feel able to share that translates much broadly is by working through the Andean Cosmovision, because we can all understand and relate to the idea of nature and Mother Earth, and that connection, right? We are all nature. Being a breathwork practitioner and having done so much work with the breath and the body and trauma, you know, many of us are seeking to like expand in this soulful way, in this spiritual way. And we want to shoot up and we want to do all this stuff up.
And be up there all the time.
And be up there, but that's not why we're here. We're actually here to be in this earthly incarnation, which is dense, right? It's really dense. And in fact, you know, I've had clients who are super resistant to the earthly work. They just want to talk about past lives. I'm like, but the past life really isn't important right now. We actually, let's take the note or the tone from the past life. Why is it here? And now let's move through it here. So it's like, it's what I try to do is really marry those embodiment practices and to give you the tools so that you can tap into your own wisdom, your own healing, your own clearing. Because I'm not your healer, you're your healer. And healing is kind of that, I don't like to typically use that language, but it's so accessible. We understand it. Our brain intellectualizes it. We're all perfectly where we're supposed to be. And we're on this journey. But it's up to us to make the shifts, to transmute the shadows, to do the clearing. You can go and see as many practitioners or healers as you want, but if you're not in this space and co-creating and collaborating, the shift isn't going to happen. Mm-hmm. And you're seeing that in this journey right now. Like it's a daily, sometimes it feels like a daily grind, right? But it's like, it's the commitment to sitting in the shadow, in the uncomfortable spaces. And as, you know, those who are serving, we have to commit even more so that we're not projecting our crap onto our clients and our communities. Because we all have it. We're all human, FYI. We're all human.
I love you. Have really great emails, and I caught so much has happened this week, but I caught enough of the one that you sent yesterday about how when you sit with a client, it's like it's your work too. It's not like you're separate from them. And I'm like, yes, it's so true. And when I started to realize that I would do a reading or I was helping a client and be like, wow, their shit is my shit. So 100%. I'm called to go into this work even deeper, seeing it like they're my mirror as well. And I'm like, wow, this is so cool. Like I'm getting intuitive, you know, it's so much easier to help other people than ourselves, right? So intuitively, I'm being given this message to help them. And I see it and I'm like, wow, you know, here's your layout, do these things. And then Source is like, that's for you too. I'm like, okay, I see it.
Right? Isn't it crazy? Like I find when I'm moving through something, my clients are going through the same thing. The ones who are most aligned with me are in the same space. So it's so funny because I'll see something online and I'm like, that really resonates. And I know exactly who I need to send that to because I'm like, I know she's moving through that too, right? Or he's going through that too, because they're souls that are just mirror images of us, and they're just mirroring back to us. We may be 3 steps ahead of them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we can I love that you are a multidimensional healer as well, because we are too, right? To talk about that, because we shift up and down all of them, but we attract the people who are in the same or similar vibration point as we are, or something that we're to, you know, level up maybe a little bit more as well. And so it's that attraction point it's that frequency, right? That Taurus field. Yeah, definitely. Mm-hmm.
It's funny because I wouldn't have used that language a year ago.
Neat.
Yeah, it's something that I've only just started to feel comfortable being out of the closet with. Mm-hmm.
Coming out of the closet, yep.
It's more of the galactic cosmic closet.
Even bigger.
Yeah.
We're up leveling the closet.
Okay. Yeah. Closet doors have become like this big. They're garage doors now.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's so neat.
Yeah.
Tell us about, I know you're going to do a mini breathwork class. And I also, again, just to state anyone who's watching, you're doing breathwork classes online twice a month on Wednesdays at 8 Eastern. And it is an experience. Like the first time I did it, I was like, wow, I feel like I was at the theater in those like 3D movie things, except my eyes were closed and I was journeying inward, instead of watching it on the screen, it was like, it was happening within me.
Yeah.
And the music and all of the things that you put into it together, it was like, this is actually an experience more than healing, right? And it felt light and it was really cool. And I was like, wow, I want more of that. And so I know you're gonna do a bit of a breathwork class for us today. Just for timing, how much do you want for the breathwork part?
Well, because it's not a traditional, what I have is my beautiful drum. We're playing with Spirit. Spirit said we're going to do something different, only because we're working with different platforms and not able to share that music. So I'm going to just drum, and I would say let's have about 10 minutes, I think. And I'm hoping that I tried to use my podcast mic, but it was giving me feedback, and I wasn't sure how it was going to work with your system. So we're just going with the old school, and whatever is, Spirit's precise. So, let's sit with like about 10 minutes. We'll open with a prayer, and I will drum, and we'll go through that.
Okay, super. Just so I know for time, and I could talk today. So I have more questions for you, definitely, that I think could benefit the community. And so I'll that breath work part for the last 10 minutes then. So thank you for that. In your experience, because you've had 15 years of learning and going deeper, and you've been to Peru a number of times and learning from shamans, and even, just sitting in your own remembering, your soul's remembering, which is so beautiful. Where does someone start? Like kind of, take us a little bit out. You've had, all of these experiences. When you like look at the land or someone, and they're in their lives, or, what is your advice? Kind of either where does someone start, or going forward now with, I feel, the shift that the world is having in more of us awakening spiritually and connecting back to the inner core of who we are. From what you've learned and all of that, what do you see on our horizon and kind of as the place to move through?
That's an awesome question, because where someone starts today is a very different place from where someone started when I was really starting to commit to it, because everything's thinner now and a lot more accessible to us. So people are like, what? I didn't ask what's happening. So it's like, it's a whole, it was much denser 15 years ago energetically. So things weren't as accessible to receive and to download and channel. I do think we start with food. Our body's a vessel. And when we're eating high vibrational foods and you're taking care of your body, it's just absolutely crucial to be looking after our bodies with high vibrational foods, water, movement. It's kind of the number one thing we need to be doing. And for me, food was a massive beginning of my shift and my opening. So that comes back into our earthly container, right? And then I feel like it's important for people to remember that being spiritual is not necessarily a religion. It's a way of being. And there's not one way to be spiritual, right? A lot of people think, oh, well, I need to have a guru, or I need to have a this, or I need to be going to that, and no. It's, number one, plugging into something that lights you up from the inside out and the outside in. For me, prayer is a huge piece. You know that about me. That is like my practice. I come to my altar, I come into center, and then breath work. For someone else, it might be dancing. It might be yoga, daily yoga. I remember when, 10 years ago, now I'm doing yoga, and I'm not on the path of shamanism yet, but I'd be in Shavasana, and they're opening my body, and I would have every yoga class would close out with this crazy supernatural, super spiritual experience, and it would freak me out. And I was finding people to talk me through what was happening. Right? So we can access through all sorts of ways and modalities. It's finding the right one for you.
Right.
And then it's having that practice, a daily practice if possible, but remembering that we're human beings. We're going to oscillate, and we're going to have Saturdays and Sundays and just fall off the wagon. And if you're like most people, myself included, when things are going really well, I don't need to pray today. I don't need to meditate today. Oh, I don't need to do yoga or exercise today, right? Like we kind of do that when we're hitting a plateau. We feel good. We get kind of cocky. You know, I've just moved through this really shadow piece. I'm going to take some time. So I would, the invitation would be to keep it simple and go slow. Because it's an entire lifetime. This isn't a diet. Do you know what I mean? It's a commitment to a lifestyle, and it will keep shifting. And when I say lifestyle, it's like, yeah, my family work around rattles and burping and noise and people screeching and buckets of people's dirty tissues filled with like rape rags or purge, or like like some big man walks out of my treatment space. Like it's a lifestyle. They have to work within what I'm doing, but it wasn't always like that. It used to be, oh, Rebecca gets up at 6 a.m. to meditate, to pray. And when we're in that commitment of a practice that connects us with something bigger than ourselves, we will just naturally evolve. And you've heard me say this before, the deeper we root in, the higher we're going to go in terms of that connection. And when we have that practice, we feel quite balanced. I had a pretty crappy day on Wednesday, like really crappy day. So I came to my prayer. I sat at my altar. I took the rape. I prayed. Sat with Grandfather Tobacco. I prayed. I sang. I cried. I rattled. My Thursday was great. But it's that practice that helps me move through the wobbly moments. And it's that practice that allows me to tap into the wisdom when I have the question or the uncertainty or the moment of confusion. So that's my very long, rambling answer.
Yeah, no, I love it. It was good. It was delicious. I feel like our word today is delicious.
Delicious.
Yeah, there's some comments. So I'm just going to check what those are. I didn't think you'd start with food. So you threw me off there. And Katy said, today is the day about our health. So, nourishing the body. It's so true.
Yeah.
The emotions, like all of that works in together, right? Of what's flowing through our body. Definitely. So you and I, through your course, your reading recommendation was The Presence Process by Michael Brown.
Right here, baby. It's always nearby.
And so this book, oh my goodness, it is so clear and so simple. And a lot of the questions that I've had, it's like bing, bing, bing are being answered in like, the first few chapters. And I was just like so grateful for this in and of itself. But I want to share, as far as like that practice and how we get over the mindset of it. Because just like working out or, eating healthy and those things, it's like, oh, I don't want to do it today. Or part of the presence process is that we're to breathe just normal, conscious breathing. So you're present and aware, but to breathe for 15 minutes at a minimum when you wake up and then before you go to bed. And the last couple of days have just been really hectic for whatever reason. Just so much is going on. And so I'd get into bed and I raise a little one. And it's like, I'm dead tired. It's like,
yeah.
Do my breath work. So I'm laying in bed and I'm like, I didn't. I'm like, no. And I just like passed out and just wasn't meant to be. Right. And so there was at least 2 sessions that I had missed. I totally forgot yesterday, just so much, my brain just going like a fire hose this week. And so this morning I got up and it was great. The house was quiet. And I'm like, I am going into my practice this morning and it's just to start my day, because today is a really important day for me to just, be in a good headspace.
Yeah.
And as I was doing it, man, my intuition, like the downloads was just like, bing, 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 bing. Here you go, here you go, here you go. Because I've been like, how do we help the truckers this week? There's so many of us. Yes, we can stand, and when they drive by and stuff on the overpasses, but we can do more for them, right? Whether it's holding space for them or whatever it is. And so many things were coming in this morning. And so I was like, Virginia, it's a download morning. But it was that practice. It was coming into that quiet of, I'm even going to say surrender. Okay, I'm here. I'm open. I'm going to do my breath work. I'm going to connect into my body. How am I feeling? And it was so beautiful. And so, I'm just really grateful. I'm grateful for learning even the simple breathwork process, which is like a meditation, is just calming that nervous system a little bit more. But something that, my brain that goes bing, 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 bing all over like a ping pong some days, to just be like, okay, I can do this. I can breathe for 15 minutes. I remember the first time was like,
right?
7 minutes.
You're like, screw this. And I'm not a stickler for the evening. Like I for me,
I like it.
as long as that morning happens. Yeah. The morning for me, the morning practice is crucial.
Yeah. Today was just it was actually good for me to see, the times that I didn't do it and not beating myself up, which would have been, my old way of talking to myself, right? Changing that inner dialogue as well, and being like, okay, today's a new day and I feel really good to get into practice. And then it was like, Source was like, here you go, here's some answers you've been looking for. And they just like flew in so naturally. And I was like, this is delicious. Like, yes. I'm so excited for today, and even just everything that we're all moving through. It's perfect, just like you said in the beginning, just exactly as it is. Even I would say stars aligned,
Right. And I think that's what I love about the presence process, is it reminds us, and it's not that, I have some clients who are like very academic and like they're writing and I'm like, I know, just like let it go. It's more about get through those first 2 parts and then look at that 10-week journey, because it's really not about him. It's about you just applying it as a tool. And that's why I don't go too deep into it, because I know some people, I'm the same way. I can get triggered by different author tones and things like that. So it's just like taking the tool. And when we actually take this tool of being present, and surrendering, and it's so funny we were talking about this, Christine, because I was literally just writing an email for next week around the presence process experience I had this week. So everything we're talking about is so relevant. That surrendering gives us the space, because we live so fast. It's like Isaac said the other night.
Yeah.
Our life goes by so fast. And so when we drop into presence, when we drop into silence, like no music, people are like, what? You have to breathe in silence? Yes. Because then you can actually hear your body. You can hear the programs in your emotional body. You can hear the codes in your light body. You can hear the signature song of your soul. But when we do have the music on, or the, whatever distraction, we can't hear. That's why we live with pain. Right. That's why we live with all these things, because we're good at distracting ourselves. So that's, to me, like the essence of presencing. It's making space to really witness and then receive the downloads.
Yeah. Yeah. This week, there was a moment of overwhelm I had, raising my little one, and she's only 9. And one of the mantras that is going to be a mantra now that I'll have forever is this moment matters, right? To come back into that presence, because I can choose to react, I can choose to ignore, but I'm like, no, this moment matters for her too. And that how I respond in her need or something where my body was like, I'm out, like I'm done, I'm tired. But I'm like, no, I need to stay connected to her so that she doesn't feel like I'm just brushing her off or, like go away kind of energy. It's like, no, this moment also matters for her. And it was so good because in that moment, I could just take that breath in the overwhelm and be, come back to my core, come back to presence and okay, what's the one little thing that I can do that can make the situation better for both of us, right? So that we didn't lose that connection. And that's one of my favorite mantras now is this moment matters, because when you're thinking about it, like, yes, we're present, but like, think about it. We won't have this little moment in time ever again. And life does go by so quickly. And so, how can you look at the sun that's shining in through the window or the glistening of the moon if you catch it when you're walking by at night and to just stop and ponder a minute and let the moon, the sun, the earth, your ancestors, whatever's coming in that moment, have a little juicy moment with yourself. It makes the day so much better. It's not like we just whiz through. Did I tick off all the things that, I need to do today? It's like, no, I actually was able to connect to my body. I was able to stay present more. Lots of chaos and stuff growing up. Dissociation is something I've been healing this year. And it's like, this has been really helping me to stay focused and not be in that overwhelm or wanting to go into those numbing activities that I'm used to or craving the sugar, all of those things. It's like, this moment matters.
And by doing this moment matters with your daughter, around your daughter, you're actually doing it for your daughter because you're leading by example. She's witnessing you move through. She'll probably see or feel energetically when the shadow moves over, right? But then they see you navigate it and move through it. That's being like, you're passing that on to her on how you navigate it with grace and with breath and with presence. And by you doing this moment matters, we're healing the line before us and paving the way and clearing the way for your children and the descendants. So this moment matters, like,
I'm telling you, like,
right?
I want to share another quick story. Just in the moment of, we were crossing the street. I live on a very busy street and I wanted to go and she didn't. And when, kids are like, okay, I'm going. No, I'm not. No. And I'm like, come on. And I'm like, very like, come on. And she's like, no. And she stays back there. So I'm like, hey, she doesn't feel safe to cross, but I'm now ticked because I'm already halfway across and I got to come back. So under my breath, I was like, very angry in that moment. Hey, it's a setup. Like, this moment matters. She did not feel safe to cross the road. Good for her for listening to her own intuition and staying. Otherwise, I could have thrown her nervous system off. That's not a good way to go to school, right? Full of cortisol because you're afraid of crossing and all of that. So it was just like, even in those moments, you can reframe or, repair if need be or whatever. But I was able to like quickly come out of that, darn moment I was having just in myself to, okay, no, I got to show her how to model this. Good for you that you didn't feel safe and you stayed, right? And you honored yourself.
Isn't it amazing how fast you start to catch yourself?
Yep.
Because that's what this is about. It's about the conscious response. Because let's be honest, we're never going to not have these responses. It's about how fast we can move through them. So instead of being in the funk last Wednesday for an entire week, it was a day for me.
Yep.
Or it's a moment.
Yeah.
As opposed to 3 hours of like, right? Because we're becoming conscious of our response in every way. And then we have the tools to move through it.
Yeah. This is just an easier way to live, right? Being in I feel so much more acceptance, more self-compassion for ourselves. We're going through it. Yes, there's going to be dry days, but there's going to be really mucky and miry days too. And it's like, okay, what are this curiosity, or even changing the word healing for me this year is like self-discovery.
Yes.
Okay, there's another thing, like what can I discover in this moment? Is it integrated emotions or something from unintegrated stuff from childhood that's wanting to be like, hey, are you ready to look at me now? Or but so much more joy-filled days instead of like, oh crap, you know, what is today gonna bring? It's like we can totally just set our day on a totally different timeline, even, you know, we say, or just like a trajectory of okay, like this has a message. I'm getting through this day. I'm not alone. I have a support system. Then, you know, you connected us with buddies. So like there's all of these things that we have to help ourselves instead of sitting in the hardness or the emotional stuff, or, you know, questioning and feeling alone. We don't need to be in that space anymore, which is so amazing.
And I think that's our Western way, right? Our Western mindset is that we are separate. We are separate. So we do things alone. Look at how we treat our seniors, right? Look at how we treat our little children. Like when we look at other cultures, very often they keep the families together as, you know, they're young and birthed into the family, and as they age out of a family. So it's like we look at that our Western way is very this I and not we. And so we apply that to our own personal journey of self-discovery very often. And the truth is, we're never alone, right? Even if we are living alone and don't have relationships with a soul, if you have a practice, you know you've got your team. If you have a practice, you know you've got Mother Earth and all of those beings. When we start to see that I am reflected back by every other soul, then we start to understand the concept of interconnectedness. And so that for me is why group accountabilities and you know, study buddies or accountability buddies are a beautiful way to help us move through the remembering that I'm part of a cosmic web.
Right. Yeah. So beautiful. Do you want to have a little conversation, just take it deeper on the galactic level? Our community is open to that.
Let me introduce you to someone. So about 2 years ago, they did start channeling through me. I am not going to pretend I'm an authority. Okay. I denied it for a very long time. Denied it within myself for a very long time, but it was very strong about 2 years ago. And I'm in no space to talk about any sort of intricate details. I can only share with you what I work through. I knew my trip to, I just want to correct, like this was my first time going to Peru.
Oh, okay.
I have had many incarnations there. And so maybe that's why it came up that way. And my teacher, like all of the lineage, all of my teachings, all of the medicines that I walk with are of that lineage, but I live here in the North. And I was very resistant to my trip. It had been put off for multiple times because of this global ceremony. And there was everything
global ceremony, I like that.
Yeah, right? Because that's what we're in. We're in a global ceremony. And so I didn't know if it was going to happen. And I kept trying to pull out of this. And it's like my body was like, and I now understood why. It was like I was gearing up for this massive initiation and activation. And while I was with my mentor and his teacher, so my lineage of teaching, and then this small group of 12, I had another woman who I had been mentoring for the last year, and we become dear friends and colleagues. So we're all in the same lineage. Everybody else is just there for their retreat. So they're all having these really beautiful earthly experiences. And I was having a little bit of that, but mine was mostly not things that I could share in the integration circle. And the entire time I was there was, I got all of the answers that I needed to receive. It was blown away. I was blown away. It was, I didn't know how I was going to come back because the information was so much halfway through. Like I couldn't intellectualize anymore. And I remember just crying in bed saying, how do I come home? How do I come back into this life? Because it's this much information. And I walk into, I was talking to my teacher. I'm like, okay, well, let me know what shops you like to go to. And I didn't have a lot of time and I was in Pisac. So he's like, well, this is where I get this, and this is where I get this. And then the other ones, anyways, I walk into the shop and I see this and it had to come home with me. It's so heavy, but this is very similar. This is one of the major communicators I was with the entire, and he's carrying Wachuma, which was the medicine that I had the most prominent initiations. So the fact that he's got the Chicana in the back, he's carrying the medicine that was most profound for me, and everything that they showed me, he represented. I was like, I guess I'm gonna have to take this home. How am I gonna explain that to my husband? Because it's heavy, it's serpentine, and then lapazula. I'm not very good with crystals and stones. So all I can tell you at this point that I'm allowed to, I've received much information that I'm not allowed to share at this time.
Yep.
But 2 years ago, they activated the rainbow frequency in my field. And so I remember very clearly going, well, what is this? What modality is this? Very stuck on label. How do I put that on my website? And they just kept laughing at me and laughing at me. They're like, it's just a frequency. You could read the phone book and people will receive the medicine. It's about emanating. It's about, it's not a modality. It is a reminder that we are the medicine.
Cool.
Regardless of how you serve it, right? Mm-hmm. They channel quite profoundly through my one-on-one clients. Often the light beings will come through. I don't know the different nations. They are usually very much pertaining to the individual client. And they know that I intellectualize. So when I do ask a name or where they're from, they shut her down. So they do come forward for my clients when I'm doing one-on-one work. And then when I work with Rape, and not only when I work with Rape, when I'm doing online breath work. Rape, it is it's a plant medicine. So it's tobacco and ash of trees prepared by indigenous tribes and communities. It's a sacred snuff. And we take the snuff, you say thank you, all of the things, and then you insert it up, and then I will do Rape ceremonies. I serve to people. When I work with Rape, the channelings are very strong. I couldn't even tell you what the language is. And I channel a little bit in my breathwork ceremonies while everyone is breathing. And it comes forward. So I let it come through that way. And so that's how they're, the channeling is very much through light code and light language. And it's just really to support the activation of humanity.
Super.
Yeah. That's what I can tell you.
That's really beautiful. Thank you. You have a program coming up. So do you want to share a little bit about that and who you're supporting?
I'm so excited about it. And first off, I do have, if anyone's interested, we got Breathwork this week on Wednesday, and I'm doing a live masterclass, a free teaching. I really don't like using the word masterclass because I feel like we're in a time of decolonization, and we're decolonizing all of our languages, all of our systems, all of the things. And so I feel like there's still more language work we have to do. So I like to call it a free teaching, but I know it's still in there with the word faster. So that's going to be on Thursday, and anyone who joins that will get, I'm gifting my Planting Your Roots course, which is valued at $222, which has teachings in there. It's 9 modules. So that's going to be Thursday, where we're going to like really run through a lot of what we just talked about.
Cool.
You know, how do we stay in alignment with our personal practice, embodiment, you know, self-inquiry, making sure the tools we use, we have permission. You know, cultural appropriation is real, and we need to be mindful of this. So that's happening on Friday. And then February 15th, we launch Rooted into Service. And this is a really delicious program. It's really hearty, if you will. This is a program that really burst through me. I had a beta trial in the summertime, and it was really beautiful. And when I went through my tobacco dieta, they just went, that you need to do this to it. And it's about, we're in a time right now where people like you and Virginia and Keturrah and myself, and we're all serving like we've never served before these last 2 years.
Yeah.
You know, where are the healers being held?
Yeah.
We're all serving like we've never served before. And when we're tired, we fall off of our practice. Often we get weary and we just don't have the space or the capacity to do our work anymore. We all know that yoga teacher who's not taking yoga classes anymore or doing their personal practice. Yeah. So that's what this group container is about. It's about giving those who are of service, whether you are getting paid for your work or not. You may be an activist, you may be a volunteer in your community. Service doesn't mean you're a Reiki practitioner, right?
Right.
Service can be many things. Nurses are of service. Teachers are of service. You know, service is, are you supporting another soul in a capacity that's, you know, really meaningful? So this is a group immersion for the year where I am going to be providing wisdom teachings. So twice a month, there'll be wisdom teachings. Once a month will be for me. Things like, obviously, the first session is all about your own personal practice. But like holding safe space. You know, it was so interesting. The first time I did that session, when I asked people, what does holding safe space look like? They're like, oh, we're listening, not, you know, being compassionate. Not one person mentioned intake forms, health waivers, insurance,
right?
Knowing where the fire exit is if you're doing in person. Like that's all just as important for holding safe space. You know, if you're working online and you may be working with a client and you're sharing that space, do you have headphones in case they go into a trauma response or share something really confidential? Right? These are things that are all part of holding safe space. So practical pieces too. And then once a month, we're having wisdom teachings from beautiful medicine people. And, you know, Isaac Murdoch is one of them. Asha Frost is going to be doing 2 sessions with us. One will be on using medicines appropriately. Another one on rainbow healing for all peoples. I've got a beautiful teacher, Timmy LaRode, who she's a multidimensional healer from Trinidad and Tobago. She's going to be and she's going to be doing a whole session on the importance of ritual and ceremony. But then I've got Katy Brockhurst, who's a well-known author, and she's doing 2 sessions, one on social media and spirituality, and one on digital health and wellness.
Cool.
Right? Things like that. Rhiannon Roslin, who is the past president of the Economics Club of Canada and the Global Institute for Conscious Economics. She's doing a whole session on what conscious entrepreneurship looks like. And then I have a session with Handa Kendaru, decolonizing your business. So like it spans all the things. We go from woo to practical to, right, all of the things that are important if we're going to be practitioners and of service. On top of that, those 2 weeks, 2 wisdom teachings a week, we have 2 breathworks, 2 wisdom teachings a month, 2 breathworks a month, and a live mentorship call once a month. Plus, there's a whole private platform. So it's all recorded and it's all available in your timeline. So it's pretty meaty. And then we'll close out with a retreat at the end. So thank you for asking. That's a lot.
Yeah, you're welcome. Where can people find more information? You have your website, your
Yeah.
Divine Roots.
So Your Divine Roots is the Instagram handle, and the website is yourdivineroots.com, and you can find it under courses.
Right. Same with the breathwork classes and stuff. That's where you can go and sign up. I highly recommend. It's such a neat experience. Your class is starting on my birthday, which is really cool.
Is it February 15th?
Yeah. My mom made a comment.
Oh my God, that's so cool.
Yeah. And I want to bring this up because I think this is some medicine for you too from Mama June, is the being able to channel the light beings. This is so true, is that it's really about the frequency, and that we're not looking to another thing or entity as that worshiping of like, that's where I get the medicine, right? It's like staying in the frequency of it. That's really good.
Totally. That is so, and that I think is why I feel it's so important that when people like you and I are stepping in even more, we're standing on our stages.
Right.
People start to look at you for answers or to heal them. And it's like, we have to constantly go into our work to stay in alignment so that we don't go into the place of guru, so that we don't go into the place of master or teacher, so we stay in humility.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. And integrity. And that's why I feel so strongly about this program. I think we all can feel into when someone is not serving from a place of humility or integrity.
Mm-hmm.
You feel that, and and not that they don't have a place in the now moment, but then there are people that are vulnerable and so badly want someone to heal them.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Coming home to ourselves 100%. In our own way, right? So we're not dependent on someone else. Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I used to be that person when I was younger, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to be fixed. I didn't know that I could fix myself. And I didn't know that I didn't need to be fixed, that I had to move through those things to receive the understanding and the wisdom.
Yeah. Very beautiful. One last question, if I can, for you. I know you're connected to the beautiful Indigenous community in Ontario, but also in other areas of Canada. Any thoughts on how Canada or others can come together and support the Indigenous communities in and around where they live?
I honestly, I think the first thing people need to do is educate themselves. And more than anything, that's how we stop cycles. That's how we shift thinking. If Canadians have not read 21 Things You Need to Know About the Indian Act, please go read it. It's a must read for all Canadians. I have on my website a Truth and Reconciliation page, and I actually have that listed there, but a video with the author. That's the number one thing we can do for those of us who are of settler background, is to educate ourselves, to understand. And then when we're in conversation with other people, to, ensure that we're sharing what we've learned.
What was that act that you talked about, the thing to read?
It's called 21, oh my goodness. It's the Indian Act, and 21 Things You Should Know About the Indian Act. I believe that's the title. But I do have it on my website. And the name is Bob Joseph, 21 things you may not know. Sorry, 21 things you may not know about the Indian Act, and it's written by Bob Joseph. Amazon has it for $19.75. It's a very easy read. He's written it in a way that we can all read it. It's not chewy and difficult, but it's shocking. And how much it's still part of our systems today, especially the judicial system, the legal system. Yeah.
Yeah. I missed that there. If you want to say it again.
Bob Joseph.
Okay, thank you. Okay, cool. For people to check that out. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. No, that would be my first thing. You know, we don't need to be the white saviors. We need to stand in sacred allyship.
Yeah. One thing that I had heard recently was like when we see something, you know, from Indigenous or as for us as white women, is that we can lift melanated voices, right? And so I really we were sharing a breathwork class with someone who was offering, you know, for the BIPOC community. I was like, it's so beautiful. That's where we can come in, right? We can help lift up those voices of people that we're finding and seeing, and that they're in their true authentic medicine or who they are in helping other people. And we come together and we say, okay, you know, stand on our shoulders here. We'll lift you up too. Cause you know, we can just provide that. So thank you for doing that. Cause I had heard that a couple weeks ago, and that's just a really powerful message. Or when we're in rooms, let's say a clubhouse room, or you're having a discussion, instead of offering what we think about the topic, is really just saying, hey, that was a great point. Or again, elevating them in what they're saying, if it's resonating in your body, and not adding our own stuff, but really just, you know, to let them shine, where we can start to come together as an ally. You know, we're definitely not always seen in that light, and that's how we can come together, I feel, and just really and be supportive of other communities and help raise them up.
And I think this is how we decolonize, especially this industry.
Yeah.
Right, is to share our platforms for Indigenous and BIPOC voices. So that share that you saw me do for the BIPOC breathwork, that is Hannah Kendaru, and she is going to be doing the teaching on decolonizing your business. She does beautiful work. And I do want to shout out, there is there's very few women of color in the breathwork community. And so there is, if you're looking for a community and for breathwork facilitators, Black Girls Breathe on Instagram, please check them out. She's doing amazing work. It's really important that we start leveling this field and having equal representation in the, you know, alternative spiritual and health and wellness industries.
Yeah. There's also a community, Club Kundalini on, they're on Instagram, but also on Clubhouse, is starting February 1st. She's offering Breath of Fire certification, and you have like certain things and classes that you go to through Club Kundalini, but she's also helping to elevate voices as well. And there's some incredible healers in there that are definitely from the BIPOC community that like, their medicine, I get goosebumps when I'm listening to them, right? Given a special kind of medicine and just really beautiful. So check out other communities, lift other people up, or other healers, or even like you see someone doing something, you're like, wow, you know, that person's really helping out. Lift them up, say good job, or, you know, that really impacted me, because we're help building their confidence too. And together we're here, you know, in whatever it is, to be still and to be happy and to live our own lives, but also to help raise up others, that we can come together, locking arms, right?
This is the rainbow prophecy. All peoples, all colors, all nations coming together, right? I'm planning to, probably in April, to offer, I have these collaborations happening with my friend Timmy, who I was just sharing with you. And she has in the past, and she's a beautiful woman, has hosted these ancestral healings for white women, And she's done them for, white bodies, but she's done some beautiful female-led containers. And as a Black woman, to hold that space to help them journey, she just uses the drum and she helps them journey through their ancestral lines to heal the stories and the patterns of enslavement and colonization, right? And that's where people like myself need to keep going deeper into that, to do that healing, because that's going to be healing our collective.
Yeah.
Right. So stay tuned for that. That's something that we're looking to do in the next few months, because we need to heal the history within our, even though it's not us, it's just help to heal the programs, right? Release them, unhook them, clear them, transmute them.
So good. I'm gonna pop in your website so it's in there proper. Was the name of your topic today, but I also just want people to recognize that that's where they go to connect with you as well, and on Instagram.
Thank you.
You are very welcome, and we're here, for collaboration. If there's anything that we can either share our platform, or we do these once a month. So the last Saturday of the month, we have the business showcase. So if there's something that you are a speaker that you feel would be really a good fit, please feel free to.
Thank you.
Watching, you want to share your conscious or soul-led business. Here it's kind of like a mini commercial for you, but we get to know you, we get to feel your energy, we get to hear what the things you've learned and some of the histories behind it. I think that's so good at connecting us on a deeper level as we are linking arms together as this beautiful holistic arts healing community, just to go deeper on that. So you're going to do the breath work now, which is really awesome. I'm going to go full screen for you so that you have it in the back. And I know Virginia's backstage, so she'll come up as well. And just thank you. Thank you for everything. I highly recommend. I did your banner, but I didn't put it up. So follow Rebecca on her website, on her Instagram handle. She's just so well connected to other healers that are really, lifting up other people or communities. And so just a really great connection point. And to join in on a Wednesday breath class, I'm telling you, it's a really neat experience. Whether you're journeying or connecting to grandfather fire or your ancestors or whatever it is, you definitely cannot leave that session. You're a different person, definitely. And it's really beautiful. So thank you so much for your gift, for your medicine, and all that you're doing on your platform.
Thank you, Christine, and thank you, Virginia, for just creating this platform for all of us to come together. This is what it's about. Like, you are raising the voices and you're creating this beacon, right? Being a lighthouse in the storm. It doesn't go unnoticed, and it takes courage to do that. And I bow to you, both of you. Thank you. We're going to do something very different today. We're going to see, hopefully it works. Like, I'm just like, okay, go with it. It's fine. So we're not going to do a fully conscious connected breath, because we would have to do health flavors and all those things, but we're going to breathe. And I love that we talked about the presence process, because that's what we're going to do, is we're going to just do a lovely conscious breath through our nose. And you can exhale through the mouth if you want, or you can breathe through the nostril, whatever's fine. But I'm going to invite everyone to lie down in a minute. And can you hear my drum? You might not.
I might need a little bit more sound for it. Like,
it might not be.
About your drum too.
Sorry?
Do you mind telling us about your drum?
Absolutely. So this is
a
very large drum. My first drum was a moose drum. And it's a small, beautiful moose drum. And then I got very called 2 years ago to have a drum made in a Viking style from Europe, only because in my ceremonies, my grandfather, who I had no real true connection with in his living life, we weren't very close, he was very affected by the war, started to work with me in every ceremony, and has shown me the indigenous roots on that side. and just through spirit form, he keeps showing me, and I've never had any connection to a Viking, but he's from Friesland, which is the northern part of Holland, and the Vikings come through so often through with him, and so he was like, you need a Viking drum. So this was my idea of a Viking drum, and it's from Eastern Europe, and I had it made especially for me. And it's a very powerful, he's a very powerful, whereas my other drum is very female. This is a very powerful drum. And when I'm in live breathwork ceremonies, this gets used. When I have clients, obviously this gets used. I sometimes use it with Zoom and whatnot, but the sound isn't always the same. So having prefaced that, I'm going to open with the 4 directions. We're going to open the prayer, okay? And I'm going to drum a journey for you to breathe in and out, in and out. This is not what my weekly or bi-weekly breathworks are. We have a playlist and it's shamanic, but obviously this is what Spirit wants to come forward today because this is what we've been given. So I'm going to invite everyone to allow the drum to take them where they need to go in the breath. And also know that if you can't hear the drum, that's okay too. That means you're supposed to simply breathe and hear my voice. And you inhale and you exhale. And so notice that when you're breathing, if anything's coming up for you, whether it's a physical discomfort or sensation, whether it's an emotion or a story, or whether it's a sensation of the divine or spirit, we're not going to trap in. We're not going to get caught up in any story or discomfort. We're just going to breathe through it. And we're going to allow the breath to just kind of move through us, and the exhale will release whatever it was. So at this now moment, I'm going to invite you to just close your eyes and have a nice tall spine, whether you're lying down or sitting upright. Let's take a deep breath in. Dropping into this place, into the center, dropping into what feels sacred to you. There is no right or wrong. Take another deep breath in. Creator, great mystery, we thank you. We thank you for this opportunity to hold this space for the Healing Soul School. We thank you for this opportunity to braid all these beautiful souls together, those who are watching live, those who are watching in the future. We thank you. We thank you for this cosmic beam of light. May we remember. May we soften. May we surrender. We call upon the ancestors, the grandmothers and the grandfathers of the East. We call upon Grandfather Fire. Thank you. Thank you for the fire in your heart, for showing us the flame that propels the passion that is us, for the embers in our hearts, in our bellies, in our bodies, nourishing us. We give thanks. Thank you for this prayer of gratitude, for the East, the space of creation and new beginnings, rebirth. And we call upon the jaguar and the puma, showing us how to see in the dark and to step into our sharp vision. We call upon the ancestors, the grandmothers and the grandfathers of the West. We call upon Grandmother Water. We thank you for the water in our bellies, in our wombs, the sacred waters, the waters in our bloods, in our veins, the fresh water in our spinal fluid. May all our relations have access to clean waters, and may we always protect the waters, the oceans, the streams, the lakes, the seas, the brooks. And give thanks for this prayer of clarity. We honor the bird medicine, the eagle and the condor, for showing us how to see the big picture, how to see above and beyond the details and the minutiae. We thank you. We call upon the ancestors, the grandmothers, and the grandfathers of the North. We call upon Grandfather Wind. Take a deep breath in. We thank you for the sacred medicine we carry in our lungs. We thank you for your truth and your self-expression, how we show up in this world. We thank you for the support of our ancestors, our bloodline, our family trees, our previous incarnations, our cosmic and galactic families. This prayer of unity. And Grandfather dear, we thank you for this unity consciousness, for Christ consciousness. Thank you. We call upon the ancestors, the grandmothers, and the grandfathers of the South. We call upon Mother Earth. Thank you. Thank you for this space of compassion and unconditional love. Thank you. Thank you, Grandmother Spider, for your cosmic web of connections, and Grandmother Snake for allowing us to shed the skin that no longer serves us. We invite you in. We love you. We appreciate you. Aho. Inviting you to lie down or take a position that allows you to surrender. And just drop into this space with this connection to the secret. Begin to breathe with consciousness, inhaling through your nose and exhale. Imagine the fire in the center of this circle. Everything you exhale, we direct into the fire. And this drum medicine is going to play in the background for you. This drum medicine is going to hold the space, whether you can hear the drum or not. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Let your body go. We breathe together. Notice what's present for you with this breath. Notice if you can get deeper with the breath. More breath, more medicine. Letting your body reset, letting the nervous system drink in the oxygen. Allow this rhythm to move through your body. Whether you hear the drum or not, notice the pulse of Mother Earth holding you. Notice the pulse of Mother Earth is you. Inhale. Exhale. We breathe together. We clear together. We heal together. Inhale, exhale. Notice how your body's feeling. Notice how your emotional body is feeling. Opening your heart with this next inhale, expanding the heart center from the front to the back. Breathe into this love. Inhale, exhale. Stay with your breath, even if it feels hard. Inhale, exhale. slowly, gently. Come back to your natural breath, your natural rhythm in your nose, through your nose. Just allow yourself to land in your body. Allow your nervous system to settle, your energy within to settle. Notice that you just gave yourself a beautiful heart massage, lung massage, diaphragm massage, detoxifying your cells from the inside out. And while you may still be connected into the whispers of your soul and perhaps a journey, I'm going to sit with Mapacho and we're going to close the prayer and say thank you. Creator, great mystery, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to be in ceremony for a sweet, short fragment of time together in this beautiful circle of healers and practitioners, of light workers and star seeds, of souls. Thank you to the ancestors, the grandmothers and the grandfathers of the East. Thank you, Grandfather Fire, for holding the center of the circle, for reminding us that we can be reborn again. Thank you to the jaguar and the puma for showing us the connection to the dark, has sharp vision attached to it, that we can see the truth in this darkness in the most clearest of ways. We thank you. Thank you to the ancestors, the grandmothers and the grandfathers of the West. Thank you, Grandmother Water. Thank you for this prayer of clarity. Thank you to the eagle and the condor for continuing to show us how to be strong, how to fly and rise above. We thank you. Calling on our ancestors, the grandmothers and the grandfathers of the North. Grandfather Wind, we thank you. Thank you for this gentle breath. For some, it's perhaps a reminder of the breath and the medicine we carry that we can access at every moment of any time in any day. Thank you. Thank you to our ancestors. Thank you, Grandfather Dear, for holding the space for this prayer of unity, this prayer of all my relations, that we are one, all connected. Thank you. And thank you to the ancestors, the grandmothers and the grandfathers of the South. Thank you, Mother Earth, for holding, for allowing us to remember our pulse is your pulse, that we are nature. We come from the belly of your womb and we go back to the belly of your womb. Thank you. And thank you, Grandmother Spider, for this cosmic web of connections through all these platforms and all these beautiful souls that Christine and Virginia have brought together in the tapestry they are weaving for this brighter future, for this rainbow prophecy. Thank you. Thank you, Grandmother Snake, showing us the parts that we're ready to release, and that death is rebirth, and life is a spiral that begins again and again. Thank you for supporting us today. You're now closed. You may go. You may rest. We love you. We honor you. We appreciate you. Aho.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That was beautiful.
That was beautiful.
Could you hear the drum? I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Put my headphones on. I was like, oh, the drum is coming. So I plugged in my headphones and it was beautiful. It was magical. It was excellent. It was exactly what I needed. Thank you.
Good. A little drum medicine today. That's
yeah. Thanks for your medicine. I had yawns and tears, and you helped me move a shift in my ear. So thank you for that. I'm going to listen again with headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're getting lots of love in the comments here. That's Mama June. Man, my mom journey.
I love Mama June.
Everybody loves Mama June, right? She's just the best. She's holding space for all of us. She is just, she's our number one fan, but really she is such a support for us, you know, and holding the space and everyone in our community. So look at all that love. That's beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Good.
Thanks for letting us pivot. Like I had that moment. I'm like, oh my God, we're not on Zoom. I won't be able to access it. Oh my God, you don't have Spotify. How am I going to share a play? Like it was just like, no problem. I have a drum. I have a drum. It's fine.
It was beautiful. It was exactly how it needed to be.
And what you don't know is that we're moving into sound healing. Virginia is going to be playing. We'll be playing more instruments. We've each been buying. You know, I got one for Christmas and singing bowls and stuff. So we're shifting because really, like, just, you know, imagine all of us in a room together. You know, we're coming live, and I can't even imagine what your breathwork sessions live are like. You know, where it's just like the feeling of the resonance and the frequency of the music, and how we're all there together in ceremony. And it is like it's the fastest way to heal. It really just moves to every little cell inside your body.
Yeah. And I have to give a shout out to Christine because she booked us a sound healing together. We were going to go to Carrie in Kitchener at Hive and Grove, and we were going to do this sound healing together. And she booked it because she had it and she thought, oh, this is cool. I got to share this with Virginia. And then she booked us to go as kind of our healing soul school business Christmas present, right? Like that was, and we went earlier this week. And I'm telling you, Rebecca, it was like there's a soul calling. I am like, I can't even, and I said that to my husband. We were watching some video and they were talking about, you know, remembering, right? Remembering this is the time of us remembering who we are, remembering the gifts that we came with and all of that. And I said, Michael, that's it. This is that. Like, I am buying a gong. I am looking for more drums. I'm seeing how I will play this. Like I've never done it before, but I totally can see the instruments and how to play them and how to move them together to be able to shift someone, to lift that energy, to move out the ick and the stick. And when I was chatting with Carrie a little bit, and it really hit home actually this morning, when Karina was talking and saying about how Christine helps people, you know, move that heavy stuff, right? She's here to get in there with you and to deal with that and to dig out that heavy stuff. And she'll talk to me about it. And I know that I am not meant to be there because I'm just holding space for her, you know, because I'm like, man, you go, girl, because I'm not getting in there. Like, I don't want to. I mean, if I was called and somebody came to me and needed help, of course I would never turn them away, right?
Yeah.
But I don't, that's not what, like, that doesn't feel good to me to help one in that.
That's
right?
good though. That means you're aware of your medicine. Like that's the integrity, right? Like, so I get called, like people will be like, I have an entity and da, da, da. I'm like, number one, I'm like, how do you know you have an entity? Like, how do you know? Like, let's figure, you know, but also when I feel into it, because entity extraction is not my favorite and is not really my thing. I often put them in touch with someone who, like, that's their jam.
Right. Yeah.
You know,
because like, they're good to get in the trenches with you, right? To help you with that. And
they love doing it. And it's like, but there's a, you know, that's the integrity of our service. That's when you know you're in alignment. You're like, that's my thing.
Yeah.
And that's why we need colleagueship.
I said, I'm sorry, honey. I know it's going to be expensive, but it's going to be great.
I'm going to send you a name of a deer sister. She is one of the sisters of the land of the dancing deer. I think she might be a beautiful sound healer and indigenous healer that you may want to chat with.
Okay.
Yeah. She does beautiful work.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just so like there's we're gonna just I know go into some really neat events and stuff this year, and we're so close to Six Nations. Nations is really beautiful, and just we're connected all here in Ontario, and so it's so great. More good things are coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, thank you. Thank you for inviting me, ladies. Thank you for letting me take up so much time. And I know you've been online all day. So sending you blessings to clear off all of the Zooms and all of the things.
Thank you.
Love you both. Thank you for walking your walk and walking this path with me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
We'll see you again for sure.
Yes. Wednesday. I'm coming Wednesday.
Yay!
Oh,
yes.
Come.
Find it on our website. So Your Divine Roots, or on her Instagram handle is the on her link tree is the link to click for the breathwork class, and so we can journey again on Wednesday night at 8:00 together.
And if anybody's interested now that lockdown's over, I have my first in-person in a long while on Friday in Dundas, if anybody wants to make the trek to Dundas. So
cool.
Beautiful. Nice.
We're getting out there.
Yes, I totally feel that, right? We're ready now. I said the same. It's like if I had have looked at, this sound healing and the vibration and all of that that's really woken up that lion inside of me a year ago, it may not have, that wasn't the right timing, right? Because this I totally feel is getting out there and in person. This isn't an in Zoom or an online, and not that you can't, because you've just proven that we can get past that. But yes, I'm like, we're getting out there. This is 2022 is about getting with people and connecting and physically using our magic to help people shift and grow and transform. So I agree 100%. Same.
Hugely.
Yay. Well, thank you so much, Rebecca. It's been an absolute pleasure having you back with us again. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Okay. Bye. That's awesome.
Wow. Another day.
All right. Okay, I can do this again. High five, sister. Okay. Another awesome day on the Conscious Business Showcase. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who has been watching us live, and to everyone who will be watching us in the future. Please, if you want more information about working with any of the programs that we offer at the Healing Soul School, or working with either one of us directly, you can reach out to us through our website, healingsoulschool.com, or our email, info@healingsoulschool.com, and we'll connect.
I think let's share. So for 2022, what we're offering this year. So we have our one-on-ones, of course. Both of us, we have different medicine. I like to work with entrepreneurs, and what are you suffering with, or are you overwhelmed? Are you trying to figure out how to put all your pieces together? I like that. It's like a puzzle for me. And the downloads come for that. And then Virginia does meditation and logistics, and even just really, if you're wanting someone to talk to you about nutrition, or just how to run everyday life, or you're feeling overwhelmed, she is so good for that too. Such a great listening ear, and then saying, okay, she was in logistics, so she also understands the puzzle pieces and how to put them together, which is really brilliant. So that's one-on-one. We do have the mom hug if you want to have both of us together. We both see differently, and so we've had sessions, where we both get to be on the call, which is really neat because we both bring, a different spice to it. And then we have Naked Alchemy, which is all about taking off the inner masks. It's a self-discovery program on how to come home to yourself, but in a fun way, a delicious way, and really connecting within. And then the Lightworker Lounge is part of a project that we're putting together. So I'll explain first. The Lightworkers Lounge is Thursdays from 12 till 2. And we have a couple people that are helping us. We've got a really strong healer, Reiki Master Noreen, that's helping us, something called the Healer's Hour. And that's all about practicing your energy healing craft so that you can get really confident. You're also going to get business help. You know, are you showing up clearly? Can your clients actually find you? We're going to go like right from the base and the foundations. But it's also about collaboration and connection, getting to know each other, going live in each other's groups. We're going to, you know, be doing that kind of collaboration stuff so that you don't feel alone running a business. You've got a support system that's there. You're growing in your business or learning how to do it in a way that isn't overwhelming. And we also have Steph, our medium, that is our, you know, we've adopted her as our in-house medium, and she channels so beautifully, and often ancestors come in, and this can be really helpful for you in your business because, you know, our ancestors are rooting for us. We have them in our DNA. And so something comes in that can help you in your business or just give you that clarity or maybe answer that question that, you know, you put out to the universe and you've been wondering. We've got a really strong seer that's going to be on that session as well on Thursdays. Really powerful. And also a part around, you know, an intimacy and pleasure call, because this is really important. We have been, you know, many of us, you know, when you're pushed down on the feminine side or you're afraid to speak your truth, we've been hiding a little bit or had to be independent and more in our masculine energy. We're coming into this, you know, balancing of, I'll say actually harmonizing the masculine, feminine energy and what those look like. And, you know, just being able to be connecting with yourself as well, that you have your work times, but you also have your play times and what that looks like. What, you know, especially women have a really hard time asking for ourselves, right? Especially, you know, you'll buy for the kids and everyone else in the home, but when it comes to buying for ourselves, it's like, oh, I don't know, you know, or even receiving compliments, or, you know, just being in that receiving mode, being open to receive, you know, it's going to be a really power-packed, you know, way of connecting in community. But that is also going to grow and expand to the conscious living village of how to be multidimensional, how to, you know, have a spiritual practice or a meditation practice and be in that really juicy, delicious space. But then also, you know, how to deal with a child that's having a meltdown on the ground and you're like, not so much in my deliciousness anymore. Now, you know, now I'm in my trigger moment.
Yeah, not a whole lot of white light happening right now.
Right. Have a little scarcity mindset. You know, we've got a money story healer that's going to work with us. Your finances, what that looks like, and just like things that we were not taught outside of, you know, just in our regular lives of like how to do that. You know, you're having a spiritual awakening. You can have someone you can come and ask questions to on a call. How do you shift out of, you know, the way that your parents raised you, whether it was religion or just the way that they connected with the world. And now you're having this very different experience and you feel very different from your family, how to connect into yourself and into your own authentic voice. Different healers and coaches that, you know, we have come to know this past year and a bit and really just love their medicine, love what they're doing, you know, chakra clearings and stuff like that, that we can come together as a community in learning how to do these things and having a live person to speak with. The Conscious Living Village is going to be $99 a month. So it's at a lower part where you can just come in, get connected, be with people who are just like you. And then the Lightworkers Lounge, the Intimacy, Naked Alchemy is going to be thrown in there as well. And the Healer's Hour for practicing your skills with a really solid healer, over 15 years of experience. That is $222 a month, just so that there is, you know, you're being held, you're being supported. You can come and ask questions. And we are just going to learn and grow together. So if that's something that interests you, send us a message. You can DM us or info@healingsoulschool.com. We'll have different information coming out as well. But those are our offers for this year and where we really felt best to hold space for the community and for those that have been telling us over and over this year, I need to heal myself. You know, maybe you serve others, but you're like, I need to heal me. I need to look after me. And maybe not knowing where to start, or you don't have a community that you can come and ask these kinds of questions or really feel held and supported and learning how to receive. then, we are that safe space for you with a directory of healers and coaches and people that can help you, that we've seen out there, that are genuine, that are in their authentic power of what they're here to do, and really strong at it, that we can say, yes, you have that need. Great. If we can't help you, we definitely know someone else that can.
Right.
And just really being together as our soul selves, having this human experience and what that looks like here on earth.
That's right. And really, it's about coming together and sharing our magic, each and every one of us in our own way, to help wake up that part of you that takes that next step in your healing journey, in your, whatever that is. So, and I don't think that there's any one person for that. So I love the collaboration and where the Healing Soul School continues to move with other people, and just because we have just made so many beautiful connections over this last year, and the world and the people and the, and how we can share that light is really becoming a beautiful experience. And we really hope that you feel aligned to join us.
Yeah. One last thing that we're going to do this week for the Truckers Convoy, Go Canada, is to hold space on Clubhouse. So we are connected with some other healers. And so that'll be coming this week, of meditation times to come and to feel held, to get help if you need it. If you're going through some big emotion stuff, or in fear, or been in fight or flight, and you're like, my brain is just like on overload, come and feel held, come and receive. Energy healing is going to be offered as well. If you want to send us an email and it's something that you're moving through and you prefer to be anonymous, we just need to know what it is that you want help with, and we'll share it with the group. It's like a Telegram group, not open in the public. We're not advertising that on social media or anything, but then you can have over 100 people that are in a way praying for you, holding space for you, and offering you that support that you're looking for. We are here. We are so excited to serve the community this week in our own way, and where our gifts lie. And I don't have room for a big truck or anything like that, but we can help lift you up energetically and emotionally. So, know that is on offer for you, and that will be on Clubhouse. We'll have more details coming. But yeah, just really excited for the day. Thank you for being here, checking in, whether you were live or catching the replay. We're just really honored to serve you, and thank you for being a part of our community.
Thank you.
Next one is the end of, it's always going to be the last Saturday of the month, unless we have something going on. So for February, it will be the last Saturday of February.
26th. I just looked.
Okay, cool. And I love that March always falls in line with the same date. So March 26th. So if you have a soul-led business or something that you're doing that can help, lift people up, or help with nutrition, or you're an energy healer, or whatever it is that you do that helps others, and you want to have an opportunity to come see them in the showcase, send us an email or reach out to us on social media that you'd like to be on the showcase and interviewed, and definitely we'll slot you in for a spot. And it's really like a little mini commercial for you, but it's an opportunity where people can actually hear you and your medicine and the energy that you provide, and like why you want to do the things you do, and kind of the story behind it, because we really relate to people's stories. And so with that, then you find someone, you're like, oh, you're just like me, and I want to go and do what you're doing as well, or need the help that you provide. And so it's just such a beautiful way to connect in community. So thank you so much. We really appreciate you, and have a beautiful day, and we'll see you at the end of February.